12, reroute power to thrusters. Prepare for sudden stop. Woohoo! Now that's what I call flying. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. Can we make it, H? Wouldn't be the first time we've had to find alternative transportation. At least we can get to the coordinates. Strap in. If General Organa's data is correct, we're close, H. We'll have to move quickly before that scout's backup gets here. I know, right? What is it with Jedis and Tatooine? General Skywalker came from here. I read about a Jedi Knight who also came from here, and the Imperial records contain an incident involving Inquisitors and a... It's real.
To whichever member of the Order has found this, I am likely dead. But the echoes of the past are not. Reverberations of the Force that go all the way back to the beginning. My role before the fall was as a historian. I was ignored then, as too many who study the past are. Please listen to my wisdom. Our galaxy, our society has been trapped in cycles, in repeating stories. We need to learn from the past, or we are doomed to repeat it. The galaxy needs to change, not just to be restored to what it was before the Empire.
In 1967, a young Warner Brothers Work Scholarship winner sat bored on the set of Finian's Rainbow. The young man had spent the previous year on another scholarship working at Columbia Pictures shooting documentaries, a style of filmmaking that required innovation, quick thinking, and boundary pushing that the man enjoyed. By comparison, the well-oiled and ordered machine of the Hollywood system that bustled around him on the set seemed dull. Our young protagonist found that he had no place, a misplaced cog in a machine forgotten by the mechanism of continuous film production.
The only reason I took the scholarship was to give it a chance. Oh, I'll go and see what it's all about, just so I can say I really don't like it.
What you saw you didn't like.
And what I saw I didn't like.
And one could understand how this led to his disillusionment. At the time, Hollywood had become an endless looping machine, telling the same stories with nothing much to say. Even the film our young hero was interning on represented this. It would become the last in a long line of studio-made musical films starring Hollywood legend Fred Astaire. So the young man would sneak into the animation department and steal short ends, leftover film stock at the end of reels that he could then splice together instead of paying thousands of dollars for new stock to make his own. Stealing from one's employer and recycling at the same time? Based. Eventually, Finian's Rainbow's director, Francis Ford Coppola, himself earlier in his career, discovered the young intern's absence and asked him why he had left when he could have learned so much from how to work in the Hollywood system through his internship on the production. Our young hero looked Francis Ford Coppola in the eye and took this as his moment to refuse the call, in a way that he recalled years later.
Well, I think you're boring. I've done this, and I don't want to do Hollywood movies. They have no interest for me at all. Again, this was the 60s, and we hated the establishment. All of us in film school hated the establishment in every possible way, and I had no interest in working a studio. I don't like studios. I don't like the system, and I don't like the movies they made. I said, I'm going to be a documentary cameraman. I'm going to do more experimental type of films. I do not like character-driven drama. I do not like plots. I'm not into this stuff. Film cinema is pure. It's not photographing a stage play. It's not photographing a book. It's its own medium.
That young man, if you hadn't guessed by the title of this video, was George Lucas. And that conversation with Francis Ford Coppola, the man who would go on to win an Academy Award for the film Patton and direct The Godfather within the next few years, led to the two becoming fast friends. One might even say that Lucas had met his mentor in Coppola. Hitting it off after Finian's Rainbow was complete, the two crossed the threshold. They filmed the movie The Rain People together with a crew of 8 people by driving across America, breaking out of Hollywood's grip for film production. Eventually, they joined together as allies and started American Zoetrope together in San Francisco, trying to build a film production studio independent of the establishment in Hollywood.
Suddenly, he was a leader, someone other students admired and looked to for direction. But along with this newfound confidence came the conviction that George's way was the only way. There simply was no other.
The very first time I met George himself was in the darkroom of the lab. As it goes through the various stages, I was in the final stage and I heard this voice from behind me saying, "You're doing it wrong," which was very typical of George at that time. He knew how to do it, and he was going to make sure everyone knew that he knew that.
Yet, they found their first test as they began to work with Warner Brothers to fund their first film, Lucas's directorial debut, THX 1138, a movie that combined Lucas's experimental style with Hollywood plot structure. The young man who had told his soon-to-be friend, "I don't do plots, I only do experimental films," decided that he would have to work with the establishment to get his movie made. So, maybe a little plot could be added to appease the suits. Hollywood has an obsession with a plot, so why not give them one? And certainly, this plot in THX 1138 was a political one for Lucas. Before going to college, Lucas himself was drafted into the Vietnam War, but eventually was exempted due to diabetes. Still, he always feared that he would end up in Vietnam, leading him to distrust the American big government his whole life. THX 1138 was a movie about a future fascist society run by a robot police force that dehumanizes its citizens so much that they are only given a number as their name and drugs to suppress their emotions. In it, the young man escapes this drug-induced state through the emotion of love. Themes of anti-establishment and the dehumanization of one's passion were constant in Lucas's life and work. Ironically, or perhaps predictably, the studio that helped fund THX 1138 didn't understand it.
THX freaked them out when they saw it, and they tried to recut and shorten it. We can't understand it anyway, why are you trying to shorten it? It's not going to make any more sense. But they said, we can do it. You know, I put my heart and soul into this thing, and to me it means something. You've just come in here and whacked a few fingers off and think there's nothing to it. So I was really angry about that.
THX 1138 failed at the box office, leading Warner Brothers to try to defund American Zoetrope.
And Francis went in there and said, we already have this deal to make movies, and you have to give us a go-ahead. And he really did a lot of fast talking. He said, we have 7 projects here we can do, and, we want funding. And so they eventually said yes. They had no idea what they were saying yes to. And later on, as the whole thing came to pass, when they finally saw THX, they saw the 7 scripts we'd written. They basically closed the place down and forced Francis to pay all the money back.
After hearing of Coppola's horrific experience fighting with the studio on The Godfather and needing to make money, Lucas moved away from the supposed box office poison that was science fiction to make American Graffiti, a film about the disillusioned American youth after Vietnam. It was a story without a centralized protagonist and followed several ongoing stories, a structure that often confused Hollywood.
One of the stories I love about American Graffiti is when he's making that movie, and he's got the suits always telling him, no one's going to understand this. You've got 4 different characters, 4 different storylines going on. No one's going to understand what's going on. And I always tell everyone, that's a Seinfeld episode. You know what I mean? Lucas is so far ahead of the curve on this. It may not seem innovative when we watch it now almost 50 years later, but at the time, that had people scratching their heads. Which is funny.
As a result, between these 2 films, Lucas had made 2 movies that played toward anti-establishment tendencies, both within the films themselves and within the film's structure. Yet, at the same time, he also had to compromise them in order to release them in a system that he disliked so much, the Hollywood studio system.
Then they did the same thing with American Graffiti because they thought it was a terrible movie. They put it on a shelf and they cut 5 minutes, the magic number.
So he realized that to really get a movie made, he would need to join the system. Our hero had heeded the call, but whose call was he heeding? Our hero was returning to a status quo, but whose status was it? Star Wars has always been political. We've all heard the famous George Lucas quote about how the Empire versus Rebels story in the original film was intentionally about the guerrilla fighting of the Vietnam War.
You did something very interesting with Star Wars, if you think about it. The good guys are the rebels. They're using asymmetric warfare against a highly organized empire. I think we call those guys terrorists today. We call them Mujahideen, we call them Al-Qaeda.
When I did it, they were Viet Cong.
Exactly. So were you thinking of that at the time?
Yes.
So it was a very anti-authoritarian, very kind of 60s against the man kind of thing, nested deep inside of a fantasy.
Or a colonial we're fighting the largest empire in the world.
Right.
And it was the same thing with the Vietnamese.
Yep.
This allegory cast the rebels as the anti-imperialist fighters, and even the Ewoks, the fuzzy, adorable bears from Return of the Jedi, were inspired by the Viet Cong. Locals who knew about the terrain and, despite their lack of superior war machinery, were able to push back against the odds and stop the imperialist power from expanding into their homes. This is a parallel that many like to point to say, see, Star Wars was always political.
Well, when I did Star Wars, I consciously set about to recreate myths and the classic mythological motifs, and I wanted to use those motifs to deal with issues that existed today.
But even in that comparison, people rarely examine the deeper implications of it. By focusing solely on Star Wars as a story about Vietnam and Vietnamese people, Americans and Westerners who love to discuss Star Wars tend to leave out how that allegory inherently implicates our society. We instead cast the story as other without recognizing that within this allegory, the Empire is America.
But that's a classic us not profiting from the lesson of history, because you look at the inception of this country and it's a very noble fight of the underdog against the massive empire. You look at the situation now where America is so proud of being the biggest economy, the most powerful military force on the planet. It's become the empire from the perspective of a lot of people around the world.
It was the empire during the Vietnam War.
It also casts quite literal real people in the real world as alien and other, such as treating the Vietnamese as adorable little teddy bears.
After Order 66, I hid on Corellia. I concealed everything related to my Jedi past and watched as the galaxy fell further into disarray under the tyranny of the Empire. I lived a simple life. After the Clone Wars, it was more than I deserved. But I tried to help people where I could.
ID chip now!
Their ID chip is correct.
Their ID chip is correct.
They can go on their way.
They can go on their way.
That was until an old friend found me.
Is that you, Anna?
How do you know that name?
You can't sense an old friend?
Pincus Pompous? Pincus, it is you! How is this? I'm overjoyed to know you're alive, but it's not safe. You know what happens if the Empire finds out there's a Jedi on a planet?
The same as what happens every day living under the Empire. People are killed.
What do you want from me? Look, I protect who I can without risking further suffering upon them by doing so as a Jedi.
But you can be more. I know you can be more.
I help where I can.
We fought together in the Clone Wars. I've seen what a Jedi can mean to an occupied world. Do you know what it would mean for people to see a Jedi fight for them right now?
Yes. I think of it every day. Do you know what it would mean? The Jedi were never meant to be generals. I cannot be a part of bringing more destruction to the galaxy.
The destruction is happening anyway. You are someone special. You could be a symbol.
I know the price of symbols, and I wouldn't be the one to pay the cost.
Who is the villain of the original Star Wars film? Who are we supposed to be seen as fighting against? With his seminal introduction of a stark black costume against a white backdrop played to the powerful Imperial March and our future cultural adoration of him, one would understand if someone said Darth Vader was the villain of A New Hope.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take it away!
But in that entire film, Vader actually only appears in 9 minutes and 15 seconds. And most of that time, he acts as a subordinate of Grand Moff Tarkin, who represents a fascistic authoritarian aristocratic power within the film.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
But given Tarkin's death at the end of the first film, does that make Vader the villain for the rest of the original trilogy? Many think so, even wrongly comparing him often to Hitler. Carrie Fisher would often joke that Hitler was her character's father. Sorry, spoilers there. Return of the Jedi producer Howard Kasdan said,
"This guy, he's like Hitler. He's killed, he's done all the terrible things.
Yet, Vader is not in charge of the Empire throughout any of the films, nor is he giving speeches like Hitler.
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, Director.
Given in Empire Strikes Back, Vader tries to get Luke to mount a coup against the Empire, or at least the person in charge of it.
Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny.
As well as how the final film frames Vader's death as a redemption, he's not really a clear-cut antagonist throughout any of the movies.
Well, it isn't really, because you find out in the end that the most evil person was actually the hero. He's the one that actually killed the Emperor. He's the one that brought goodness and balance back to the universe.
Yet, the one enemy that all the primary individual antagonists represent in each of the 3 original films is the Empire itself, the system of governance that rules the galaxy with a totalitarian fist, trying to press everything into a single order. For example, the main image of imperial power throughout the films are that of stormtroopers, who are literally modeled after Nazi Stirlingberlungs. And this was quite conscious. Star Wars concept artist Ralph McQuarrie drew upon Nazi imagery to create Vader's iconic look.
George had mentioned him having to wear a helmet like a medieval Japanese warrior, one of those big flared out helmets, and I made it somewhere between that and a German World War II helmet.
However, for the stormtroopers themselves,
Lucas talked about making the stormtroopers really like American soldiers in Vietnam, with things chalked on their jackets, and they would be loaded down with all kinds of equipment, mysterious things that you don't know what they are, such as little canisters like German soldiers wore in World War II.
This explicitly connects an American and Nazi aesthetic. Even things like Grand Moff Tarkin's and Vader's upper-class aristocratic voices hinted at colonialist power and aristocratic class-based power structures.
Princess Leia, before your execution, I would like you to be my guest at a ceremony that will make this battle station operational.
Even the Cold War politics of the era in which the films were made were quite defined within the works themselves, with the Death Star being a literal weapon of mass destruction, ultimately destroying the incredible Earth-like Alderaan, akin to the fears of a nuclear holocaust that many felt might one day destroy all of Earth as well during the Cold War, if America and the USSR continued on a path towards conflict.
Once upon a time, your hometown was safe, but not now. It is possible for a rocket to strike your home, right now, today, right now.
And that was all intentional by Lucas, drawing upon his own Vietnam War experience and his time working with Francis Ford Coppola on Apocalypse Now. The Empire represented a more considered imperial power, exerting its influence and endless war machine across the galaxy. And this even goes back to Lucas's early drafts of Star Wars. Here's George Lucas's original pitch for Star Wars. Theme: Akia is a small independent country like North Vietnam, threatened by a neighbor or provincial rebellion, instigated by gangsters aided by Empire. Fight to get rightful planet back. Half of the system has been lost to gangsters. The Empire is like America 10 years from now, after gangsters assassinated the Emperor and were elevated to power in a rigged election. We are at a turning point. Fascism or revolution.
Pincus left me 2 things. A discreet way of contacting him, and my thoughts. I knew things needed to change. Some part of me selfishly wanted to be at the center of that change again, even as I knew that may cost others. I had turned down the call once before.
But we must persevere, and in time, a new hope will emerge. May the Force be with you, always.
From the start, Star Wars was conceptually about the American establishment falling into fascism, specifically an America that was somewhere in the not-too-distant future of the time in which Lucas made the original films, if it kept on the imperialist path that Lucas saw it currently on. All of us, regardless of if we know it or not, have heard the idea of the Monomyth, the concept that all myths in human history can be pressed down into a common mold. The idea that a hero goes on an adventure, beats a crisis, then returns back to his home, the exact place that he started, changed in some way, and thus able to
Oh, it's my turn? Well, I did wait a second to reveal myself. All the way here on page 5 of the script. Never say I was an attention whore. Anyway, I'm the editor. I'm the one who's been reordering things for Jesse. Just to fit a little narrative. Don't worry, it's for a very fun reveal later. And also don't worry about Aranock. She's not the only eldritch being able to possess this body. Sometimes you have to share. I have a question for you. Have you heard this story? A neoliberal government is wholly or nearly destroyed by a fascist leader who gains power over a period of time and a lot of violence. A group of down-on-their-luck resistance fighters who represent a desire to return to the old system must fight back against insurmountable odds. They succeed in re-establishing a republic after defeating the evil figurehead. Characters fall from light to dark and rise from dark to light redeemed. In the end, nothing is fundamentally changed at the galactic scale from before the evil arrived. Well, except for the universe growing older and many lives lost. If you said I just described a number of stories from the Old Republic, the original trilogy, the old EU sequels, the new sequels, the Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, Mandalorian, and probably about a dozen other stories in Star Wars that I can't even think of right now, you would be correct on all accounts. Star Wars is a series about the universe never really changing. Thousands of years passing and the same cycles and wars repeat over and over and over again. The light side defeats the dark side reforms from the light side. It just keeps repeating. The figures and the names and the dates shift, but the fundamental underlying systems don't really change. Except maybe decaying, growing older, more worn down, more battered. Circles within circles, stories within stories. Star Wars is, after all, a series about how neoliberalism gives way to fascism, which is then overcome and returned to neoliberalism, which then gives rise to fascism again, which then returns to neoliberalism, which obviously results in fascism taking over again, which results in the regaining of new... I think you got the point. It's time for the opening credits. I'll see you in a bit after the lower circles have some more to say, but isn't the structure I've made fun?
All of us, regardless of if we know it or not, have heard the idea of the monomyth, the concept that all myths in human history can be pressed down into a common mold. The idea that a hero goes on an adventure, beats a crisis, then returns back to his home, the exact place that he started, changed in some way, and thus able to change the world around him.
A spiritual hero who has learned or found a mode of experiencing the supernormal range of human spiritual life, and then come back and communicated it. It's a cycle. It's a going and a return that the hero cycle represents.
The idea of the monomyth was popularized by Joseph Campbell in his 1949 book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. The monomyth is a cyclical structure that Campbell describes as
a hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a religion of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered and a decisive victory is won, and the hero comes back from this mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons on his fellow man.
Campbell cites numerous stories like Prometheus stealing fire from the gods for mankind as examples of these type of monomythical stories.
I mean, Prometheus brings fire to mankind and consequently civilization. That's, by the way, a universal theme.
What is?
The hero, the fire theft theme usually with a relay race after it. Often it's blue jay or woodpecker or something like this that steals the fire and then passes it on to something else, one animal after another. And they're burned by the fires as they're carrying it on, and that accounts for the different colorings of animals and so forth. It's a worldwide myth, the fire theft.
It is the story of a hero who gains insight, power, and knowledge that they then come back to bestow upon others. Great men who give to others around them because they showed unique strength and ability. And this cyclical structure of leave, adventure, return is an important part of the monomyth, leaving the hero to come back to a status quo that he has changed in some way by his actions and skill. Star Wars, as I said before, is well known for its use of Joseph Campbell's monomyth to tell its narrative. So much so that when discussing monomythical storytelling in Hollywood, Star Wars has become the prime example.
Do you see some new metaphors emerging in the modern medium for the old universal truths that you've talked about, the old story?
Well, I think that the Star Wars is a valid mythological perspective, and the problem of is the machine, and the state is the machine. Is the machine going to crush humanity or serve humanity? And humanity comes not from the machine, but from the heart.
The original trilogy centers Luke as the driving force of the narrative. It always returns him at the end of the films to a status quo, so that the next movie can pick up with this new status quo, a new adventure for Luke to go on so that he can save the rebellion and stop the Empire.
Let's take Episode 4 A New Hope, for example, and fit it into the basic hero's journey structure. Status quo. Luke is a normal and humble farm boy on his home planet Tatooine. Call to adventure. Luke finds the message from Leia hidden in R2-D2. Meeting the mentor. Luke meets Ben Kenobi, who can teach him about the Jedi and the Force. Refuse the call. Luke decides to only take Ben Kenobi as far as Mos Eisley Spaceport. Cross the threshold. Luke finds his aunt and uncle are killed, and then decides to go to Alderaan with Obi-Wan. Tests, enemies, and allies. Luke meets Han Solo and Chewie, and they escape Tatooine together. Luke then trains in the Force with Ben Kenobi, but they get picked up by the Empire and meet Darth Vader, who kills Obi-Wan. Luke rescues Leia, but is left without anyone that he truly knows. The Innermost Cave. Luke plans to attack the Death Star, but Han Solo decides to leave, only caring about the money. The Ordeal. Luke attacks the Death Star and loses his friend Biggs in the assault, while Darth Vader himself nearly kills Luke. The Reward. Han Solo comes in and saves the day, proving that he actually did care about Luke. The Road Back. Luke uses the Force to destroy the Death Star. Return to new status quo with Elixir. Luke brings hope to the galaxy and a new status quo is affirmed. It's a constant loop back upon itself. On top of that, even the idea of the Jedi in these films highlights this. Mythical figures with inherent power and connection to nature over others, a power that we learn is often hereditary.
No, I am your father.
Luke, and hinted at Leia, and which will become more explicit in later films, are more powerful in the Force because their father, Darth Vader, was.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Strong people like Luke with his piercing blue eyes had inherent strength over others and thus deserve to drive the narrative. As well, many characters show disdain for community-based systems and planning, such as Han Solo saying, "No time to discuss this in committee," in Empire Strikes Back. And throughout all of the films, the ideals of the democratic republic that preceded the Empire are only casually offhandedly mentioned.
For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the old republic. Before the dark times, before the Empire.
Grab that special one and jump into your candy-colored custom or your screaming machine, cruise downtown and catch American Graffiti.
Despite the studio not understanding it, American Graffiti had been a success. So, in 1973, Lucas got momentum behind his Star Wars film concept, and he secured a memo deal with Fox in order to get it made. And because he had already had some success and the movie was being made for a relatively low budget, Lucas got to keep most of the control of the film. Yet, it was a film being made in the studio system, one with plot and structure and a central character, Luke Skywalker. This is a far cry from the young boy only a few years before who had said, "I don't do character-driven dramas, I want to do experimental films, I don't want to work in this studio system." George Lucas had won, but it came at a cost.
When you go back to THX and American Graffiti, both films were incredibly negative experiences for him. The way he described it to me is that it was as if someone took one of his children and mutilated them. Jesus. So, when they started editing his life, that's what forever turned him against the studio system. He knew that he was going to have to go to a studio to get Star Wars made. The way he looked at American Graffiti producer Ned Tanen at Universal was the way a Jewish concentration camp survivor views Hitler. That's a hell of a quote. It really is, and he never got over it. He even said, "I'll get the first Star Wars made, and that will be the last time I will ever work with a major Hollywood studio."
Before we continue, while Dave is not being outright hateful, this is a deeply inappropriate commentary for a Gentile to be making. We recommend that everybody who's seeing this watch Lady Night the Braves. The Holocaust is not a metaphor, The Grey Zone. It is an absolutely phenomenal work, which is mandatory viewing. Anyway.
Upon its release, Star Wars became the highest-grossing film of all time. George Lucas was triumphant, a hero. He had proven to the Hollywood studio system that he had known what he was doing all along by making a movie within the Hollywood studio system. But between his Star Wars and Steven Spielberg's Jaws right before it, they cemented the concept of blockbuster films. Movies that could have mass appeal and make tons of money all at once, and it became a Hollywood staple. Lucas's company, Lucasfilm, had incorporated in 1977 and created the Star Wars Corporation as a subsidiary to control the franchise's commercial and financial aspects. And he also helped found Industrial Light and Magic as a special effects house and expanded it using his profits from Star Wars to get the company even further along. Even further, Lucas had cemented the usage of Joseph Campbell's Monomyth as a template for making movies as a feature of his success. Even better, thinking that Star Wars would be worthless, 20th Century Fox had given George Lucas primary interest in the series' merchandising and sequel rights, which would prove incredibly lucrative for Lucas. Lucas signed a contract with Fox to distribute the sequels, and while Lucas did not direct them, he executive produced both The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, both being huge financial successes with positive critical reception, though with Return of the Jedi being slightly less so. Over the next few years and decades, because of Star Wars, along with his work on projects like Indiana Jones, as well as his eponymous Lucasfilm and ILM, Lucas became a household name, a venerated hero of Hollywood, the visionary upon which all of Star Wars was given. He had faced the ordeal of Hollywood and returned with the elixir of power and money, and became the hope to other hopeful directors and creators out there who had planned to follow his path. He had returned to the new status quo, back to the beginning of the circle. Lucas had become the Monomyth.
Pincus put me in contact with his rebel cell, but I didn't just stay in a cell. I was a Jedi. I was too big for that. I began to run missions for the rebellion, not the small covert actions I'd done to undermine Imperial control. No, things that drew attention. Manufactured attention. They told the story of rebellion. No, not that. They told my story. We were doing good for people. I was doing good. But I still knew there'd be a cost. And I just hoped I could keep the collector from coming. Even if it did, I thought maybe that price would be small. Besides, it felt so good to stand up and be seen as myself rather than fade into the background as I had for so many years. Let others see my true power. The power of a Jedi. But there was a larger audience than I had hoped.
In Return of the Jedi, the ideological struggle at the center of the story becomes a battle of individuals, Luke versus Palpatine, each representing their side's ideals. Yet by telling the story this way, it makes it so that the narrative makes the issues of the universe that these characters inhabit issues of individuals. And when one is struck down within the story, the entire ideology of that person becomes subsumed by the other.
Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
The Empire and its imperialistic tendencies are all embodied by Palpatine, for example, and in a way that actually makes sense for his ideology. Fascistic, totalitarian, and authoritarian systems are all about the projection of power. The more individualistic, the better. The strong, charismatic man at the top.
Fascism was characterized by the cult of the leader, and Mussolini played up to this in a very big way, and was always posing for the cameras. He had remarkable staring eyes. Everything was done to present him as a kind of Nietzsche-type Superman. A man who was virile, who was athletic, who was a great sportsman, who had a great torso, and he had no qualms about stripping to the waist and showing off his, as he would see it, his manly torso.
And the more raisiny, the better, apparently. In fact, we later learn in Expanded Universe comics that Palpatine literally set up the Empire to fail without him, an idea that would be explored interestingly in DICE's 2018 Star Wars Battlefront 2 game.
We'll purge this planet and others. Fear shall spread and the galaxy will remember who is in control.
This is our home.
The Empire is our home, and we will do as the Emperor commands.
I don't take orders from dead men.
And in the Dark Empire comics, where we learn he uses clones to recreate himself and continue his individualistic reign even after his supposed death in Return of the Jedi.
That was not the first time I died, nor will it be the last. Such are the mysteries of the dark side of the Force. My body has decayed again and again, and each time I have needed to take another, transferring my essence into a humble clone of the man I once was.
An idea that would get regurgitated in Disney canon with The Rise of Skywalker. Palpatine works to make himself and the Empire's entire ideology seem one and the same. It's able to make himself seem more powerful. Similarly, within Joseph Campbell's Monomyth, the systemic becomes individual. The goal of Joseph Campbell's storytelling is to have heroes become representatives of one's ability to exist within the status quo, and influence the status quo by being great men. And specifically, men.
Joseph Campbell wrote The Hero with 1,000 Faces while teaching at Sarah Lawrence College in New York. During his last year teaching there, one of those seniors at the all-women's school walked into his office, sat down, and said, "Well, Mr. Campbell, you've been talking about the hero, but what about the women?" The startled professor raised his eyebrows and replied, "The woman's the mother of the hero. She's the goal of the hero's achieving. She's the protectress of the hero. She is this, she is that. What more do you want?" "I want to be the hero," she announced.
As Joseph Campbell stated, it's not the entire system's fault. The system can work.
I don't think it would help you to change the system, but it would help you to live in the system as a human being.
Even if the system is an evil fascistic empire. It's not a systemic problem that the empire fell into fascism, it's a failure of individuals to push back within those status quos to keep it from becoming fascistic.
This is a very interesting thing about these mythological themes. The achievement of the hero is one that he is ready for, and it's really a manifestation of his character. And it's amusing the way in which the landscape and the conditions of the environment match the readiness of the hero. The adventure that he's ready for is the one that he gets.
And as a result of this, it's individuals' jobs to solve the problem of things falling into fascism, to fix the system, to reassert it as it should be, instead of overthrowing it and saying that the system itself is the problem. Luke cannot systemically change the Empire. He can only join it or revert it back to what it was before the Empire, the Republic. This is ultimately what the Emperor wants from Luke, for him to do a a little patricide and then take his father's place, giving the Emperor a younger, stronger soldier, a stronger hero.
Your hate has made you powerful. Now, fulfill your destiny and take your father's place at my side.
The Emperor tries to manipulate Luke into doing this because he tells him that he could change things. He could do things better than Vader. The only way to change things is to join the system in place of a worse individual, one bad apple that you can just remove. And certainly Luke might be able to make things marginally better, but only in a superficial way. He would still be serving the Emperor, and ultimately over time would probably become just like his father. Thus, if Luke joined him, by doing so, the Emperor would have successfully sold Luke on his myth.
It is your destiny, my friend, to succeed your father, to wield my discipline over the worlds that have betrayed me.
Maybe I must challenge the dark side from within. Yes. My father's destiny is my own.
Yet by selling Luke on the Emperor's story, it required the system to work to Luke's advantage in the first place. The Emperor wanted Luke to be in this room in order to strike down Vader. He foresaw it, he says.
Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design.
But in truth, the Emperor maneuvered this to happen, letting plans get away and festering resentment in his disciple Vader in order to create this conflict. Thus, as the Monomyth blames individuals when the system fails them, it also celebrates individuals and ignores any systems that supports them. Luke, as a result, becomes a Schrodinger's fascist. He is both exempt from the system and upholds it at the same time. His individual action can decide the fate of everyone. He gets to decide which side's Monomyth he follows, the Jedi or the Sith, the Republic or the Empire. Lucas was always hesitant to return to Star Wars after the original trilogy, even canceling a sequel trilogy of films and letting the books and expanded universe tell the story. But after his divorce to Marcia Lucas, Lucas ended up needing a lot of money really quickly, and a new trilogy would certainly end up being lucrative. But also, Lucas was a filmmaker, a person with a vision, who wasn't motivated solely on the basis of financial gain, but an earnest desire to tell a story. And the technology that he had helped pioneer in these special editions told him that technology might have caught up to his imagination.
It was basically my movie that I'd been working on for 20 years. It was a story I wanted to tell. I did things that in certain cases might seem unconventional, that I knew I might get killed for, but I was doing what I wanted to do and making it the way I wanted to make it.
This time, he wanted to continue the idea he had initially wanted to explore in his original trilogy of films.
That was the period where Nixon was trying to run for a second term, which got me thinking historically about how do democracies get turned into dictatorships? Because the democracies aren't overthrown, they're given away.
This theme of the decay and ultimately giving away of democracy became potent in George Lucas's prequel trilogy. The prequel trilogy is explicitly about the erosion of democracy, paralleling the effects of the Bush-era war on terror.
We will direct every resource at our command, every means of diplomacy, every tool of intelligence, every instrument of law enforcement, every financial influence, and every necessary weapon of war, to the disruption and to the defeat of the global terror network.
Palpatine in these films is now explicitly a politician working behind the scenes not to help resolve conflicts, but actually stoking political divisions to create a culture of fear and distrust that only seems to boost his power. Episode 1 shows him manipulating banking interests to destabilize the Naboo government.
Is that legal?
I will make it legal.
This leads to a tenuous financial crisis within the Republic and the Naboo government going to the Senate to ask for help. Yet this ultimately polarizes the Senate itself, with it being deadlocked and unable to do anything. This leads to Padme to do a vote of no confidence of the Chancellor.
I've come before you to resolve this attack on our sovereignty now. I was not elected to watch my people suffer and die while you discuss this invasion in a committee. If this body is not capable of action, I suggest new leadership is needed.
Allowing Palpatine, with his strong and decisive individual action, to take on the role and actually get things done.
Senator Palpatine has been nominated to succeed Valorum as Supreme Chancellor.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Thus, in this moment, it's the first step towards justifying a strong individual leader over a democratic institution, and begins to build the seeds of resentment with many towards the Republic government, something that Palpatine himself would later take advantage of starting in Episode 2.
Congratulations on your election, Chancellor.
Your boldness has saved our people, Your Majesty. It's you who should be congratulated.
Together, we shall bring peace and prosperity to the Republic.
The uncaring obstinacy of the Senate and the Jedi Order, willing to acquiesce and uphold the status quo for those in power, ultimately led to a failure on their part to understand where these seeds of distrust in the system were growing.
Such as senators, regardless of which party, doing little to stop or even helping authoritarian policies in the United States, such as with the Bipartisan Patriot Act, which gave more presidential powers to George Bush after 9/11.
People who knew better voted for it because they were afraid of being called weak.
That weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Saddam Hussein pose a real and grave threat to our security.
You have Democratic as well as Republican members of Congress voting for a war that, does anybody really believe that if they were president, they would have chosen to do that?
Saddam is dangerous. The world would be a better place without him. But the reason he poses a growing danger to the United States and its allies is that he possesses chemical and biological weapons, and he is seeking nuclear weapons.
That undermined, I think, confidence in the American public and their leaders. Who can I trust anymore? The Democrats voted for this war too. Why should I trust them any more than I trust a Republican?
All of this destabilization in the trust of democratic institutions run by the aristocrats leads those who are now disenfranchised and unheard, who grew up in poverty and slavery, like Anakin Skywalker, to see how the system continually fails them. They know how the Senate and the Jedi, sequestered away in a city on the hill, those glittering towers of Coruscant, ignore the harms being done within the Republic itself, even ignoring Coruscant's seedy underbelly right below them.
You want to buy some death sticks?
You don't want to sell me death sticks.
I don't want to sell you death sticks.
You want to go home and rethink your life.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
From here, however, Palpatine stokes divisions further, building upon the seeds that he had laid in Episode 1, using his apprentice Count Dooku to create the Separatists, a group of planets which ultimately tries to pull away from the Republic. This creates the Clone Wars, a conflict that ultimately leads to Palpatine receiving emergency powers, quote-unquote, that will totally go away once the war is done.
Misa propose that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
The power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis has abated.
But spoilers, the war will never end. Because as soon as the Clone Wars are done, Palpatine finds another conflict to go to, thereby justifying giving himself even more powers. Ultimately, as the war continues, Anakin Skywalker, who Palpatine has been grooming this entire time, begins to buy into an us versus them rhetoric espoused by Palpatine.
I have said it many times. You are the most gifted Jedi I have ever met.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
I see you becoming the greatest of all Jedi, Anakin. Even more powerful than Master Yoda.
He does so in multiple ways, not just of the Republic versus the Separatists, but also sowing seeds of distrust with his narrative of the Jedi, as Palpatine begins to spread the rumors of a deep state conspiracy by the Jedi to take him down because they hate democracy, and thus he needs to be given more power in order to stop them.
You must sense what I have come to suspect. The Jedi Council want control of the Republic. They're planning to betray me.
I know they don't trust you.
Or the Senate. Or the Republic. Or democracy, for that matter.
Palpatine also gives Anakin the promise of eternal life and a return to power, a strongman ideal that Palpatine sells him, leading Anakin to fall further into authoritarianism.
He could actually save people from death.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
And this fall into authoritarianism was set up by the entitlement instilled into Anakin by the Jedi, telling him that he was the chosen one.
His cells have the highest concentration of midichlorians I have seen in a life form.
It is possible he was conceived by the midichlorians.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force. You believe it's this boy?
Anakin was told over and over again to believe that he could change the entire system on his own, and felt that he had the right to use his power to do so based on his own personal whims and feelings, which were being actively manipulated as we see.
I shouldn't.
Do it.
Palpatine's promise was an end to death, an enduring and lasting legacy for all, a call for the arrestment of declining power and inevitability of change. Like much of fascistic rhetorics that rely on ideals of nostalgia and tradition and the lack of desire to change, Palpatine rides his culture of fear to a position of more and more power. As Padme says,
"So this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause."
All of this mirrors events during the Bush presidency at the time the prequel trilogy were being released. The cultural fear of the Middle East stoked by the Bush administration after events like 9/11, which itself was a horrific and violent reaction to America's own prior imperialist actions in the Middle East itself, led to the furthering of centralized executive power within the United States with the Patriot Act.
Yet Bush and his administration, with people such as Dick Cheney, capitalized on this event to justify further imperialism into the Middle East, using us versus them rhetoric to generate a forever endless war narrative.
In this conflict, there is no neutral ground. If any government sponsors the outlaws and killers of innocents, they have become outlaws and murderers themselves, and they will take that lonely path at their own peril.
This led eventually to the Patriot Act, where the office of the president was given more executive power by the United States Congress, justified by the Bush administration's call for a nebulous, never-ending conflict against an ill-defined enemy.
Americans should not expect one battle, but a lengthy campaign, unlike any other we have ever seen.
With everyone on both sides of the aisle saying, oh, we need to be patriots in this time of need, come together to sacrifice some of our rights to give it to the executive, to the strongman who can enact our will against this enemy that has been created.
But this administration is making claims that no administration has made before about the president's authority to essentially to ignore statutes passed by Congress, to ignore court decisions that are made, to ignore international treaties, and has made assertions of power that we essentially don't need any other branch of government to wage some of the powers that we believe we are entitled to and indeed obliged to exercise, particularly in a time of war.
One could even look at things like Palpatine stating that the Clone War would not end until General Grievous was captured.
And I assure you, the Senate will vote to continue the war as long as Grievous is alive.
Then the Jedi Council will make finding Grievous our highest priority.
To Bush's parallel hunt for Osama bin Laden.
More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands. Close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the Al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met. And now, the Taliban will pay a price.
Now, to be clear, this parallel was not the direct initial intent with Phantom Menace, which was written before 2001.
First of all, we never thought of Bush ever becoming president, or then 9/11, the Patriot Act, war, weapons of mass destruction. Then suddenly you realize, oh my God, there's something happening that looks like we're almost prescient.
But the second and third films played more heavily into this theming. The growing vitriol towards anyone trying to do anything but uphold the powerful and the rich, and the widening disenfranchisement of those of us the system was never built to help, was mirrored in the films and surrounding material. It was specifically about the American system's fall into fascism and predicted the era of Trumpian strongman authoritarian politics. Yet what the prequels presaged further than what was currently going on at the time of their release was this continuing disenfranchisement of American citizens.
Much like Palpatine's idea of a deep state of Jedi trying to take down democracy that could only be defeated by the genocide of them and a strongman leader, Trump and other far-right politicians after and contemporary with him, such as Ron DeSantis, would use similar narratives to justify further authoritarian policies.
Today's Democrat Party is held hostage by haters, absolute haters, left-wing haters, angry mobs, deep state radicals, and their fake news allies. Those people are the best. They're the best allies of.
You can see this most obviously with conspiracy theories like QAnon, which spread the idea of a deep state of people who hated democracy both within the government and America generally, indoctrinating children that could only be defeated by a strongman leader.
And they're going to push us too far. The calm before the storm, it's like, again, you don't tell the enemy.
Do you think people will take up arms?
Oh, we're going
again?
to, and I'm looking forward to that. That is our constitutional right. I would love a physical battle, but I know
Who
what
are
I'm
you going to
seeing.
be fighting?
Elites or whatever, or the UN, the supposed UN, yes, please. Mainstream media, all complacent.
But also in more mainstream ways, with things like the groomer narrative being used against trans people to justify violence against trans people in a transgenocide.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Or other things like the nebulous enemy of wokeism.
So in Florida, we say very clearly, we will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Our state is where woke goes to die.
The most telling symptom of fascist politics is division. It aims to separate a population into an us and a them. Many kinds of political movements involve such a division. For example, communist politics weaponizes class divisions. Giving a description of fascist politics involves describing the very specific way that fascist politics distinguishes us from them, appealing to ethnic, religious, or racial distinctions, and using this division to shape ideology and ultimately policy. Every mechanism in fascist politics works to create or solidify this distinction.
Yet, as George Lucas is famous for saying, it's like poetry, it rhymes. And the theme of the prequels was not one just targeted at America, but shown to be a human recurring issue. Naboo, for example, clearly evoked Imperial Roman architecture, and the pod race of Phantom Menace mimicked the chariot races of Ben-Hur. This then parallels how the Democratic Republic would fall into its own empire, giving away a lot of its powers to Julius Caesar, who said it would just be temporary, it was just during this time of immediate crisis. The films also draw upon historic parallels between the Weimar Republic as well, as we already talked about, leading to the rise of Hitler and the Nazis. So all of these films are drawing historic parallels between the Weimar Republic, the Roman Republic, and the American Republic, and their historical or potential decays into authoritarianism and fascism. It's linking all these different structures throughout history. Compared to the original trilogy, we can see this obvious decline of democratic institutions. The Republic of the prequels is gleaming and shining, and the empire it falls into by the time of the original trilogy is all analog and dull. It's lost some of its sheen. This is undoubtedly an element of the lower production cost of the original trilogy and the time at which it was made, but it does showcase the slow decay of neoliberalism into fascism and the loss of knowledge and ability throughout this time, throughout its background. And keep a pin on that idea. Also, just as an aside, speaking of analog, isn't this cool? Look at that. I can push buttons. There's a lot of buttons here. It's just fun. That's just fun. This uncaring aristocratic republic is highlighted to be a direct result of neoliberal free market desires, a capitalistic drive solely for more money. The first movie is set into motion by the Trade Federation blockade of Naboo, something many found boring, but Lucas found essential to the story.
People are upset by the fact that the whole series started out with a blockade over a trade dispute. Well, that's how wars start. That's how they lost the Republic. The whole Republic went under because the bad guys took advantage of the fact that the Senate couldn't come together about what they were going to do. It was encouraged by the commerce guilds, which wanted to make money. That's all they wanted to do, make money.
The exact issue of democratic inaction that was implicit but not confronted in the original trilogy's rebellion became foregrounded as a central issue leading to the Empire's rise through Palpatine.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire for a safe and secure society.
It all highlights how when systems of democratic inaction occur, fascism rises up due to totalitarian pursuits of individuals within these systems. The idea of a strong man who can get things done becomes appealing and possible as checks and balances are thrown to the wayside.
Okay,
Did you know that pixel art never looked like this?
Still uttering the same nonsense.
No, seriously, it didn't. Because of the effect of the type of TVs these games were played on, the artists would take advantage of the fuzzy lines to create smooth-appearing images from blocky pixels. Take this portrait from Chrono Trigger, for example. In the age of emulators and nostalgia-based spiritual successors, the idea of how these games looked were reformed by the act of re-engaging with the art through a manner that changed it. This new perception of what they looked like has overridden the original work. 100 years from now, the only version anyone will remember is the emulated one. Oh, I'm getting ahead of my references. I moved that quote after this bit, I'm sorry. Earlier, I reordered Jesse's original story. I took it apart into its component pieces and removed some, replaced others, changed their context. In so doing, I create a lie, a myth. One where I am placed as an arbiter with a greater knowledge and deeper truths. But, as you can probably guess from my visuals, I'm not really the hero here. Even if I pretended to be. The story isn't what you think. And so I begin to reveal villains from the constructs of heroes. Let's start showing you what we denied you earlier.
Yet, this retelling of history, the rewriting of memory to fit the story, is not only a cultural one, but a conscious one. In 1997, George Lucas returned to re-edit the original trilogy of Star Wars films with new technology. Many of these changes were superficial, improving small visual effects and remastering sections. Lucas also did things like inserting characters from later films in the trilogy so that they appeared in A New Hope, such as Jabba the Hutt and Boba Fett. Yet some changed entire scenes and intents. Take the famous Han shot first debacle, for example. In the original Star Wars films, Han Solo preemptively shoots the bounty hunter Greedo, showing that Han Solo is someone who has no issues with killing someone. In the remasters under George Lucas, Lucas changed it so that Han Solo chose to kill Greedo in retaliation for Greedo himself shooting first, meaning that Han was both reactive and defensive and less morally gray as a result in that version of the film. It's a small, subtle shift, but one that entirely changes the motivations and read of the character. As a result, these choices are not just incidental disagreements with fans about special effects, they fundamentally shaped our relationship to the films because these changes told us that the meaning that we had taken away from the original versions of the films was potentially never there in the first place. By changing the meaning of what was in Star Wars, by messing with a supposed aesthetic, Lucas asked us as the audience to question if Star Wars had any inherent meaning. If Han could shoot second, does that mean that it didn't matter in the first place if he shot first? Did it say anything about his character? Was there any intent there when Lucas originally shot it that way? As a result, by changing things like this, even in subtle ways, George Lucas took the depth of Star Wars and simply made it aesthetic without deeper meaning.
This isn't even a commentary on the quality of each choice of whether Han shot first or not. While some may argue which would be better to show off Han as a character, it's immaterial to the larger issue that the fact that this was something that could change under George Lucas's vision starts to make us question the inherent intent of the original version of the film, and the film generally, even with the new version.
Now, I don't want to overplay it. He didn't destroy all of Star Wars with these changes. There's still much to find and love in all of those films, but right here, by making these small subtle shifts, he planted a seed of doubt at the very foundations of what Star Wars was and what it's supposed to mean, giving us a little implicit hint that it may not have meant anything. Lucas, as a result, further cast his own personal shadow upon the films, taking it away from the fans who saw it and loved it for what it was originally. Indeed, to this day, other than fan recreations and bad Laserdisc versions of the films, you can't see the original Star Wars films anywhere. But this frustration and doubt expressed itself. There was a lot of fan outcry at these changes in the remasters of the film, and as a result, Lucas ended up saying, no, these Star Wars films are mine, they are owned by me, and no one else, not even the fans who loved it.
By restructuring the script the way I did, I also laid claim to it. I said it's mine. These are owned by me. They express these ideas now. The order and structure with which you are presented things heavily changes what you see them as. I lied to you by making a singular vision. By re-editing, it transfers possession. We'll come back to that later.
More interestingly to me is how these re-edits frame our relationship to the past. How it changes our memory of the films for those who experience them and for those who come after.
For a whole new generation who have yet to experience it on the big screen. The Star Wars Trilogy, Special Edition.
I personally was born in 1992, and I only ever owned the remastered films. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, have been since I was a little kid, and have never seen the original versions of the first trilogy. To me, A New Hope is the version with Jabba the Hutt in it, the one where Han shot second. That's my Star Wars. That's what I remember and what I have nostalgia for. The only ones I was allowed to get to know by George Lucas.
See it again, for the first time.
In the effort of one man, the past has gotten rewritten, and a new generation only really remembers the version that he created. A version of history that looks back and only remembers the actions of individuals and the changes and re-edits that that individual made.
100 years from now, the only version of the movie that anyone will remember will be the special edition, and you'll be able to project it on a large screen with perfect quality. I think that's the director's prerogative, not the studio's, to go back and reinvent a movie.
Interestingly, Lucas blames the studio for the negative reaction surrounding his remasters of the original trilogy, forgetting the fans, the community, who had built up around the original versions of the film. And he also points to the director's prerogative. Thus, as a result, in his mind, storytelling then becomes only about the individual with the most power over the work. Only that person, that one person, gets to tell the stories, and they get to rewrite them as if they were solely their own, not a community's or one that was made by multiple people in the process. And those who come after to watch the versions of these movies and these works of art after he had tampered with them can only tell those stories of strong men, because now it's the only one that we know.
George Lucas may be the brainchild behind Star Wars. He may have come up with the story and a lot of the characters, but everyone who participated in making those films had some type of creative input. I mean, they won an Oscar for Best Special Effects. Some of those effects are stripped out and replaced with CGI enhancements, if you want to call them that. I think that that's really disrespectful to the people who worked on those models and did those shots.
Is the version of Star Wars Episode 4 the version that won the Academy Award for Best Editing? I would say maybe not.
It's the monomythical cycle made manifest, brought into our real world, refined. In some ways, the act of rewriting and editing the history, the memories, the films, was an act of imposing Lucas's individual myth on them by Lucas himself, to make it so that the only version people would ever see was truly made by George Lucas. And in doing so, Lucas actively draws attention further away from any other contributor to the original Star Wars trilogy.
No one could ever guess that a guy like that could come in and bring all of Hollywood to its knees. Hollywood as the Death Star, and George as the conquering hero.
I hope that George Lucas, the filmmaker, finally emerges and goes his own way against perhaps the wishes of George, the entrepreneur.
I think once we finish these prequels, he will start to do the more interesting experimental films that he's always wanted to do.
No matter how many billions of dollars Star Wars could earn, and no matter how valuable that franchise that they call is, it isn't worth a tenth of what he's worth as an artist and what he's capable of doing.
Lucas's original draft and story for Star Wars was messy.
The script went through radical changes. At one point, Luke was a 60-year-old general, and Han Solo at green skin and gills.
You can see a lot of this in Dark Horse's 8-part comic adaptation of the original early draft of the Star Wars script that was published in 2012. This version features a Sith warrior attacking the Starkiller homestead on the planet Aquila. You know what, frankly, even describing the plot of that version of Star Wars is confusing and, honest to God, kind of unreadable. And the comic is fascinating, but really strange. Stranger than my life. Which is very strange.
If you read the first drafts, plural, of what finally became Star Wars, I'm astounded that anybody greenlit it. I mean, again, thank God he's got Alan Ladd Jr. from Fox in his corner. Because the first Star Wars script is, in my opinion, unreadable. It's got too many ideas. There's way too much backstory. Lucas is very into backstory. And you're like, get on with it. You've got to get on with it. And again, Lucas' elevator pitch on this is terrible.
While Lucas was certainly the driving Forcus Medorcus, that's me. While Lucas was certainly the driving force to get Star Wars made, it would not be what it is without others. Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, James Earl Jones, Harrison Ford, and many more who acted in the films and actively demanded to change several lines. Ralph McQuarrie's visual ideas, John Williams' impeccable and unforgettable score, Marcia Lucas, who won the Academy Award for film editing alongside Richard Crew and Paul Hirsch for Star Wars. There's a whole story of how the trench run from the original film was entirely Marcia Lucas's work.
Marcia had reordered the shots almost from the ground up, trying to build tension lacking in the original scripted sequence, which is why this one was the most complicated. Deleted Magic has a faithful reproduction of the original assembly, which is surprisingly unsatisfying.
And there were so many more people that contributed to making what Star Wars was. And Lucas at the time seemed open and aware of this collaborative spirit.
When I worked on the outline for the Star Wars novel Splinter of the Mind's Eye with George Lucas, the first film was still in production. I had nothing to do with the film, but since I was writing the book, I had to read the script. We discussed that script in some detail, and George listened. He certainly didn't have to, he had complete creative control, but he valued another person's viewpoint.
When he created the edits, Lucas was trying to place himself as the sole arbiter, the central figure, the one, the hero of this journey. A little bit like I've been doing with the earlier sections of the video. I'm the editor and I'm creating the vision of this you experience. I cut around and edit the Jessies and the animations to make a new statement, a new commentary. But it's a lie that I'm the singular person with power here. Because I'm just a character. Aranock's performing me, and Jesse signed off on it. Sure, I was created by inserting myself and reordering Jesse's script to make a new statement, but I'm not at the final layer. No, that belongs to the ones above. I'm just a lie, a myth. The one who doesn't really exist, and yet does.
Hey, Jesse. I think I went a little too far in some places. No, I think you didn't go too far enough. But I think it's important to note that, the editor is also a creation. This is all illusions.
The magic of filmmaking.
Ooh. Themes.
Part of my purpose is to draw attention to artifice, to the power and effect of editing, to how you can chop something up and put it back together to create a new meaning. You see, people love to put all of this praise on Lucas. But as we discussed above, it wasn't George Lucas who saved A New Hope. It was a different Lucas. It was Marcia Lucas. And I think it's worth noting that the person who's been forgotten was the woman. While she doesn't have a long filmography, the films she worked on show that she is a phenomenal editor. So much so that she won an Oscar for Star Wars along with the rest of the editing team, was nominated for American Graffiti, and won a BAFTA for her work on Taxi Driver. Her ex-husband may have been centralized in the story about making these films, but she was just as important, arguably more so. And she's not the only one. I think it's sad that Marcia's ex-husband's act of rewriting history has cut her and many other artists out of receiving the acclaim for their work.
There were 2 or 3 key innovations. One, motion, incredibly dynamic. You know, George is an editor, he thinks in cuts, and that film took the stunning kind of sense of detail and the starkness of space that you saw in 2001 and just kicked it into high gear, just turbocharged it, where everything was moving and crossing, and there was huge scale and tremendous depth to the shots.
He said, I am going to put this together in a way that you've never seen it, and it did.
It encouraged and pushed him to make selfish, self-aggrandizing choices, and to erase those others around him by making it about the money and not the art. The myth of the great man just isn't true. And it's so important to understand that Marcia's ex-husband may have spoke about anti-establishment views, but through his own actions and choices, he undermined them. He became establishment.
The great success of Star Wars didn't lead to the independence and the personal filmmaking. George never made another film after that. Instead, he became, a producer and an entrepreneur.
He became someone who was fighting the establishment and became the establishment.
The monomyth is a cycle, an Ouroboros, an endless recursive loop that must always return to the status quo so that it can repeat, 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 repeat. The structure demands a new tale to satisfy its desire to keep eating its own, tail with an eye. The entire purpose of beginning the cycle is, after all, to return to the beginning, to repeat itself. So let's re-examine the story that we told at the beginning, but this time we'll touch on all of the elements that I had to move, cut, alter. All the little things that you have to ignore if you're going to make a myth.
The myth of George Lucas says he defeated the Hollywood system alone, defeated the studios to make his movie, his trilogy, tricked them into giving him control of Star Wars merchandising rights and the direction of the sequels.
I was very careful to say I don't want more money, I don't want more points, I don't want anything financial, but I do want the right to make these sequels. When I took over the licensing, I simply said, I'm going to be able to make t-shirts, I'm going to be able to make posters, and I'm going to be able to sell this movie, even though the studio won't. So I managed to get control of pretty much everything that was left over that the studio didn't really care about.
And as he took his victory lap after the release of the original trilogy, the system slowly began to eat what he had made. And in fact, he added to it, with his companies like ILM and Lucasfilm helping this structure by aiding other films be made in Lucas's image. Even further, Star Wars itself was merchandised and monetized ad nauseum by Lucas, who had sole ownership of the merchandising rights. And from there, things like TV movies about Ewoks and cartoons about droids were made with no real creative intent other than continuing the Star Wars brand in people's minds.
But it's a dangerous affair, 'cause I'm in trouble again.
Hell, we got a Christmas special that was just literally that.
The Star Wars Holiday Special is brought to you by...
Okay, but Jesse, Battlefront was actually fun, though. Like, why does it have a horse? There's like 50 fantasy creatures, all beautifully animating, and then a horse. There's canonical horses in Star Wars. It's not even a space horse, it's just a normal horse that's there. And trust me, you need to see Wilford Brimley being a weird old man who basically adopts a small child and her teddy bear.
Tiki ought to know better. This is my house. These are my things. I don't want no strangers around here.
Come on, that's a little funny.
Okay, now let's power up this old tin can.
What if it doesn't work?
Then we're really in trouble.
George was one of the most talented American film directors of that time, and somehow, with the great success of Star Wars, we were deprived of those films that he was going to make and might have made. And instead we have an enormous, kind of industrial marketing complex.
Lucas's anti-establishment roots were still firmly part of the narrative of the film, but the establishment had taken notice and began to try to take Star Wars and make it a structural template upon which to make its further movies.
What happens when there's something new? People have a tendency to overdo it. They abuse it. And of course, everybody went out and made spaceship movies, and they were all horrible.
Star Wars provided a blueprint for the modern blockbuster, a release template that Hollywood would continue to try to match. Go big or go home. Create big, tentpole blockbuster movies. Fill it with special effects and explosions, and the people will pay money out their ears to go watch it. The more universal, the less nuanced, the less specific the story, the better, so that it could be sold to more and more people. Speaking of story though, this template went deeper. Joseph Campbell's Monomyth had proven successful, and the establishment structure loves a sure bet. In 1985, at a little company that you may have heard of called Disney, a story analyst named Christopher Vogler wrote a memo called A Practical Guide to the Hero with 1,000 Faces, and put it into the hands of Disney executives. And those executives from that memo decided that Joseph Campbell's A Hero with 1,000 Faces was a perfect storytelling structure for their blockbuster films, including a certain film about lions that also happened to do very well at the box office for Disney.
And I had distributed a memo throughout the studio system, which had this system in it. And I thought when I went to animation, I would have to sell them on the idea. But when I walked in the first day, The Lion King was outlined on a corkboard in the lobby, already with all those things you're talking about, OW and CA and all those other shorthand ways of referring to the journey. So they gobbled it up, and I didn't have to do that job of sales.
It became basically a checklist of what to do to tell a story in Hollywood. You introduce a hero, meet a mentor on page 10, sprinkle a little bit of elixir, and hey, you got yourself a movie. And soon, the hero's journey dominated our screens as the preeminent storytelling mode for how to tell stories in movies. And this was all brought to you by companies like Disney, the most establishment of establishments in Hollywood at the time.
The prophecy states that you are the most important, most talented, most interesting, and most extraordinary person in the universe.
And Christopher Vogler's success on The Lion King went on to lead him to create The Writer's Journey: Mythic Structure for Writers, which is basically a book that was Campbell for people who get annoyed at bad writing, and it became a Bible of sorts for many Hollywood screenwriters. Now, some of you out there watching this video may be watching this and saying, well, Jesse, these aren't hard and fast rules. You don't need to follow Joseph Campbell's hero's journey one-to-one to tell a perfectly good Hollywood story. Even Vogler himself, in his practical guide, argued that you could break the hero's journey. You don't need to follow it to the letter.
The audience wants you to break it somehow. In every scene, you should be aware of what the audience is trained to expect from cookie-cutter examples, so you subvert that somehow. Do it differently. Leave out something, double up, subtract something, make them see it for the first time.
Notice how Christopher Vogler only talks about breaking the rules of storytelling convention using the Monomyth in terms of subversion. You can break the rules. You can bend them. You can maybe use one or two and not others. But you can never envision a world beyond the rules. The rules are ever present. You can bend, break, or react against them a specific, acceptable amount, but they are always there and you need to always be aware of them. The implication then is that these rules of storytelling are a system that has made itself invisible. There is no alternative, only reactions to and against it.
You want to be in a state of writing where you're following the story and characters, but at some point it's appropriate to come back and check the map.
And the more this storytelling mode gets used, the more invisible it becomes, the more we take it as granted for what stories should be. The more a path is used, the more a path is used. But the less likely we are able to see other paths that we could have taken because the path in front of us has been so worn down and used over and over and over again that it begins to seem like the only way through the woods. And used paths are easy to repeat, to follow. Hollywood saw the potential for franchises, creating long-running stories that perpetually continued in a circle, to the point where today we live in an ocean of perpetual franchises endlessly telling the same exact story.
If we continue as we have been, the Inquisitorius will take larger notice and escalate. People will die. Their blood would be on my hands. We are drawing too much attention to my presence.
You are in the unique position to be a symbol of uprising. A hero. The attention will help us.
We should be focusing on their neighbors who are risking their lives for the community. They can help themselves and each other. I'm only here to show them it's possible.
The reality of fighting is not as effective at recruiting people to our cause as placing a single hero they can get behind and celebrate. You are an inspiration.
I'm a liability to any cell I work with.
You've been nothing but an admirable and remarkable help, my friend.
Look at your successes. You are so worried about all the possible futures. Consider the one I'm presenting.
History tells me that story rarely ends well.
Well, from a certain point of view, history has been made by heroes and symbols. It would be better for everyone if you just accepted your role.
I do not like being told to accept anything. That's why I'm here in the first place.
Anna! Mothma! Stop. Anna, during the Clone Wars, I thought I was dead on that battlefield on Felucia. All I saw was the fire of the super battle droid, lighting up the plants around me. It was just a sea, red light. But then I saw your lightsaber, glowing against the metal of the droids, drowning out the red of their fire. You didn't even save me then. I saved myself, but only because your glow inspired me to keep going. And it is what can keep us going now. What you represent, that symbol, it's important to the rebellion. It's important to me.
If you truly think it's best, Pincus, I will capitulate. But know that I want you to be right about this. I just can't forget the patterns of the past.
And that story damaged the work to some degree. One issue throughout Star Wars is the lack of a cohesive ideology for the Empire throughout the original trilogy. In one exchange, Luke Skywalker exclaims how much he hates the Empire.
It's not that I like the Empire, I hate it, but there's nothing I can do about it right now.
Yet, we never really get a clear sense of exactly what Luke finds objectionable. We see hints of the Empire's complete disdain for democratic institutions, such as Tarkin's reference to the disillusionment of the Senate.
The Imperial Senate will no longer be of any concern to us. I have just received word that the Emperor has dissolved the Council permanently. The last remnants of the old Republic have been swept away.
But still, the Empire's actual ideology, what they believe, remains nebulous within those films. Indeed, as the Empire as a concept developed throughout the film franchise, as well as the rest of the expanded universe canon that came after the original trilogy, but before the introduction of the prequels, the Empire's beliefs within the story seemed to shift in its depiction of who was needed as the enemy at the time in which each individual work was made. Some expanded universe novels compared the Empire to Nazi Germany. Timothy Zahn's seminal original Thrawn trilogy highlighted the Imperial's xenophobia, highlighting that Thrawn, a high-level military commander, was the only non-human to ever earn that rank, making him the exception, not the rule, and showcasing the anti-alien sentiment that exists throughout the Empire. In the X-Wing novels in expanded canon, one pilot states,
"The Empire justified its actions through human superiority. It was our duty to preserve order to prevent the exploitation of lesser species. Any action in the pursuit of that goal was justified."
This ideology matches up with Nazis' Aryan ideals. It also ties into ideas like the white man's burden, with aliens being seen as non-white, something we'll explore in greater detail in future videos in this series. Further, other expanded universe stories would draw upon the fall of the USSR in comparison to the Empire, connecting the crumbling imperial power after the Return of the Jedi with the collapse of the real-world imperialist power. The 1993 post-Return of the Jedi book The Truce at Bakura features the Empire and Rebel Alliance teaming up to stop an alien threat. Indeed, this would even even flip Lucas's intended script, with stories like the new Jedi Order books featuring an invasion of the Yuuzhan Vong into the galaxy, forcing Leia to work with the Imperialist remnants. This storyline came about in the early 2000s as US President Bush worked with Putin during the aftermath of 9/11 to go after terrorism. Though the use of the Yuuzhan Vong this way would cast still the New Republic as America, and still code Islam and Middle Eastern countries as villainous alien others.
The reason to point this out here is to point out that while Lucas may have intended to critique American imperialism, it's all kind of just vibes-based fascism. It feels fascist. It points at the aesthetic signs of fascism. Yet throughout its depictions, it never manages to remain clearly targeted in its critique of American imperialism, nor its comparison between American imperialism and fascistic rhetoric.
While Lucas has his understanding and appreciation of history, he's not a historian. Because he's not a historian, Lucas is under no obligation to produce a piece of academically rigorous history in the guise of a science fiction franchise. To expect this is to miss the point of both what he attempted to undertake, and when Lucas interacts with ideas about the past, every one he references himself, it is often a version of pop history, which can have debatable or flawed understandings and preference the feeling of historical movements rather than the accuracy of the events themselves. The notion that the Empire is intrinsically fascist emerges both through its visual depictions and the intellectual consideration that sculpted its creation. But this is something that needs to be historically framed because at times, Lucas and others interchange their concepts of fascism, totalitarian dictatorships, and authoritarian regimes in ways that complicate rather than simplify the eventual depiction on screen.
This ability for the Empire to represent totalitarianism more nebulously is actually incredibly important to understanding the potential power that Star Wars could have as a political critique. Emphasis on potentially. Okay, before I discuss fascism as it relates to this, a lot of people do not understand the text fascism. Fascism is a semiotics text by a semiotics researcher. Should be understood within that context, which is the context we're discussing it here. It is about signs and the crafting of meaning. We'll have a really good video of Vaselikov, the developer of Umarong Regeneration, discussing why this matters in more depth, linked in the description. But it's important to approach this work from the semiotic context to properly understand it, and to properly understand why we're using it to discuss Star Wars, because Star Wars loves engaging with fascist semiotics. The Empire is full of these signs of fascism. This jacket is not just a jacket. It is a jacket that is pointing at the Nazis and their military and their aesthetics. But also we have these signs within the Empire which point at American military and imperialism, thus interconnecting their meanings. Semiotics really is not a difficult concept. In Fascism, Umberto Eco outlines how not all fascist regimes themselves come from the same mold as German Nazis.
There is only one Nazism, but the fascist game can be played in many forms, and the name of the game does not change. Fascism became an all-purpose term because one can eliminate from a fascist regime one or more features, and it will still be recognized as fascist.
The way Eco highlights this is using a sequence. Group 2 has 2 similarities to Group 1. Group 3 is similar to Group 1 and 4. Group 4 contains none of what Group 1 had, but due to the series of decreasing similarities between 1 and 4, there is a family resemblance in these groups. Thus, while 1 and 4 are superficially different, they do have similarities, and thus we are able to recognize it by transitive association.
Thus holds the potential of Star Wars and its ability, or at least possible one, to say something powerful. The Empire within Star Wars is not intended to be a one-for-one of America, but instead drawing attention to both elements of America within it and those elements' resemblance to other totalitarian and fascistic governments elsewhere, so that the Empire can be used to recognize the fascistic tendencies within America itself. But, and this is important, it requires us as viewers to be aware of the implication of America within the critique of the Empire. If you don't see the elements of America in the Empire, you won't be able to directly connect it to other fascistic and imperialist elements present within this fictional organization. And it also, because of this nebulousness of the critique, leaves the franchise very open to co-option and misinterpretation.
To avoid co-option, one needs specificity in their critique. Otherwise, it risks only some people really understanding the discussion, and certain other people seeing the message as supporting those it denounces. The reason why I mentioned Fascism being a semiotics text is to understand that something can have some of these signifiers and not be fascist.
Umberto Eco, in Fascism, when he discusses the 14 signs of fascism, doesn't mean these are clues that someone is secretly a fascist. He means these are 14 semiotic examples of the aesthetic and characteristics of fascism. Fascists are always funded by capitalists to protect stolen wealth.
But now that we have the ground rules, anytime we discuss Eco going forward, it should be understood that we are not discussing a definition of the ideology, but rather the signs and semiotics of fascists.
So Lucas's pop culture vibes-based art has potency in its vibes, but it requires the artist like Lucas to understand the implications of his own metaphors. And Lucas almost does for Star Wars, even having specifics in mind for his critiques.
He was a politician. Richard M. Nixon was his name. He subverted the Senate and finally took over and became an imperial guy, and he was really evil, but he pretended to be a nice guy.
For Lucas, by casting Palpatine as Nixon, the man behind the entire empire, it shows how Lucas saw Nixon's desire for power and governmental overreach as the embodiment of the growing issues with American imperialist and fascistic tendencies.
Tonight, I do not tell you that the war in Vietnam is the war to end wars, but I do say this. I have initiated a plan which will end this war in a way that will bring us closer to that great goal, to which Woodrow Wilson and every American president in our history has been dedicated, the goal of a just and lasting peace.
But Lucas wanted to critique individual people and not the systems involved in creating those people, of putting those people into power and allowing those people to do what they would. And as a result, he individualized systemic issues, saying that it was just bad apples in charge of systems that could ultimately work if we just had good apples. If there had been a better Chancellor, a better Palpatine, it would have all been fine.
Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
Maybe if Padme had gotten elected Chancellor, it would have been absolutely great.
Now they will elect a new Chancellor. A strong Chancellor. One who will not let our tragedy continue.
The need for there to be individual answers to larger systemic problems was not an issue only of the villains of Star Wars 2, but of the heroes. As we talked about before, Star Wars is known for its use of Joseph Campbell's Monomyth, to which Luke Skywalker fits like a glove. So much so that when discussing the Monomyth within Hollywood studio systems, Star Wars has become the prime example. And as I said earlier, Hollywood, and Disney in particular, began moving their Hollywood blockbuster films in the same direction of using that story structure due to Star Wars. The negative consequences of Lucas' repetition of this myth about what stories can be told did not end at his own work, but infected art at large within the Hollywood studio system. And his myth-making about himself contributed to the auteur-obsessed viewpoint of far too many who discuss Hollywood-style filmmaking.
I continued to fight with the rebellion. But then one day, I ran a mission to liberate a prison where important imperial machinery was being manufactured. I found that I had been anticipated. As I had feared, using me as a symbol drew the attention of the Inquisitors, and they followed me back to where I thought I was safe. The price was finally paid.
Luke, as the driving force of the story, always returns him at the end of the story to a status quo, so that the next movie can pick up with a new status quo, a new adventure for Luke to go on so that he can save the rebellion and stop the Empire. He saves the day, but can only save the day so much because there still needs to be a villain who is familiar and safe to the audience to defeat in the next movie.
The rebellion is reborn today. The war is just beginning. And I will not be the last Jedi.
It's a constant loop back upon itself, the same basic story being told again and again and again. And by constantly focusing on Luke, it removes a desire to focus on community and the apparatuses that allow Luke's journey to even occur in the first place. These stories forget all the X-Wing pilots who died to make Luke's trench run possible. Yay, we won! We get a celebration ceremony and medals, at least for all the human people, but what do you mean we should stop and mourn the lost? There is never a moment in the films to stop to see all those who have died. Like taking a moment to have a funeral procession, to play music, to remember those who gave their lives in service of fighting back against fascism. Stories like this also ignore the tale of the people who stole the Death Star plans in the first place that Leia had at the beginning of New Hope, a story that would take decades to get canonically told to a wide audience who only watches the films. It also forgets all the Bothans who died who got the second Death Star plans. They're just left to one relegatory line in the backstory of Return of the Jedi.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information. Admiral Akbar, please.
Instead, the rebellion's successes are all framed as Luke's personal major accomplishments by the narrative. It's all on him. And this continues into all of the Star Wars original trilogy, as most people forget all the many Bothans who died to make Luke and his close friends' actions possible. Indeed, many characters show disdain for community-based systems and planning, such as Han Solo saying, "I don't think it's time to discuss this in committee." This isn't to say that the characters are unaware or dislike more unified ideals, but the nebulousness of the Empire is mirrored in the nebulousness of the Rebels' ideology as well, muddied by the need to highlight a monomythical central figure like Luke within the story. The ideals of the Democratic Republic that preceded the Empire are only casually mentioned within the original films. As a result, the highlighting feature of Rebellion and the New Republic that forms after it in the expanded universe is one of constant democratic paralysis. Throughout the Heir to the Empire books by Timothy Zahn to the New Order books that take place after the Return of the Jedi, the main struggle the characters often face is the bureaucratic instability of the New Republic, its inability to make quick and decisive action. And it's also flavored by a disdain for bureaucratic democratic institutions in favor of individual action. Throughout the expanded universe books, Han, Luke, and Leia constantly subvert the New Republic's bureaucracy to get shit done themselves, because they are frustrated by the government taking too long or its inaction, going behind the scenes to do their own thing.
I can assure you, Captain Solo,
Admiral Akbar's gravelly voice came over the Falcon speaker,
that we are doing everything in our power to find out how this happened.
That's what you said 4 hours ago, Han reminded him, trying hard to be civil. Between the council members, their staffs, the prep crews at the spaceport, and various security and support personnel, there may be up to 200 people who had direct access to your itinerary. Tracking through all of them is going to take time. For a minute, Han just sat there in the Falcon's cockpit, thinking evil thoughts about politics in general, and Akbar in particular.
And, most recently, this has appeared as a recurring theme in the Disney Plus Star Wars shows, such as in Mandalorian Season 3, where a former Rebel pilot ignores his New Republic bureaucratic boss, who tries to prevent him from protecting a non-aligned world through paperwork, and instead goes and saves said planet on his own.
What does that matter? We can't leave them defenseless.
Of course not. But we have a backlog of requests from member worlds that have priority. I don't even know if we have the resources, especially for pirates.
Or in Ahsoka Season 1, where New Republic Admiral Hera and the same pilot from Mandalorian Season 3 ignore New Republic senators' orders to not go investigate the potential return of Grand Admiral Thrawn.
General, be honest. Isn't this just another attempt to gain New Republic resources to aid in what has ultimately been your personal quest to find Ezra Bridger?
Ezra vanished while fighting Thrawn.
And that you conveniently use a threat of Thrawn's return to acquire those resources that could be put to a more practical purpose, helping the people of our fledgling republic.
In both these series, democratic institutions are depicted as ineffectual, and instead we require heroic individual actions in order to save innocents and prevent a rising external fascistic threat.
You know, you're risking an awful lot by doing this.
Well, you know how it is. Once a rebel, always a rebel.
Yet, in contrast to this, intriguingly, one of the original trilogy characters, Leia, is shown in the sequel trilogy to have left the New Republic to form the Resistance due to her frustration with the bureaucratic failures of the New Republic as well. But in the canon novel Bloodlines by Claudia Gray, the author makes some intriguing links between Leia's frustrations with the New Republic and fascists like Darth Vader.
In that instant, Leia's anger rose to a nearly uncontrollable fury. If she'd had a blaster, she might have fired it. Her rage could have driven her to kill others, innocents, just to make sure Ransom Casterfo didn't have to needlessly die. She realized then something she never fully understood before. She had always wondered what had led her father to turn to the dark side, to become Darth Vader. She'd imagined it came from ambition, greed, or some other venal weakness. Never had she considered before that the turn might begin in a better place, out of the desire to save someone or to avenge a great wrong. Even if it led to evil, that first impulse might be born out of loyalty, a sense of justice, or even love. Had it been like that for her father? She could never know. But for the first time in a very long while, she had some sense of who Anakin Skywalker might have been before his fall, and the goodness that must have survived in him through all the darkness, all the years.
There's quite clearly a direct line being drawn here between the inaction of democratic institutions and their continual failings, and a desire to want to get things done through authoritarianism and totalitarian pursuits, ultimately leading to fascism. However, thankfully, this story was trying to justify the cynical decision by Disney in A Force Awakens to join a rebellion-like organization such as the Resistance. And so while this is attempting to fix the problem after the fact, this novel does showcase that Leia, unlike her father, is willing to work outside of the neoliberal system in order to create something new to push back against democratic inaction as well as fascism, instead of falling into fascism herself. Sadly, this discussion is somewhat hampered by the fact that the Resistance itself just becomes a regurgitation of the rebellion, but we'll talk about that more in just a little bit when we get to the sequel films.
Which directly shows how the system is aware that the system is non-functional and builds these behaviors into it on purpose. War crimes are cool if Americans are doing those war crimes. Hoorah!
Even further, the rebellion features an inherent contradiction at its core. We see droids, clearly sentient beings with their own wants, personality, and desires, yet they are unable to act with any free will of their own within the story.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
What?
Your droids. They'll have to wait outside. We don't want them here.
Nice way out by the speeder. We don't want any trouble.
I heartily agree with you, sir.
They are an exploitable workforce, ultimately disposable, even worthy of mistreatment, often some mistreatment done by the heroes themselves.
As a token of my goodwill, I present to you a gift. These two droids.
What did you say?
Both are hardworking and will serve you well.
This can't be. Artu, you're playing the wrong message.
It's a core issue that could have provided an interesting critique of the failures within the rebellion, as well as the Republic in the prequel trilogy, to stay true to its ideals while fighting fascism. Yet the films never frame this as an issue, it's just a given in the background of the world. The same thing happens in the prequel trilogy with slavery. Our Jedi heroes never really confront that slavery exists within this world, though that is actually more textual within those films as a problem.
I tried to free your mother, Annie, but Water wouldn't have it.
You're coming with us, aren't you, Mom?
This ultimately mirrors one of the myths of neoliberalism. A capitalist or colonialist society demands an exploitative labor force in order to function, and this labor force is often justified after the fact through the dehumanization through some justification, be it racialization, gender, or something else. That neoliberalism tries to hide this exploitation through the myth that everyone can just move up and everyone is neutral within these systems, while at the same time often dehumanizing its working class. Colonialization did much the same, saying that there were non-humans not worth concerning about, such as how black people were not considered equal humans and thus worthy of being enslaved. In fact, it was argued through pseudoscience like phenology that black people were made to be beasts of burdens and that it was their place to be enslaved. Thus, the slave labor that we see in the droids reflects this myth in Star Wars. It's an exploitable labor force that we don't have to concern ourselves with thinking about concerning their rights. In fact, Mandalorian Season 3, a series made and produced by corporate Disney, doubled down on this, as it featured an episode where we get hints that there is a potential droid rebellion of the working class on a world where no non-droid person ever has to work.
The citizens voted against any interruption in droid services. They can't live without it.
And why is that?
The citizens are no longer required to work. They can spend their days engaging in recreation, the arts, and participating in our direct democracy.
This had the potential to be a highly revolutionary storyline, but it's ultimately revealed that the droids on this planet actually like being an exploited working class.
Human life is so short. They don't ask that much of us. Organics created us. It's the least we can do.
The reason the droids appeared to be rebelling was that a separatist loyalist programmed them to do so.
I support democracy. Count Dooku was a visionary. He was cut short in his prime by the Jedi and forces.
Politics.
This reflects the rhetoric propaganda espoused by capitalists during labor movements that there is an external force that is causing their labor force to rebel against them.
That they will, in a sense, remove themselves from the lawbreaker situation by returning to their posts. I have no way to know whether this had been conveyed to them by their union leaders, who had been informed that this would be the result of a strike.
Rather than what it most often is. Their exploited labor force recognizing their discontentment and exploitation and pushing back. Thus, through the droids, we can see how Star Wars often presents a neoliberalist myth unquestioningly throughout all of its works, even reflective in our heroes like Luke Skywalker. Luke is supposed to represent democracy, even though he often takes actions that contradict those ideals. He is the hero of the Republic. He is a good person down to his core, and thereby all of his actions are justified because he is enacting the will of everyone in the Republic. He becomes the Republic itself, even if the Republic, the democratic institution, is failing around him. Joseph Campbell's Monomyth is based upon the idea of the collective unconscious. It is a mythical idea that all people have a connection to every other person, but that we don't perceive it, we just feel it. We just sort of feel this sort of collective desire implicitly within all of us.
There is a plant consciousness. There is a animal consciousness. And we share all of these things. You eat certain foods and the bile knows whether there's something there for it to go to work on. I mean, this whole thing is consciousness. I begin to feel more and more that the whole world is conscious. Certainly the vegetable world is conscious. And when you live in the woods, as I did as a kid, you can see all these different consciousnesses relating to themselves.
Thus, he argues, we resonate throughout time and place with similar cyclical stories, like an old man as arbiter of morality or women as erotic object, because we as a collective unconscious constantly wish to recreate these same exact stories. Carl Jung called these archetypes, types above others, molds that people get pressed into, functions that people will ultimately serve, because we as a collective unconscious want people to fit those molds. That ultimately we as humans as a collective recreate the same stories over and over again because we unconsciously wish it ourselves. Joseph Campbell reflects this idea in Hero with a Thousand Faces. This collective unconsciousness in many ways reflects how the Force in Star Wars is depicted. A mysterious energy that connects all life in the galaxy.
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
Thus, powerful Force wielders like Luke and Anakin are equatable, especially in a hero's journey, to these Jungian archetypes. Heroes that arise because the collective wills them, thereby justifying their place as above others, more important, special. Viewed this way, Luke's actions of going against democracy are inherently justified because he is enacting the will of the Force, the will of the collective unconsciousness, the will of the working class. But if that is true, then what does it mean when we look at the hero's journey of Anakin? Does that mean his choice to fall into fascism was the will of the people? Why did Anakin get to make these choices for everyone? And what does it mean, as we see with the Skywalker saga, that these force-wielding traits are inheritable?
You have his power. You're his granddaughter. You are a Palpatine.
But by framing the story this way, it forgets all those who took to get him to that place of being that hero, those who he fights for, those who are currently doing actions behind the scenes alongside him, and those who died along the way. Their deaths in the fight are only examined as it relates to Luke's feelings. Luke and Vader do tear down the Emperor, defeating him, and thus, because the Emperor represents the Empire, symbolically tear down that version of the system. But because it was all placed upon him as an individual, rather than recognizing that Luke is a small part of a larger rebellion, the faults of Luke Skywalker then ripple out into the future of what comes after. And the hero's journey itself within Star Wars then becomes synonymous with neoliberal pursuits and desires within that system, just as Star Wars itself had been co-opted by capitalist pursuits within the real world by Hollywood. The faults of Luke become the faults of his own system that he stands for, rather than the Republic being able to stand for its own symbolic future on its own. The destroying of the Emperor is a victory. The tale ended, the elixir found, the new status quo recovered, and Luke can go back to change the world that he came from. But again, it's a cycle, as the new status quo is ready to begin yet another hero's journey. Luke doesn't represent a new future, he is returning to the status quo, changing it slightly, because of his actions. He represents a return to the past Republic and Jedi, yet he doesn't even know that those systems were the systems that brought the galaxy to this point in the first place. All this isn't to say that Lucas was immaterial, but the veneration of him solely to tell a story that fits our cultural ideal of what a good story is, the idea of a single hero, misses so much. Lucas himself would often play into this myth of himself, even aggrandizing his use of Joseph Campbell's Monomyth to say that he had these great ideas all by himself.
Joseph Campbell said to me, the best student he ever had was George Lucas.
Lucas would often reference Campbell's The Hero with a Thousand Faces as an influence for Star Wars.
I had studied Joe Campbell, I continued to study Joe Campbell, and I really tried to take these psychological motifs from mythology all over the world. As a result, I was able to take ideas that go through all societies, through all the ages, and bring them down and put them into a razzle-dazzle Saturday matinee serial action-adventure film.
But this is questioned by the film's own producer, Gary Kurtz, citing the larger influence of pop culture on Star Wars, like Flash Gordon.
It is here that the true origin of Star Wars comes from. Not from myth and legend, but from the schlock sold on newspaper stands and played in matinees.
Even further, as Star Wars grew in popularity, we can begin to see other impulses influencing George Lucas's choices beyond good storytelling. For example, screenwriter Lawrence Kasdan and actor Harrison Ford wanted to kill off Han Solo in the movie Return of the Jedi. To have him dying there would have been a fitting end to the character.
I thought Han Solo should die. I thought he ought to sacrifice himself for the other two characters.
I also felt someone had to go. I felt someone had to die.
I said, he's got no mama, he's got no papa, he's got no future. He has no story responsibilities at this point. So let's allow him to commit self-sacrifice.
And I thought it should happen very early in the last act so that you would begin to worry about everybody. We should sacrifice somebody. And George was against it. And George knew what he wanted, and he got what he wanted.
Lucas supposedly wanted to keep Han Solo around so that he might be able to tell more stories with the character after that point, being able to make a few more bucks making Han Solo a Star Wars story, which is a ridiculous idea. On top of that, Ewoks, a nearly universally derided part of Return of the Jedi, was added to be able to sell Ewok merchandise for the movie. Lucas also believed that he had full control over the story and that others were just there to do his bidding, not people that would add to his creation with their own ideas. As we start to see, Lucas bought into his myth as the films went along, exerting more power, and he also let market influences guide his creative decisions.
Partly it was a problem of George changing his mind and wanting to do a more action-adventure kind of roller coaster ride like Indiana Jones, rather than continue the story that we had set up in The Empire Strikes Back.
And both of these elements were detrimental to the work, with Return of the Jedi being the least well received of the original trilogy. Yet all of this is mostly forgotten when we look back at the original trilogy as a near-perfect triumph, and Lucas as the man who created it all, did it all by himself. And as we discussed, this is intentionally forgotten in part because Lucas edited those films to make himself seem like he was the auteur. He edited the story of how they were made, and the work in some ways decayed because of it.
The sign of a good artist is knowing when you're done. You don't want to damage the work by continuing to work on it beyond the point in which it's good. And knowing when that is difficult sometimes. So I don't like the tinkering process. I think it's a mistake. But the scene I object to the most is probably the Jabba the Hutt scene, because we had technical difficulty shooting that scene originally, and that character was going to be a human being. And we shot it 3 different times, and we had camera problems and other damage to the negative and things, so we abandoned it. But in that process, we put all the information in that scene into the Greedo scene in the cantina. So if you listen carefully, you'll hear that the dialogue is essentially the same. The story material that you get in that scene is what you get in the Greedo scene. So from a dramatic point of view, the scene is totally unnecessary. And the finished film is better without it, I think.
Thus, Lucas was also not the hero of the prequel films either. In fact, for the most part, those films were critically panned, or at the very least, mixed.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme, every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one. Hopefully it'll work.
Many of the time of the prequel's release tried to diagnose why 3 more films made by the man who helped make 3 of the best movies of all time turned out so bad. And they all came to one conclusion: that George Lucas didn't listen to his collaborators.
The Phantom Menace also makes you wonder. With total control on every aspect of the film, from the writing to directing to casting, etc., this was the result? Then when you hear tales about how Luke was supposed to be a 65-year-old man with a robot head, Han Solo was supposed to be like a frog, and C-3PO was like a slimy used car salesman type,
C-3PO might sound like a used car salesman.
You have to just wonder, what if? What if Lucas had the kind of control back then he has today?
This argument for the worsening quality of the prequel films goes like this. Unlike the original trilogy, where George Lucas guided the vision but was supported by collaborators who he treated as equals, the prequel trilogy was run by Lucas alone. This isn't to say Lucas's artistic abilities weren't good, but art, especially with film, comes from collaboration, from individuals sharing ideas and pushing back and creating conversations that make the end result greater than the whole. It's about not having an ego during the creative process, but allowing the conversation to guide what the art becomes, not one person only. Our culture tends to deify individuals and forget the contribution of folks like Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Empire Strikes Back director Irving Kershner, or Star Wars editor Marcia Lucas, all of whom helped make the original trilogy what it was alongside Lucas.
It seemed like it was a very good relationship.
Marcia was very opinionated and had very good opinions about things, and would not put up if she thought George was going off in the wrong direction. She would tell George, no, you have to do this, you have to do that. So there were heated creative arguments between them for the good.
As a result, when Lucas took on the prequel trilogy, he was seen as an ineffable artist who made the original trilogy by himself, by the people he was collaborating with.
But it is amazing what you can do when you have a vision, when you have an ambition, and when you can bend other people's will to your desire. And the thing that kept it focused towards the ambitions was George's vision and his passion for the idea.
And his collaborators on those films were not fully equal in the creation process. It led to things like failed world building. For example, we never get a clear idea of the separatist worldview or goals in the prequel films, the group that Palpatine stokes into creating a civil war against the Republic. Instead, the separatists are painted as villains, just kind of cartoonishly, often just being represented by inhuman robots or insectoid cannon fodder for us to not feel bad about when killing them, despite their general grievances being potentially sympathetic.
The prequel trilogy is Lucas putting everything up on screen. And those are the moments that you're like, oh, this is Lucas' weakness as a writer. If you go back and read those early first drafts of Star Wars, it's the prequels. That's when you need somebody like Gary Kurtz, or Willard Hayek and Gloria Katz. People who can say, this is boring, you need something funny here. He needed an angel on his shoulder.
Further, the prequel films often have overly wooden acting, boring blocking, and unnecessary usage of CGI.
We should know care about Nabu.
And many at the time saw that.
The prequels represent a warm and tragic story, often told robotically and coldly. Many performances are stilted, directing is often stagey and muted, the scripts are abrasively clunky at times.
They became more about aesthetics rather than telling a good story. And while certainly the original trilogy was not bereft of this, such as things like Jabba's palace taking the designs of mosques, the prequel films are filled with stereotypes and sometimes racist characterizations or implications. The Tusken Raiders, for example, are portrayed as savage villains, kidnapping and torturing Shmi Skywalker for no other reason than it's who they are, leaning into Hollywood's portrayals of indigenous people as savages ready to sexually violate the white woman. Speaking of which, also showing slavery in the prequels as a problem only faced by white people in this world is a choice? Using anti-Semitic stereotypes to portray the owner of Anakin also makes that choice extra horrible.
Hey, maybe you could help with some deadbeats who owe me a lot of money.
Or the Japanese geisha-style makeup that was used for Padme in Episode 1. Even further, my friend and fellow YouTube creator Foreign Man in a Foreign Land did a great video on the Caribbean caricature that was Jar Jar Binks. And also, I will never forgive what Revenge of the Sith did to my girl Padme. Girl went from freaking boss queen in Episode 1 to wearing this killer outfit while fighting kaiju monsters in a pit in Episode 2, and then in Episode 3 just stands around crying, being pregnant, and then dies from grief? In fact, the one scene in Revenge of the Sith that showcased Padme working to help set up the rebellion with other people, including Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, a woman and a man of color, was cut out by Lucas.
Going against the Chancellor without the support of the Jedi is risky.
The Jedi are not any happier with the situation than we are. Patience, Senator.
We have so many senators on our side. Surely that will persuade the Chancellor.
It's a deleted scene, and I don't know why, because it's freaking amazing. Ah! Not to mention the many things in the animated series Clone Wars that we know came directly from George.
Why is Anakin flirting with a catgirl slaver? Why are the clones white? Why is Ahsoka dressed like that? She's supposed to be 14.
These critiques of George Lucas's work is not to call Lucas a raging racist or sexist purposefully trying to do harm, but uncover the implicit biases that he did not recognize, that would have been easily caught had Lucas brought on more people of differing backgrounds in order to catch them. If he had built a more communal and diverse space on those films, these depictions or issues could have been addressed or avoided, but they weren't. But here's the question that I ask. Is his lack of equal collaborators on the prequels really the problem? Some have argued that, as I said.
Giving more credit to Lucas's collaborators is a truly bizarre notion, one that demonstrates a profound lack of understanding of so many things. Film history, Lucas's accomplishments, the collaborative nature of filmmaking, the role of the director and the way the movie business works. Lucas's collaborators made vital contributions to the original trilogy that has never been disputed, least of all by Lucas himself. But George Lucas was the prime mover of the initial Star Wars films. To think anything else is simply bonkers, and anyone who continues to perpetuate this idea needs to be seriously slapped upside the head.
But the argument that Lucas could have made better prequel films if he just had equal collaborators on those movies presupposes one idea. That the Lucas of the prequels is the same artist that had made the original trilogy or even the original Star Wars film, and that all that he was missing at that time was equal collaborators. Yet, I argue something different. I argue that even if Lucas had the same collaborators, the prequel films would not have been of the same quality as the original trilogy because Lucas himself was not the same artist. He had decayed. And you can see this decay as an artist in his films. Lucas had become the hero, yet as a result, he had become isolated through his deification. He didn't get to be seen by those around him as an equal for decades, and thus his ideas were not challenged.
It's bold in terms of jerking people around, but I may have gone too far in a few places.
And art is all about the collision of ideas, the diversity of things bouncing off of each other. Stephen King, in his book The Art of Writing, described it as such.
There is no idea dump, no story central, no island of the buried bestsellers. Good story ideas seem to come quite literally from nowhere, sailing at you right out of the empty sky. Two previously unrelated ideas come together and make something new under the sun. Your job isn't to find these ideas, but to recognize them when they show up.
Art is created by ideas coming together and forming something greater than the sum of their parts. Film editing is literally based on this idea. Filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein invented the concept of montage, where two shots are created completely separately, but then they create a greater meaning when placed in a sequence by giving them context with each other. They create something greater as a combined whole. Take the Kuleshov effect, the phenomenon in which people derive much greater meaning from shots placed in a sequence than if they exist on isolation, even when drastically different. For example, when the same shot of a man looking is placed next to other shots, it will change how people read the man's reaction. The context informs understanding. If the shot after the man looking is of a woman, people read the man as a straight, horny man. Good for you, Aloes. If it's of food, he's hungry. Context and collision of ideas in art is necessary for it. Just as with Joseph Campbell's Monomyth, editing was taken by Hollywood and made ubiquitous and consumable without meaning. Before Eisenstein's theory of collision editing, Hollywood mostly had long, simple, single shots to make up their films. Eisenstein's film editing concept and German expressionist art, amongst other elements, were taken by Hollywood and incorporated into making their profitable capitalist productions. In other words, Eisenstein's editing is done with purpose and care and meaning. Hollywood's editing was done purely for aesthetics. Just like Star Wars' endless pointless wipes and dissolves, there to look fancy and draw attention to themselves, and mostly coming from Lucas. Look at the prequels if you don't believe me. They don't have much purpose beyond that. It's funny because Eisenstein himself directly proposed ways of telling stories that didn't require the monomyth. Eisenstein was working under Soviet Russia, and while he was often forced to make state-sponsored propagandistic films like Battleship Potemkin, one element that did stand out was his idea that there was no hero that led the story. It was instead groups of people, a community of people, the movement of the crowd that could push a story forward. Take the famous Odessa Steppes sequence, where we see the oppressive state regime bearing down on a scared group of people, all moving in one direction. Later in the movie, the sailors on the battleship Potemkin all mutiny in support of the Russian Revolution. It's not a single sailor that is aggrandized, no, it is the mutiny itself that is the propellant protagonist. It is the collision of the mutiny and the state power which create the greater idea of the film. Revolution is necessary. We'll come back to that later.
There is one way out.
This is how Eisenstein saw film. Not as a single hero, but the collision of ideas, communities, movements. He presents an alternative to Campbell's Monomyth's idea of immovable systems. To Eisenstein, the systems themselves were the movement that could be influenced, fought against, or controlled by the community, not individuals. And Eisenstein is not remotely the only alternative. In her masterpiece of a two-parter, Tearing into the Myth of Joseph Campbell, Maggie Mason outlines various other forms of story, and just how artificial and incorrect Joseph Campbell's poorly supported constructs truly are.
Story structure and the values within those stories, vary from culture to culture. And while yes, we are all human and have things in common, I think we have much more to gain from trying to understand what makes each story unique, rather than trying to retroactively shove every story into one mold. Especially when we've decided in advance that every hero is a metaphor for Jesus Christ. My God.
Lucas had no collision of ideas. He just became venerated on his own vision. And thus, as we saw with the special editions, he felt he could do whatever he wanted with Star Wars, removing meaning from them in search of individual self-expression. The collision of art thus became self-reflective then, a loop upon oneself. The collision of ideas inherently relates back to the single person because that's all it has to loop back on. And that loop inherently decays as it deconstructs oneself. Thus, Lucas, by the time of the prequels, had decayed as an artist, becoming more focused on how Star Wars looked, the aesthetics, the cool lightsaber battles, the flying ships. Even the deeper ideas of the prequels were told without subtext. Anakin's first act as a fascist Sith Lord is to murder children in cold blood. He is the most fascist, so you don't miss the point.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
It's Lucas not trusting there to be depth. Lucas had lost so much as a creator that he had in the original trilogy because he had been looping back on himself. Yet, he was not gone completely. There are still great ideas in the prequels, and you can see them, such as this shot in Episode 1, where each character waits in between the force fields in order to re-begin the fight in different ways, highlighting their personalities and anxieties. It is one of the few moments in the prequels of subtext in the visuals, not just simply aesthetics or pure on-the-nose text that can be co-opted by fascists to argue that it's about power solely. A tactic that we'll talk more about in just a little bit, about how fascists like to use empty aesthetics to argue for more power. There is art in the prequels, but it has started to fade.
When you're in that position, it's hard to say what your eye is really on. And what you're afraid of, what you're afraid that maybe the unknown. It's always easier to go into something you know than to something that's unknown, such as a new film that's not based on Star Wars.
And all this ultimately leads to a faded version of the art, a decaying product because it venerates the individual triumphing over a system, not a community making something beautiful together. And as a result, it all falls apart. This is all reflected strongly in the story of the prequels, particularly in the character of Anakin Skywalker's fall. He is a young man left disillusioned by the system that does nothing for him. He was a slave, only saved because he was told he was special.
Will you take him with you? Is he to become a Jedi?
Yes. Our meeting was not a coincidence. Nothing happens by accident.
Then continually, despite being the nice little white boy that everyone said was going to change the world, is continually stopped helping others by bureaucracy.
You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
What? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be on the council and not be a master?
He feels that he is just being given this symbolic place of power with no ability to actually do something, and he sees quite literally his inaction within these systems. He watches his mother die in his arms because of an uncaring system that refused to allow him to go back to save her, to even care for her, to even feel a connection to her after he joined the system itself. He wasn't even allowed to go back and see his mother. He had to become a Jedi, isolated from everyone else. After this sequence with his mother, he learns that his wife will die. Despite knowing that his wife Padme can handle herself, he believes it's his duty to protect the, in his eyes, weak woman besides him. Anakin is quite literally a little incel boy who gets radicalized to extremism by the promises of politicians like Palpatine, who is his mentor, who tells him that his ordeal, his enemy, is the institutions around him, the Jedi Knights, that he deserves to be the hero he was promised and he could save anyone. He would be able to enact the will that he was told to be able to do, as long as he helps tear down the systems around him that are in his way.
I'm going to turn you over to the Jedi Council.
Of course, you should. But you're not sure of their intentions, are you?
I will quickly discover the truth of all this.
You have great wisdom, Anakin. Know the power of the dark side. Power to save Padme.
Yet the Jedi's ideology is ineffectual to combat Palpatine's fascistic rhetoric. They argue for Anakin to cut himself off from connection, make himself inhuman, stop caring for the people he loves, to decay, just like George Lucas cut himself off due to his capitalist pursuits.
The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
I won't let these visions come true, Master Yoda.
Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice for those around you who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. Attachment leads to jealousy. The shadow of greed, that is.
The Jedi just tell Anakin to be a good worker for the state machine, leaving Anakin isolated and alienated, unable to have any ability to see options beyond simply falling into the hero strongman myth as told by Palpatine. Because to his mind, it's either watch his loved ones die, or try to save her through Palpatine's means. Palpatine not only redirects Anakin's anger, he validates it. He feeds the deep-seated resentment of Anakin, tells him he is the hero.
Ever since I've known you, you've been searching for a life greater than that of an ordinary Jedi. A life of significance, of conscience. Are you going to kill me?
I would certainly like to.
I know you would.
Ur-fascism derived from individual or social frustration. This is why one of the most typical features of historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation and frightened by the pressure of lower social groups. The followers must feel besieged. The easiest way to solve the plot is to appeal to xenophobia, but the plot must also come from the inside.
Anakin feels beset by both the Separatists, which Palpatine himself created as we learn, and the Jedi Order, the magical group of space wizards that seem to have control over all of society within the Republic.
The Council doesn't seem to fully appreciate your talents. Don't you wonder why they won't make you a Jedi Master?
Palpatine also tells Anakin that he can give him eternal life, an endless cycle of rebirth and remaking, holding the world in stasis, an endless return to the status quo that Anakin can control and manipulate.
He could save others from death, but not himself.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
But all this is without realizing that the status quo is always returning to a failed system in a failed loop, a decaying democracy, a decaying storytelling structure. Anakin Skywalker is the monomyth in its ultimate form, an individualistic hero decayed into a villain because he no longer desires the elixir for others, but for himself, because he was told that he was supposed to be the hero.
Fascist propaganda typically features aching hymns to the sense of anguish that accompanies loss of dominant status. This sense of loss, which is genuine, is manipulated in fascist politics into aggrieved victimhood and exploited to justify past, continuing, or new forms of oppression.
Like Luke before him, Anakin is an individual hero who exists in a superposition, a quantum state between two moments of being, where he can choose the system for everyone. The whole idea of the story of the prequels relies on the myth that Anakin as an individual can change anything based on his individual actions. Yet the whole system itself has been set up to create this moment for him, to make him believe he has a choice when really he never did.
He must stand trial.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me. Please. It's not the Jedi way. He must live. Please don't. I need him. Please don't. No.
He was put there to push the button on imploding democracy by Palpatine. And it didn't even have to be him. He was just the one that Palpatine managed to get to that point. And it's something that has been whispered in his ear from the second he stepped into the system. So he never had a choice. He only believed that he did. The monomyth perpetuates itself by generating its own lie, because all the hopes for the system, the future of democracy and the Jedi, were placed upon this hero. And when he falls to lies, so too does the system fall. Like the checks and balances around him follow suit, he becomes Darth Vader, turning on those he was supposed to help. As Obi-Wan himself states,
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them!
Yet, Obi-Wan is wrong. Anakin was always going to join the Sith. If not Anakin specifically, someone in Anakin's position. Because that position will constantly get created even after Anakin dies. The loop always returns there. Democracies need to constantly be in decay to require a hero to come to save it. And that's why the stories continually perpetuate itself and fall into fascism. The very fact that Lucas could create a whole trilogy that mirrors the original trilogy, but just changes the outcome of the final choice of our lead characters, Anakin or Luke, showcases how easily this system hinges upon individual actions within these types of narratives, and how neoliberals and fascists are only telling very subtly different stories.
If all goes well, this will not be my final recording. But if it is, then please hear my plea. Change the story. If we are ever truly to be free, then it will not come from returning to the past, nor from single great heroes, but from collective action, from creating systems that work for all people, not just those who profit from conflict. We cannot keep repeating.
What the hell happened, H? That can't have been the end.
I owe it to my friend to tell the rest of their story and to ensure that it survives.
I'm not more important.
What?
It's a lie. Everyone wants to hold on to this idea that it's about one person, that if I follow the journey, I could return us to some past glory. But that status was the failure. It's about them, not me. I didn't feel it until now. I was going through their motions.
Anna, the Inquisitor is still here. We can have this conversation later.
No, we need to have it now. We need everyone to wake up, to fight. The rest of you are far more capable of helping others recognize that than I can by myself. I'm not the hero. Neither are you alone, but all of us together. We need to change the story we tell. It is only collectively that the Empire can be torn down. So let me buy you all a little time.
I'm not leaving you.
You're ensuring I and everyone else who died will live on. Remember the sacrifice, but do not venerate it. Remember the people. Not the old stories of the Jedi and Sith.
Finally, I've heard so much about you. The Jedi taking on the Empire. Oh, so inspiring. Well-told story, but it's just that. A story told to comfort children and the weak-minded. Well, today, it is my honor to write your final chapter, and I know just the ink to write it with.
Tell the right story.
Anna!
But George Lucas did have a chance to stop his decay as an artist. Instead of destroying himself, venerating himself by building himself up, he could work with others. And he actually began to. The Clone Wars animated series, made under Lucas' supervision after the prequels, which was, after its first few seasons, well received by fans, was created by a team of writers headed by Dave Filoni, a man who Lucas saw as his apprentice.
We would sit in a room for 2 weeks straight, me, George, and the writers, and we would hash out all the stories, all 26 episodes of a season in 2 weeks. I think we had to do about 3 episodes a day. It was just really fun. We all stayed at the ranch during that time, so there would be some evenings where it would spill over. It was fun for him. I think it was fun for him to be basically teaching us Star Wars every day.
And this collaboration speaks to the golden age of the original Star Wars trilogy, in that the best Star Wars content involving Lucas, such as the animated show, was done collaborated with others, not just with Lucas's voice alone. The Clone Wars animated series represented some of the best stories in all of the Star Wars universe, and in many ways Dave Filoni was to become Lucas's successor. He was, for all intents and purposes, someone who understood the inherent lie at the center of Star Wars, and thus could create good work because of it.
Stop thinking of the dark side as some pathway to power. That's the Emperor lying to you. It's destructive. Darth Vader is miserable. He lost everything. He has nothing. He has no one in his life. I've absolutely nothing until his son comes back and says, I love you. That's it. Other than that, his life is a wreck. You get that power, but at what cost? The Emperor has no one. Nothing around him but fear and hate. And that's no way to live your life.
The endless desire for power, it's not only an isolating one, it's a self-defeating one. To try to be this powerful, individual, strong man is to leave you alone at the top. You're not powerful. You're just masking inner anxiety and loneliness. Capitalism is shown to stoke the flames of democratic inaction within Star Wars. The Clone Wars animated series, made by Dave Filoni, who George Lucas often stated was his creative protégé in Star Wars, also explored further the themes of war and capitalism, helped the franchise world building, and builds upon Lucas's political theming. For example, the character of Newt Gunray was heavily based on Newt Gingrich, a Republican senator who used TV sensationalization on C-SPAN and elsewhere to help increase political polarization and partisanship in the United States, to build a Republican base.
So right away, he kind of started capturing attention because he was very charismatic, frankly, and also very brash and bold and noisy. And so he started out by recruiting 12 congressmen who were generally younger, more conservative, and kind of bomb throwers by nature, and he called them the Conservative Opportunity Society. And this cadre of 12 acolytes and Gingrich would stalk Capitol Hill looking for ways to make trouble. They were not extremely interested in legislating or in their kind of low-level perches on whatever committees they'd been assigned to. They were trying to change the national debate, and they did that by picking fights with other members of Congress, by being very TV savvy. People that you talk to from the time will note that they even looked different because they had these blow-dried pompadours that made them TV ready or camera ready, whereas most of the members of Congress were sort of old and had comb-overs and weren't very comfortable on television. But they very deliberately set out to kind of upend the old dynamics of comedy and decorum and to kind of shred a lot of the traditions that had stabilized Congress in the middle of the century and heading into the late 20th century.
Leading to democratic inaction, as well as creating the template for the strongman who uses television that would ultimately service figures like Trump as well.
You'll see the way that he pioneered a lot of the tactics of partisan warfare that we now take for granted as just a common fixture of our political landscape, but were actually important innovations by Newt Gingrich and his allies. And more than anything, I think that if you look at the way that he gained power in the first place, he did it very deliberately and methodically by undermining the institution of Congress itself from within, by kind of blowing up the bipartisan coalitions that had existed for a long time in Washington, and then using the kind of populist anger at the gridlock in Congress to then take power. And that's a strategy we've seen replicated again and again, all the way up into 2016 when Trump was campaigning on draining the swamp. This is a strategy that may seem kind of commonplace now, but that Newt Gingrich was one of the premier architects of.
All this would lead to infighting within the United States, leading to an inability to get anything done, as well as the need to prop oneself up using disagreement and individual strength to one's constituents over the ability to work together for the betterment of others.
And he kind of gravitated toward heroes of war more than anything else. He loved reading war histories, World War I, World War II. In fact, one of the defining moments of his life, according to him, was when he was 15 years old and he visited a battleground in Verdun, France, with his parents, and kind of toured the grounds. And it was this kind of very macabre setting where there were, an ossuary where there were bones piled high from dead soldiers, and it was still scarred by cannon fire. And he told me that was an important moment where he realized, in his words, that countries can die, and that it would be his role to make sure that America didn't.
Ever since I've known you, you've been searching for a life greater than that of an ordinary Jedi. A life of significance, of conscience.
it. But it's important that he's always kind of framed his role in politics as that of, a figure in war or a battle. He doesn't kind of look to the great legislators or deal makers or politicians for the most part as his role models. He looks to generals and warriors. And I think that's important to understand as you watch him enter Congress in the late 70s. He was not there to kind of work in the committee structure and deal with constituent services. He was there to foment revolution and declare war, and that has always kind of been his mindset.
Yet more directly, Newt Gingrich often represented corporate interests within the United States government, meddling with democratic interests for his own personal gain, as well as the gain of corporations.
He actually shortened the official work week in Congress and the House to 3 days so that his members had time to go home and dial for dollars or raise money. And actually from 1994 to 1998, when Gingrich was Speaker, Republicans raised $1 billion, which was unprecedented at the time. If he was somebody who cared more about conservative legislation, he might not have, sent all of his members home to try to raise money.
Gunray, within the Star Wars prequels too, represents a banking clan member, someone who is not from a nation, but literally the banking clan, who has a voice in the Senate. Yet, in the films, we are shown that Gunray ultimately backs the Separatists, which seems to be Lucas misunderstanding how money often follows the status quo, not the destabilizing force. However, in the animated series, we learn that Gunray sells resources to both sides of the conflict, and uses his political power on both sides to continue the war endlessly rather than end it, as it serves his monetary gain.
I can sense your concern. The fear that you will lose the wealth and the power that the war has given you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
We could look back through history with folks like gun manufacturer Samuel Colt selling to both the North and South during the American Civil War in working to keep it going so he can make more money. We can also see how corporations within the United States work with both the left and the right as long as it gets them what they want, not really caring about the actual political implications of any of it. There's even a very less subtle parallel within Star Wars of the Separatists literally being called the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and they're a group siding with slavery who are just fighting for planet's rights. As we said earlier, Clone Wars makes some choices.
Weird fact. The abbreviation for the Confederacy of Independent Systems is CIS. That doesn't really add anything. I just think it's really funny that the evil Confederacy, which yes, they have slaves, it's bad, is CIS. That's very funny.
Like the capitalist myth of the free market system, Palpatine enjoys telling people that competition makes them stronger. You must always be in competition with those around you. You must isolate yourselves and prove yourself stronger than everyone else.
Soon I will have a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful.
Palpatine created the conflict between the Separatists and the Republic itself, maneuvering both for his own ends. He also does this with individuals, telling his apprentices that they are only deserving to be his apprentice as long as they are stronger than the last competitor. We saw this in the original trilogy when he sets Luke against his father and says, "I'll keep whoever wins," but we also see it within the prequel trilogy when he puts Dooku versus Anakin, or Dooku versus Ventress, and Maul versus himself. This competition stuff happens a lot in Clone Wars.
I would hate to think you are training your own Sith apprentice to destroy me.
Never. My allegiance is to you and you alone.
Then you must prove it. Eliminate her.
We even see the Emperor doing this in the video games, such as if you choose to kill Vader in the Force Unleashed video game and thus become a servant of Palpatine yourself, despite you wishing in those games to fight against him. The endless cycle of competition within a systemic structure fueled by authoritarianism ultimately feeds authoritarian power.
You will do my bidding until I find a new apprentice.
Yet it's that very ending of Force Unleashed that actually highlights how the monomyth of individual heroes can work towards neoliberal restoration or authoritarianism. Because if you instead choose not to kill Vader, you die and inspire the creation of the Rebel Alliance.
Are we ready to finish what he started? Then at last, the Rebel Alliance is born.
Again, it showcases how the choices between fascism or stalled democracy hinges upon heroic individual choices within a monomythical storytelling structure, Schrodinger's fascist. Yet, either way, it all ultimately serves to reinforce neoliberalist fantasies of how the world works.
Central to neoliberal philosophy is the assumption the market drives not just the economy, but all of social life. It construes profit-making as the essence of democracy and consuming as the only operable form of agency. It redefines identities, desires, and values through a market logic that favors self-interest, a survival of the fittest ethos, and unchecked individualism. Under neoliberalism, life-draining and unending competition is a central concept for defining human freedom. Under these accelerated circumstances, neoliberalism and fascism can join and advance in a comfortable and mutually compatible movement that connects the worst excesses of capitalism with authoritarian strongman ideals, the veneration of war, a hatred of reason and truth, a celebration of ultranationalism and racial purity, the suppression of freedom and dissent, a culture that promotes lies, spectacles, scapegoating the other, a deteriorating discourse, brutal violence, and ultimately the eruption of state violence in heterogeneous forms.
If you're going to approach a conversation about Umberto Eco's or fascism and claim to be a leftist, then you need to put it in the context of the relationship between capitalists and fascists. So to properly engage in criticizing fascists in art requires criticizing their capitalist bedfellows. Veselikov argues, and I would definitely agree, that the family resemblance Eco discusses is the specific relationship between the far right and capitalism. Basically, if any of you are using fascism to argue that, say, indigenous people and land back are fascists, you should go home and reconsider your life.
We can also see this within the Jedi themselves, who we see by the time Luke comes around as mythical heroes, but when we actually get to see what they are in the prequels, are in fact arms of the state, partially responsible for Palpatine becoming Chancellor. In Episode 2, Anakin Skywalker promises Padme that he will capture her attempted assassin, but Obi-Wan corrects him by stating,
"We will find out who's trying to kill you, Padme. I promise you."
"We will not exceed our mandate, my young Padawan learner."
The Jedis are not saviors, they're not heroes, but they're entities of the Republic and Jedi Order authority. Indeed, in Episode 1, the Jedi are sent to Naboo to negotiate for the Republic and the Senate with the Trade Federation. The Jedi are not necessarily independent, but are working on the will of the Republic. The Jedi are not there, then, to upend the status quo of the government, but to reinforce it. In Episode 1, when he meets Anakin and wishes to train him, Qui-Gon offers to buy the boy and his mother out of slavery, with no implication that he desires to stop the slavery system from existing, as it's just an accepted part of life within the Republic. Seriously, this series does not handle the topic of slavery very well. Some of these very themes would be buttressed further by the animated works in Star Wars. Look at the recent Tales from the Jedi series, where we follow the story of Count Dooku, who sees exactly how the Senate fails the actual citizens of the Republic. We visit a planet completely forgotten by its decadent senator. These citizens were not even able to vote him out of the supposed democratic state, leaving them with no choice but to kidnap the senator's son to even get noticed by the very man who was supposed to represent them, as the senator was too enraptured by his own society on the planet on the hill of Coruscant.
You were not aware of these conditions?
I rarely leave the capital. When I do, I spend time off-world on Coruscant, not here. How could my father allow this to happen to his people?
You don't blame them for abducting you?
What choice do they have?
He was an aristocrat who never actually lived the life of those that he was supposedly arguing for within the Senate. And in that episode, the Jedi, including Dooku, were sent to uphold the Republic power and get the kid back, not actually fight for the citizens of that planet or listen to them.
Step aside, Jedi.
We cannot.
You serve the Senate.
Dooku realizes this, though, and stands up to not only the Jedi, but the Republic in power. Though, at the end of the day, he's unable to stop the planet's citizens from being killed by Republic soldiers, and Dooku is unable to solve anything. This is an important understanding for the shift in how we think about the Jedi that we see in the Republic. Until this era, the Jedi were seen as peacekeepers. Their job was to mediate conflicts, to try to bring them to a peaceful resolution for everyone. They wished to avoid violence, quite literally minimal force. This is how Dooku sees his function as a Jedi.
No. We serve the people of this Republic.
Yet he realizes here that the Jedi on the Republic have now shifted roles. They are quite literally space cops. They function as state power and arrest people. They will kill citizens, taking their only recourse in order to even be heard by the government that's supposed to represent them but has neglected them. This leads Dooku himself to feel disenfranchised with the system,
which then Palpatine himself would manipulate, similarly to how he would later manipulate Anakin's disillusionment with the Republic,
twisting Dooku's earnest desires to help the downtrodden in the face of bureaucratic inaction into Palpatine's political gain.
Sifo Dyas, Camino, the clones. I have betrayed everyone and everything I know.
No, you have been loyal to a greater cause.
How many have died because of my actions?
Such is the price of freedom.
Dooku himself is another person that Palpatine is trying to manipulate into that button push into fascism that he later is able to succeed with Anakin. We can also point out how Clone Wars, the series itself, is framed at the start of every episode as a piece of Republic war propaganda.
A galaxy divided by war. Peaceful worlds must choose sides or face the threat of invasion. Republic and separatist armies vie for the allegiance of neutral planets.
The only episodes that don't do that is the finale, when it changes into the Empire. And in the Clone Wars, you get characters like Ahsoka Tano, who becomes Anakin Skywalker's apprentice and believes in the system of the Jedi, thinking she is working for the greater good.
Your master is a very curious Jedi.
He is one of a kind.
Yet ultimately, while she personally upholds the ideals of the Jedi, she is betrayed by the system of the Jedi itself in one of the show's final storylines, where Ahsoka was accused of murder that was later revealed to have actually been caused by her close friend and fellow Jedi Padawan, Barriss Offee, who framed her. Barriss did this because she had grown disillusioned with the Jedi Order's actions during the Clone Wars as well.
Because I have come to realize what many people in the Republic have come to realize, that the Jedi are the ones responsible for this war. That we've so lost our way that we have become villains in this conflict. That we are the ones that should be put on trial. All of us!
While eventually cleared, Ahsoka felt betrayed and left the Jedi Order because the Jedi Order didn't stand up for his own ideals, because the Jedi Order as an institution is not there to uphold the ideals, but the ideals of the Republic, which is falling further and further into fascism under Palpatine.
I'm sorry, Master, but I'm not coming back.
Ahsoka becomes disillusioned with the system like her mentor, Anakin Skywalker, and she believes that it needs to change. Yet unlike Anakin, who eventually falls to doomerism and individual self-interest, Ahsoka continues to actually act on the Jedi ideals of community and caring for others and builds coalitions to fight back against fascism, as we see in her later appearances in Star Wars Rebels, Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, and Tales of the Jedi. But despite the fact that they were working as space cops, the Jedi, after the Republic falls, gets mystified through time for their supposed fight against evil, because they were aligned with the Republic, which is seen as odds with the Empire, without realizing that the Republic itself led to the Empire, and actually became the Empire.
For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the old Republic, before the Dark Times.
People mystified the Jedi as the antithesis of the Sith, yet in actuality they all uphold the same system and loops.
Hey audience, unfun fact! The Grand Army of the Republic is 12-year-olds. All the clones are 12-year-olds. Ahsoka's 14. It's child soldiers all the way down. War crimes are cool as long as America's heroes are doing them.
As a Jedi, we were trained to be keepers of the peace, not soldiers. But all I've been since I was a Padawan is a soldier.
Well, I've known no other way. It gives us clones all a mixed feeling about the war. Many people wish it never happened. But without it, we clones wouldn't exist.
It's a fun series for kids. But this goes so much further with my poor sweet clones, who struggle with having been assigned soldier at birth. Dysphoria's a mood. Also, I'm sad about my clones 24/7. I don't have time to go into all of that here, but just... my poor fucking boys. They deserved better. Anyway, they had Elon Musk chips put in their brains and they were forced, against their will, to kill people they served with for an extremely long time and whom many of them saw as family. One of the reasons we don't see many clones in the Imperial era, and none of them work for the Empire, is because this so heavily traumatized and radicalized a lot of them against Palpatine in the system. But this gets to a core element of why much of Star Wars, and especially the prequels, is completely politically incoherent. Because the enactors of violence, the arm of the state, the literal police, are treated as victims with no agency in their actions. Good soldiers follow orders.
Soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. What is he talking about? Good soldiers follow orders. I have no idea. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow.
The show understands why that's a horrifying sentence, but it doesn't do anything with it. When the clones enact violence that is deemed morally repugnant by the show, it is almost always because of the orders of a corrupt individual or because of Palpatine, and often they oppose abuses of power. Which is why I love them, but still, the system of this army is not presented as the problem, just specific bad apples.
Come on down, kid. We're here to help. No! Liar! What are you doing? Following orders.
The clones at times literally take on the role of police. Look at every episode set on Coruscant.
We've spotted her. She's heading into the alley.
Cancel that. She's escaping in a speeder, heading for section IG-44.
Overall, we are meant to see the actions of the Grand Army of the Republic as morally righteous and correct. Episodes will critique elements, individuals, maybe even sometimes our heroes. But at the end of the day, the Republic is never truly ever confronted as an institution. In the mind of Lucas's political positions, which he would pass to his mentee Filoni, the Republic is not the problem, just the individuals who would seek to corrupt that system. I both am and am not talking about Star Wars here. To be fair to Clone Wars, it does at times, on rare occasions, contradict this. But I'm mostly discussing the overall message of the prequels and Star Wars at large. They're more like exceptions that prove the rule. Rebels, certain episodes of Clone Wars, and pretty much all of the Bad Batch dive far deeper into clones as individuals with agency, who decide whether they push back or participate in the systems they're meant to serve. Filoni shows a deserter as early as Season 2, but these moments of introspection are spread out and often conclude in, actually the military is good. It's the Chancellor that's evil.
Our loyalty was to the Republic, not your empire.
I serve the order you put into place, Captain. I believe you want to do the right thing. Surrender all your compatriots and I will offer you not only immunity, but reinstatement at an Imperial training academy. You could wear that armor and be proud of your service again.
Oh, I'm proud of my service, but I really hate this armor.
The series also continually focuses on how Palpatine still has less power than he expects to have in the Senate, with Senator Padme able to give speeches curbing his attempts at authoritarian control.
It is not on the battlefield where Dooku will defeat us, but in our own homes. Therefore, it is our duty and our responsibility to preserve the lives of those around us by defeating this bill.
Everything hinges on individuals. The larger apparatus is not discussed except for one area.
When we see Palpatine ruminating about how he can use the Senate's tools to become the authoritarian.
Isn't it remarkable that one can have all the power in the galaxy, and yet the words of a single senator can sway the thoughts of millions?
What do you plan to do about this?
For now, we must adhere to the principles of our democracy. We must let the wheels of the Senate turn.
It was clear that Lucas was ready to pass on the baton, but it turns out not to whom that baton would have made sense to pass it to. Instead of passing the franchise off to an artist like Dave Filoni, It was instead passed off to another empire. Lucas sold Star Wars for $4 billion in a deal that would be cheered on with thunderous applause.
Because the democracies aren't overthrown, they're given away.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
In the 1950s, America and the Soviet Union were locked in a space race. With the American government's program trailing behind, they turned to one of their favorite sources for collaboration. They hired fucking Nazis.
After World War II, President Truman made it illegal to hire Nazis, but when we found out we were losing the space race, surprise, we did it anyway.
To help show you what is being done to solve these problems, we have called upon one of the foremost exponents of space travel, Dr. Wernher von Braun.
Gather round while I sing you of Wernher von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Wernher von Braun.
In 1940, von Braun joins the SS at the rank of second lieutenant, but joining them will mean more money to build rockets.
He claims that he was forced to do so, in the sense that if he had not done it, it would have been the end of his career. I think that's utter nonsense. The regime absolutely needed someone like Wernher von Braun.
Don't say that he's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Wernher von Braun.
In the shadow of the mountains, the Mittelbau Dora concentration camp is established to feed von Braun's factory with an endless supply of disposable slave labor.
The SS officer in charge ordered his subordinates to pay no attention to the human cost, the human conditions.
Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Wernher von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to zero. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Wernher von Braun.
A deal is struck. Von Braun and the others will hand over the V2 research files, and they will continue their work in America. In return, the terrible atrocities of Mittelwerk will be overlooked.
If that shocks you, I hate to tell you, but that's a common thing for the American government.
In a covert program known as Operation Paperclip, approximately 1,600 German scientists were relocated to the United States, not only to strengthen American technical and scientific know-how, but also to ensure such coveted talent and information would never fall into the hands of the Soviet Union.
When Lucas wrote Star Wars, it was fundamentally influenced by the dreams of traveling the stars that drove that race, and the fears of nuclear holocaust. When America looks back at the space race, it likes to remember it as the pure American heroes of capitalism defeating the dirty commies. It's simplifying the past to avoid criticism of America. Neoliberals will gleefully work with fascists if it achieves their end goals, regardless of the cost, regardless of the effect.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
Wernher von Braun now finds himself in the company of the American president, who gives him the freedom and resources to fulfill his childhood dream. It's not just about rockets now. It's about reaching another world.
For me, it's the astonishing irony that this war criminal turned into an American celebrity and was able to take part in the great American Man on the Moon project.
In 2012, it was announced that George Lucas had sold Star Wars to Disney, with promises that the franchise would be in good health.
I sold them to the white slavers that take these things and okay, but...
Yet once this monopolistic empire's hands had Star Wars, the franchise's goal became not about an intentional message, but a brand to sell. This is made explicitly clear by Disney announcing and making an entire Star Wars trilogy with no set plan or story to tell behind it. Disney gave control of Star Wars to executive producer Kathleen Kennedy, the producer of some of your favorite childhood movies like E.T., and she turned it over to J.J. Abrams, a man known for his mystery box storytelling and who was well liked at the time for his work in fandom franchises. And what Kathleen Kennedy liked about J.J. Abrams' storytelling was that his mystery box storytelling style gave the initial appearance of death, meaning that they could start on a Star Wars film right away, but it has no intent to its themes beyond just appearing to be deep. There's mysteries with no storytelling or thematic purpose, just appearing to be profound.
I find myself drawn to infinite possibility and that sense of potential, and I realize that mystery is the catalyst for imagination. Now, it's not the most groundbreaking idea, but when I started to think that maybe there are times when mystery is more important than knowledge, I started getting interested in this. And so I started thinking about Lost and the stuff that we do, and I realized, oh my God, like mystery boxes are everywhere in what I do. And how, in the creation of Lost, Damon Lindelof and I, who created the show with me, we were basically tasked with creating this series that we had very little time to do. We had 11 and a half weeks to write it, cast it, crew it, shoot it, cut it, post it, turn it in, 2-hour pilot. So it was not a lot of time. And that sense of possibility, what could this thing be? There was no time to develop it. You know, the investment of character, which is the stuff that really is inside the box. You know, it's why when people like do sequels or rip off movies, you know, of a genre, they're ripping off the wrong thing. You're not supposed to rip off the shark or the monster. You got to rip off, you know, if you're gonna rip something off, rip off the character, rip off the stuff that matters. I mean, look inside yourself and figure out what is inside you, because ultimately, you know, the mystery box is all of us.
This is something that I think people often misunderstanding when discussing J.J. Abrams' mystery box. Abrams is fully aware of the lack of narrative intent that comes from no specific answer in mind when you create a mystery without an answer at the start of a story's conception. Yet his argument is that the mystery box is actually meant as the hook to get you invested in what the actual purpose of the story is, the character's arc.
The mystery box meaning what you think you're getting than what you're really getting. And it's true in so many movies and stories. I mean, you look at E.T., for example. E.T. is this, you know, unbelievable movie about what? It's about an alien who meets a kid, right? Well, it's not. E.T. is about divorce.
And this style of storytelling seemed to work in a show like Lost, which J.J. Abrams produced, where most people tuned in on the hook and promise of figuring out what the mystery of the island was, but with each episode's character backstory focus being the real emotional draw of the show. Yet Abrams forgets that storytelling may work in anthology episodic story styles where you can tell different tales as you tailor the individual story of each week to have their own narrative intents and payoffs, or in character-focused dramas. Yet with Star Wars, with its more broad-based character types and its political themings, as well as a single story being told over the arc of a couple movies, not just one, your story needs intent and direction from the start.
I think so, yes. I think that one of the important things about a myth or a fairy tale is that the elements are clearly defined. They can be subtle in some ways, but it's important to the telling of the story that it's obvious from the very beginning which characters represent which types.
Nor is it a truly deep character-focused drama, as characters like Luke, Leia, and Han, as well as Darth Vader, are meant more as mythological archetypes than really deep characters, with nuance and pathos like the characters on Lost are. It's using broad-based character types to tell a direct story with intent. So by making the story a mystery box with no intent, it means that your movie is about nothing and means nothing. It's also telling that Abrams points out the market forces of needing to get a work out fast as possible rather than with artistic intent as the reason that motivated his mystery box format.
Basically tasked with creating this series that we had very little time to do. We had 11 and a half weeks to write it, cast it, crew it, shoot it, cut it, post it, turn it in, 2-hour pilot. So it was not a lot of time. And that sense of possibility, what could this thing be? There was no time to develop it.
It showcases how capitalistic desires remove a need for intent with a story, just a story to exist. regardless of what it means, even if it doesn't mean anything.
Just as early industrial capitalism moved the focus of existence from being to having, post-industrial culture has moved that focus from having to appearing.
All of this underscores how J.J. Abrams' movies, all of them, not just his Star Wars ones, are generally all about aesthetics. And to be clear, when we talk about aesthetics in visual art like film, we're discussing the surface level appearances and what they directly signify, which generally isn't much when it comes to J.J. Abrams. How these signifiers don't really have much depth in what they signify. But when J.J. Abrams says he thinks there are times that mystery means more than knowledge,
but when I started to think that maybe there are times when mystery is more important than knowledge,
what he is saying is that the surface level appearance of depth means more than actually having depth, because you're actively choosing to not reference anything but making it appear that you are. This problem with a lack of direction was something that J.J. Abrams would realize well after the final film in the Disney Star Wars trilogy was finished.
Having a plan, I have learned, in some cases the hard way, is the most critical thing, because otherwise you don't know what you're setting up.
You didn't know you needed a plan? It's a trilogy. You didn't know you needed a plan for a trilogy? For a trilogy of films? How did you expect to make a trilogy?
The Force Awakens was all about the aesthetic of Star Wars, not the story. Within the film, we have a group similar to the Empire, a group similar to the Rebels, a person similar to Luke, a Darth Vader clone, and a few cameos from some notable characters. Yet, the film had nothing pertinent that it wanted to say. It certainly set up interesting storylines, such as Finn being a stormtrooper who turns against the First Order, yet it never actually goes anywhere with them, just promises that maybe we'll get to it in the future.
Whomever you're waiting for on Jakku, they're never coming back.
The appearance of depth without actual depth.
Earlier we said that Luke's accomplishments are so focused on that people like the Bothans are just ignored by most audiences. How the hero's story overshadows all.
Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
The thing is, a lot of people cannot remember which film that line is set in. They throw massive tantrums when you talk about Rogue One. Oh, canon contradictions. But the only reason for that confusion is the repetition. The Bothans had to steal the Death Star plans again. And it happens a third time in The Force Awakens. The repetition damages our media comprehension, discussions, and memories.
After all, what is the First Order but kind of a repeat of the Empire, just decayed into a smaller and more angry form? In fact, in coming up with the First Order, all J.J. Abrams could think of was repeating the past, equating the First Order in his thoughts about the story as just the Nazis again.
That all came out of conversations about what would have happened if the Nazis all went to Argentina, but then started working together again. What could be born of that? Could the First Order exist as a group that actually admired the Empire? Could the work of the Empire be seen as unfulfilled? And could Vader be a martyr? Could there be a need to see through what didn't get done?
This is where the inherent nebulousness of what the Empire stands for within Star Wars becomes an issue. Instead of recognizing the Empire for a critique of America, Abrams cast the First Order as not only an enemy of the past, the Nazis of Germany, but one external, not internal to America. It turns the criticism outwards instead of inwards. Instead of recognizing that fascism can grow within the United States itself, we're talking about something in the past that occurred long before by a different group of people. Instead of using the nebulous meaning of the Empire to create meaningful art that implicates us and is about today, Abrams stripped it away in favor of an external look at the past that implicates no one. The Republic is under attack from the outside, and it's also immediately discarded within the story. And by the way, the quick and easy destruction of the entire New Republic within Force Awakens, frankly, is one of the funniest accidental commentaries on neoliberalism not having a cohesive response to fascism.
But on top of this, it tries to rewrite the franchise as having never been about America. The Force Awakens also loses out on any chance to make a commentary on how fascism is alive and well in modern America by making it purely about an outsider force invading. It's just World War II. Don't think about it deeper than that.
All remaining systems will
Welcome to the First Order!
But he doesn't really want to engage with the ideologies of the time or the events of that war or what that means politically in any interesting or meaningful way. The Force Awakens isn't connecting itself back to real-world fascism. It's connecting itself to American film comprehension of Nazis. It wants to engage with America's cartoonish reimagining of the events of that war, where they get to be the heroes. It's really more about American film representation of Nazis than the real Nazis. There's multiple layers of signs pointing at signifiers at this point. There are layers of re-editing things to create a new narrative. We compress and simplify the past, thus damaging the memory, analysis, and discussion of it.
Thus, when J.J. Abrams chose to erase the connection between America and the Nazis, it further cast the rise of fascism as an external threat, rather than something that can come from within America and its institutions. All of the major threats that we've seen throughout Disney's Star Wars movies and TV series, be it Grand Moff Gideon in Mandalorian, Grand Admiral Thrawn in Ahsoka, or the First Order of the films, are all fascistic threats external to the New Republic, in contrast to how the prequels showed fascism rising up from within the Republic itself.
They're already getting sick of this new republic and its rules and regulations.
And if we give them a show of strength, they will rally behind us.
All of this works to not only remove America from implications in the connective ties between German Nazism that was involved in Star Wars semiotics from the beginning, it erases the real history of America's ties with Nazi Germany. Eugenics and race-based practices grew out of colonialist eras that America was a heavy part in, and Nazis, when growing their movement in Weimar Germany, looked directly to America to draw inspiration for its own race-based practices and laws.
In Hitler's eyes, we were the most advanced country when it came to legal discrimination, and he admired our endeavor to keep the Nordic race on top. On November 15th, 1935, Hitler met with his top advisors to draft what would become the Nuremberg Laws, which would strip millions of Jewish people of their civil rights. During the meeting, Hitler and his top advisors looked at the United States Jim Crow laws as guidance to draft legislation. Hitler was super interested in how we successfully implemented laws that prevented interracial marriages. He also thought we did a super good job telling people apart so we could be more easily racist towards one another. Specifically, they copied two of America's Jim Crow laws, the miscegenation laws, which prohibited members of different races from marrying, and the one-drop rule, which stated that anyone with one drop of black ancestry was considered black. Hitler saw this and was like, hell yeah, can I get me some of that, please?
Fascism was not just something of Italy or Germany, but something that was a symptom of the institutionalized hierarchical anxieties that Western European colonialist countries have built themselves upon and exacerbated under a neoliberalist economic and state system that Star Wars under George Lucas had, at the very least, for all their faults, alluded to.
Kylo Ren comes the closest to making any sort of coherent statement about fascism in modern America. He is the result of the ruinous nature of endlessly seeking to return to some past glory. He's a tantrum of a man who feels entitled to a position of prominence of being a hero in the hero's journey. Kylo Ren is the type of guy who would get pulled into the Proud Boys or write long articles about how women are evil because those are the people that he's told to be angry at, but not understanding that his anger is at the fact that he's not given anything in this constant world that pushes him out and isolates him. The actions of people before him, of the Luke Skywalkers, of Anakin Skywalkers, leads him to a place of feeling isolated and yet entitled to that history that he was told to have, that legacy that he was supposed to have embodied within the film by Darth Vader's helmet. Yet for this story of entitlement to exist within his head, the story of the past to exist, he has to erase huge swaths of history. And it's mostly because he hasn't been told those other versions of history because they didn't exist for him to find. He doesn't get the full story of who Vader was or the systems that led Vader to become Darth Vader from Anakin Skywalker.
Even further, he's unable to have a tie to the history of the Jedi, which is also just as much a part of his legacy, because a lot of that history has been actively destroyed by the Empire when they erased the archives of the Jedi Temple. Even Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi laments this very fact, about how he, Luke, and everyone who comes after him have lost a connection to the past and a culture that they should have by a fascistic government erasing it from them.
The original Jedi texts. Just like me, they're the last of the Jedi religion.
This is something that we often see today in America. Many young white men are radicalized because they are seeking for a sense of culture and relationship to a history that they are unable to find because their culture has been erased to place them into this blank idea of whiteness. Something I spoke about further in this video on how masculinity gets radicalized into fascistic rhetorics.
Because it's a really weird position to be in, to see a whole bunch of people around you identified as like a race or a culture, and then have you just be white. What I see it manifest as is like white people having to augment themselves with other cultures' things. You know, white people who want to feel like, you know, they're doing black culture or something like that. Like, what I think I am seeing is people trying to fill that void and not realizing that, one, that void was created, and two, there's your own history that you can trace to fill that void.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to Poland, there's an identifiable culture in Poland. You go to Germany, it's the same thing. So incredibly on purpose, too.
Thus, when looking for a history to find, the only history they can find is often that of the fascistic narratives that these cultures of imperialism create. Histories built upon white supremacy, such as with the Confederacy of the United States during the Civil War. And we can see very much the same with Kylo Ren. This is why Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi is so terrified of Kylo Ren. Not because he's scared of the dark side within him necessarily, but because he recognizes himself in Kylo Ren. Like Kylo Ren before him, Luke himself was disillusioned at the system that he had to live in and wanted to fight against it. But Luke himself would almost have joined the Empire if he hadn't been caught up in the events of A New Hope. He even speaks about how he was considering joining the Imperial Army.
And if these new droids do work out, I want to transmit my application to the Academy this year.
You mean the next semester before the harvest?
Sure, there's more than enough droids.
Luke Skywalker realized that that button push into fascism that the Empire tried to push him into is the same button push into fascism that Kylo Ren has the potential for falling down. It's that Luke is recognizing that they all are radicalized by feeling cut off from their past knowledge and awareness, and feeling not a communal tie to their history. Instead, only the history of strong men like Darth Vader and then Luke Skywalker himself, all brought up by fascism.
Sometimes I wonder if his heart is in it.
So much like your father.
But the critique is never specific enough within The Force Awakens or clear enough to really say anything without adding something from the external onto the storyline. Just like Kylo Ren is raging against the inherent meaninglessness of the world around him, so too do we as Star Wars fans sometimes rage against the meaninglessness of the story we're being told in A Force Awakens. Even the film's structure itself is a faded echo of the storytelling model of Joseph Campbell's Monomyth. When going in to create The Force Awakens, Disney wanted to create a template for taking over long-running franchise films. It was buying a bunch of franchises, just gobbling them up as they were given away by their creators, and they wanted to find a structure in order to constantly regurgitate these same stories over and over again. Yet it wanted to create a surefire way to build up upon the nostalgia of these pre-existing properties, but set up the story so that they continually go over and over and over again instead of having a finality. Thus, by doing so, they tried to find a way to keep this perpetual motion machine going without actually adding any new story or things to say with the films.
That's why I use this word now, persistency. It's kind of persistent storytelling.
Instead, they just wanted to recreate the past, and they came up with the idea of the legacy film. The idea of the legacy film, as discussed by Kathleen Kennedy, who became president of Lucasfilm after Disney bought Star Wars, was to extend the life of a film series and renew it for a new era.
Because there is this persistent story of Star Wars. That's what we're building on. So rather than thinking of it that we're just going to go off and do a one-off story, we're constantly thinking about, okay, what does this really mean inside the long saga and mythology that George Lucas created? So it could go on forever. To be perfectly honest, if we have good storytellers, it will go on forever.
We'll talk about the reaction to Kathleen Kennedy in just a little bit. In case you're worried that I'm not going to talk about it, don't worry, we'll get there. But it is telling to me that the person that they put in charge of Star Wars is someone who was creating those nostalgic-ridden things like E.T. way back in the day. And so, Kathleen Kennedy, in order to renew Star Wars for a new era, slotted in nostalgic references into the Joseph Campbell monomythical structure. Taking on the role of the mentor within the monomyth is an aged original actor from the original film trilogy. New characters will be primed within the structure to become successors, to take on the hero's mantle, to take on their old hero's journeys, because those actors are no longer able to continue those stories themselves because they're old now. But the stories that these new successor characters would be concerned about would be the same exact journeys as the original. We still have Rey, who becomes the Luke character within the series, still fighting a battle of rebels versus the Empire, now just told as the Resistance and the First Order. Thus, these new characters are not really new, they're just repeating the same cycles, learning the same lessons as their legacy mentor characters, and never escaping that recursive loop of the monomyth. In fact, even the tool that the legacy mentor gives to our original character is tied to nostalgia. It's a lightsaber, for example, that the original characters used. We don't need to explain how that lightsaber got there, why it even makes sense, it's just important that it's tied to some nostalgia. Eventually, the mentor legacy character blesses his successor, gives them the reins to sell their own merchandise, tell their own stories, which just happens to be their same story.
The war is just beginning. I will not be the last Jedi.
And when those original characters die or retire or go away from the narrative, hopefully able to come back for some cameos as Force Ghosts or something else later on, thus the successor character just becomes faded echoes of the original character, less meaningful reflections of their previous selves.
Or the corporation tries to own their likeness rights so they can recreate their face using machine learning technology so they can tell the same story forever with them.
It's all just Joseph Campbell's monomyth decaying into nostalgia.
Rip off the character, rip off the stuff that matters.
And like how Disney popularized Joseph Campbell's monomyth in the first place by stealing from the original Star Wars trilogy, they used these new Star Wars films to sell the idea of a faded legacy sequel to the rest of Hollywood. Look at how all the big franchises that are just continuing on at this point follow the same pattern. Just returning characters, passing the torch, and having the same concerns as their successors who do the same things as their previous selves. So the studios can sell the same story over and over again, just with younger actors and new merchandise. And in A Force Awakens, Abrams, as the director, is trying to find ways to kill elements of the past so he can just play with the toys of his childhood. Again, it's an endless Ouroboros of storytelling, eating its own tail, going nowhere and decaying as it goes. A lot of people make jokes about the meme of somehow Palpatine returned, but really that same idea was there in Force Awakens. Somehow the New Republic returned. Somehow the Empire returned. Somehow the Death Star returned.
It's another Death Star.
I wish that were the case, Major. This was the Death Star. And this is Starkiller Base.
So it's big.
Somehow the Empire returned? Somehow the Empire returned? From where, JJ? Aqualand?
All of this went against George Lucas's initial intended plans for a sequel trilogy to the original films, as his initial plans for a sequel trilogy included a story that talked about what you do when war is over, how you rebuild, but instead, under Disney, the cycle was created anew.
George immediately got upset as they began to describe the plot, and it dawned on him that we weren't using one of the stories he submitted during the negotiations. George knew we weren't contractually bound to anything, but he thought that our buying the story treatments was a tacit promise that we'd follow them, and he was disappointed that his story was being discarded. I'd been so careful since our first conversation not to mislead him in any way, and I didn't think I had now, but I could have handled it better. George felt betrayed, and while this whole process would never have been easy for him, we'd gotten off to an unnecessarily rocky start.
George Lucas was betrayed as a storyteller. That became the talking point by many people who were thinking about the failures of the Disney Star Wars trilogy, but it was also his choice to give it to Disney. He had given away democracy to the free market, the neoliberal interests, whose only desire is to endlessly feed the cycle of decay, stripping meaning and creating only aesthetic to resell it back to you.
The loss of quality that is so evident at every level of spectacular language, from the objects it glorifies to the behavior it regulates, stems from the basic nature of a production system that shuns reality. The commodity form reduces everything to quantitative equivalence. The quantitative is what it develops, and it can develop only within the quantitative.
But during the Star Wars trilogy, a particular side project got made that seemed to have a bit more to say at the time. Rogue One, a Star Wars story. On the surface, the film seems to be driven by nostalgic impulses, a prequel to the original Star Wars film about how the rebels got the Death Star plans that were crucial to that story's plot. And that pitch was certainly how that movie probably got sold. But actually beneath that nostalgic surface, there was actually more depth to Rogue One. Perhaps this is because it was part of the main Star Wars saga, but Rogue One initially seemed to have more leeway with the story, able to break out of the Star Wars mold of what we think a Star Wars movie has to be in order to sell well. You can see this instantly aesthetically, with the film being the first Star Wars movie without an opening crawl. The movie was not about the mythical Jedi or Sith, but everyday people fighting against fascism, or working in a system against it. We have a disillusioned rebel leader who has seen so many lost battles, both literally and ideologically, against the seemingly impossible strong empire, such that he has become a shell of his former self. We have a woman living on the outskirts of a society just trying her best to survive within a fascistic world, to have some sense of agency. We have an imperial middle manager who works hard to impress his boss, and by doing so helps create the galaxy's worst machine because he's working within the system, and yet is ultimately so individually disposable by that same system that he was venerating, he gets killed by his creation without care. No one even gives a damn. We also have a spy named Andor, who is a true believer in the fight, yet willing to kill coldly for his cause. It's a film about something even the George Lucas Star Wars movies often missed, with its focus on geopolitical causes of war and near mythological figures who seem to lead the struggle. Rogue One was focused on people, real people.
Some of us, most of us, we've all done terrible things on behalf of the rebellion. Spies, saboteurs, assassins. Everything I did for the rebellion.
Director Gareth Edwards stated that Rogue One would be a war film.
It's the reality of war. Good guys are bad, bad guys are good. It's complicated, layered, a very rich scenario in which to set a movie.
It was a film that was intended to have teeth, so much so that the film ends with everyone dying, good and bad alike. All their struggles and hopes and dreams are lost in the fight against an empire, with their deaths made meaningful by the actions they took to change the galaxy, to make a difference, even in a small way. It's a political movie to its core, and the writers knew it. A few weeks before Rogue One aired in theaters, one of the film's writers, Chris Weitz, posted a series of tweets critical of then-President Trump online, including one that explicitly connected his Star Wars film to the politics of the day.
Please note that the Empire is a white supremacist human organization.
Chris's co-writer on Rogue One, Gary Whitta, also added that the Empire in the film was
opposed by a multicultural group led by brave women,
referring to the coalition of communities that fought a fascistic empire, clearly equating this coalition to the much-needed coalition for people to fight back against the rising tide of authoritarian rhetoric exemplified by President Trump at the time. In the clearest of ways, an authentic Star Wars tradition stemming from George Lucas's initial intentions with the first Star Wars film, Rogue One was a political film targeted at American politics. And yet, Disney denied that. When responding to questions about Weitz's tweets, Disney CEO Bob Iger stated,
"I have no reaction to this story at all. Frankly, this is a film that the world should enjoy. It's not a film that is in any way a political film. There are no political statements in it, at all."
While Iger was referring to the news cycle storyline surrounding the tweets, Iger's statements of reacting to the story almost feels like it's the response that he wants the audience watching Rogue One to have to the movie. None at all. He wants people to think of Rogue One as a forgettable tale of fantasy, just so they can buy tickets to make Disney more money. Yet when you watch Rogue One, you can't help but see the politics seeping through it. Certainly, the film contains many impulses within its text that would become emblematic of Disney's Star Wars' growing nostalgia-driven decisions, with trips to familiar Star Wars locations like Mustafar to see Darth Vader, or Uncanny Valley necromantic CGI recreations of characters like Grand Moff Tarkin and a young Princess Leia. Also, we can get the nostalgia feeling of like, oh, I know those characters, those are the things from the movie that I like. But Rogue One is a movie that ends with every character's death for a cause, a meaningful one, fighting against a fascistic empire trying to change the galaxy fundamentally, not returning to a status quo, but changing something. And it was clear the film hit upon something meaningful to people who went to see it, as the film earned $1.057 billion and substantial critical positive reception.
Welcome back to the layer of the people who own you. talking about Disney and Disney's control of story and manufactured narratives, Rogue One and Solo are so interesting as artistic works, not necessarily because of the work itself, but more because of the behind-the-scenes reality of companies coming in and doing away with the original creators, re-editing, reshooting in the same way that the editor on layer 4 is doing to the lower layers of the script.
In order to fit the specific narrative that Disney wanted to tell about Star Wars. I mean, for both Rogue One and Solo, they were given to directors who had a very unique style and way of telling stories. And you can argue about whether you like them or not, but the point ultimately is that Disney decided they didn't want to have these very personal expressions within the Star Wars universe, but just wanted to flatten Star Wars as a very specific style. And so as those films started to show their own unique personality and their own unique voice separate from what the rest of Star Wars was doing, Disney decided to step in and try to wrestle it back through either re-edits, reshoots, in the case of Solo, literally swapping out directors, as production was already going on, in order to just flatten things to become more ubiquitous and then able to sell to an audience that just knows what the Star Wars brand is that they're getting when they buy a product from them.
And that's not to say that valuable art can't come out of that, even by accident. I think Rogue One is a good work of art, but I'm always going to be wondering what Gareth Edwards' Rogue One would have been.
It's also really interesting to talk about Rogue One in the context of the SAG-AFTRA strike that, as of this recording, just recently concluded, where the SAG actors were fighting the digital recreation of themselves using machine learning and AI, and Rogue One was one of the first major films to do that, to literally commodify someone's image and recreate it necromantically after death, just showcasing how Disney is using Star Wars to create these very commodifications of our very bodies and our craft in art. And that continuing just on into Mark Hamill in The Mandalorian, to James Earl Jones literally signing away the ability for Disney to recreate Darth Vader's voice using AI, which presumably they did for Ahsoka. The Last Jedi also attempted to write the course set by The Force Awakens and have something to say, but it does so by trying to break all the toys first, to shatter the mystery box and say, yeah, there actually was no depth to those stories we were telling in A Force Awakens. As a result, The Last Jedi is stuck in a difficult position of trying to answer questions which had no plan behind them or no answers in the first place. Rey's parentage, for example, wasn't meaningful in The Force Awakens. And thus, the film The Last Jedi kind of points this out, saying, yeah, she wasn't meaningful. That idea that you thought that maybe Rey was going to be this important monomythical figure, no, not important.
Sam.
They were nobody.
They were filthy junk traders who sold you off for drinking money.
It tries to make a valuable point within the narrative about how the special lineage concept within Star Wars isn't accurate to reality, doesn't reflect our real world, but it's just about the stories we tell about these heroes, and tries to expand the concept of who can be a hero to ubiquitize the idea of being a hero. But as a result of this, it ignores that Abrams clearly intended in the first film the character's lineage to have some form of importance. He just hadn't sat down and decided what that was going to be or what it would even mean within his storytelling structure. And thus, you get tension within the works of Star Wars itself, and one that is reflected in how fans consume Star Wars, because we see this inherent tension within these two works, and they're kind of working against each other despite being part of the same structure. The Last Jedi also tried to provide some depth to the Star Wars universe, even within the wars. It tried to show that it wasn't a black and white mythical war between Jedi versus Sith, or fascism versus neoliberalism, or rebellion versus empire, but has mundane monetary interests behind it.
We got caught. I cut out the deal.
The capitalist machines of war guide the endless cycles of violence, a theme that was also touched upon in the Clone Wars animated series. Though in The Last Jedi, this storyline was only explored superficially, but it was there.
There's only one business in the galaxy that'll get you this rich.
War.
Selling weapons to the First Order. I wish I could put my fist through this whole lousy, beautiful town.
More importantly though, The Last Jedi as a film seemed to be in conversation with Disney's conflicting motivations. The pull of nostalgia represented by The Force Awakens, and the hope for something new and taking the franchise in different directions and with different elements in Rogue One. The Last Jedi was textually about letting go of the past without forgetting it in order to create a new future.
In the film, as we see, Luke Skywalker upholds the values of the past, the Jedi's values, so much so that he has remained static, endlessly protecting these sacred Jedi texts, believing them to be important.
The sacred Jedi texts? Ooh, read them, have you? Well, page turners, they were not.
Yet he's also disillusioned that the same cycles of violence of the Empire versus the Rebellion have repeated themselves.
I've seen this raw strength only once before, in Ben Solo. It didn't scare me enough then. It does now.
Many who stepped in to watch The Last Jedi hated this depiction of Luke Skywalker. Even Mark Hamill himself, when he initially read the script, found himself balking at the depiction of the character before coming around to it eventually for the story, because he felt that this version of Luke was not the Luke that would have actively fought for democracy and against the First Order.
I regret saying that out loud, and I said it before I saw the whole movie put together. And it prejudices people in a way that's unfair, because people that are unhappy with the movie, will cite that and say, see Hamill hated it too, yeah. But it's got to move on.
Yet, if we look at the setup leading into The Last Jedi, what else was Rian Johnson supposed to do as a director with the character of Luke Skywalker? The Force Awakens, in its attempt to recreate A New Hope, had stated that Luke had gone into hiding for years.
I can't believe I was so foolish to think I could find Luke and bring him home.
In a bid for nostalgia, in order to recreate this sort of idea of a Empire versus Rebellion, it had to force Luke to be on the sidelines, waiting for our protagonist to arrive like a Yoda of old. Yet, if they were going to slot Luke into that Yoda role, Luke had to be a disillusioned character, feeling that he couldn't do anything anymore, elsewise he would be out there actually doing things. Based on what J.J. Abrams had set up to recreate that nostalgic A New Hope past, this was where Luke had to start as a character in The Last Jedi, disillusioned with a system that endlessly repeats itself.
Time for the Jedi to end.
To do otherwise, to have the character be in some other sense of mind, would have made no sense with the setup of the first film. If the first film had not been a pale echo of the past of the first Star Wars film, then maybe it would have rang more true for Luke to be an active fighter for the community and the Republic. But he couldn't be. So the film instead becomes a conversation about the ways in which fascists and neoliberals are constantly trapped in a cycle with the past. Luke's failures are a result of not learning from the past, merely trying to recreate it.
Heeded my words not, did you? Pass on what you have learned. Strength, mastery, but weakness, folly, failure also. Yes, failure most of all. The greatest teacher failure is.
But Kylo Ren's flaw in this film is attempting to force history to fit the story that he had constantly been told.
Join me.
To try to recreate this monomythical version of him becoming a Darth Vader figure that he was told he deserved to be. To rewrite the past, to re-edit the past, so that he could become the monomythical hero. And who does that sound like?
100 years from now, the only version of the movie that anyone will remember will be the special edition.
The Star Wars of old that Disney and Abrams want to reproduce never really existed in the first place. Neither did the version that George Lucas turned them into by rewriting over them. Both are inventing pasts and creating problems for themselves by doing so. One can easily read The Last Jedi as a commentary on the ways that Luke, or Disney, and Kylo, or Lucas, are ignoring elements of the past in order to manufacture great man narratives, ones which ultimately fail the messages of the art and fail to learn from that art, which when combined with the changing of Rey to not be a lineage character, but
they were nobody.
They were filthy junk traders.
Furthers this attempted critique of the hero's journey and who can be a capital H hero. And I think it's relevant that this is done with a woman, considering Campbell's extensive, aggressive, and blatant sexism.
Nowhere does the rigidity of archetypal thinking emerge more clearly than in a binary model of male and female principle, as it surfaced in Campbell's study of world mythologies. The biological function of women is to bring forth life and nourishment, Campbell intoned in one work after another. What do women represent in his mythology? The answer is simple. The nature principle, for we are born from her physically, Campbell said.
The father is the initiator into society and the meaning of life, whereas the mother represents the principle of life itself. In other words, anatomy is destiny. But all the talk about women as the source of life and nourishment is quickly taken back, for women is also the mother of death and the night sleep to which we return. Campbell was doing little more than capturing the symbolic words of our ancestors and revealing their gendered visions of labor rather than solidifying outworn cultural beliefs.
He often repeats societal norms from his time as immutable truths, things that are now completely outdated. Everything from gender roles to gender expression, to compulsory heterosexuality, even Protestant work ethic are all set in stone. He insists that he and the heroes that he recognizes should rebel against these systems, while also reassuring himself and the heroes that he recognizes that the world is actually perfect and doesn't need to change.
But at the same time, the story is still fundamentally existing within the hero's journey, even if it critiques some elements of it.
So since we're at a section of the video where we're talking about how George Lucas treated the women in his life and sort of downplayed their contributions and directly tried to deny their influence on his work in order to venerate himself, as well as how that sort of mirrors how Joseph Campbell himself did the same to many women, both in history and in his own work, I think it's important to also talk about how Joseph Campbell specifically treated the women in his life. And actually, when I announced that I was doing this video over on my Patreon, one of my patrons reached out to me about an experience that one of their family members, a woman, had with Joseph Campbell, and was very open and honest and vulnerable about how really shitty Joseph Campbell was to her. And so I did a lot of the verification to make sure that everything, as so far as I could confirm in their story, is true and that is all correct, as far as I can tell. So I thought it was really important to share their story, and I got permission to just directly share their words. So here they are.
If you're doing research on Joseph Campbell, I just think you should know how Campbell treated a fascinating woman named Rosalie well. They dated in the mid-1920s. She had a remarkable life that Campbell barely mentions in any of his writing. He wrote intimately about her in his journals, about her body and their sexual encounters, with her consent being questionable. He was then deeply cruel to her when they met again 5 years later, brutal about her body and her need for practicality. He also implied she was an adulterer when, in fact, she had gotten a divorce, which was very difficult at the time. She was a single working mother by the 1930s who had gone to school for law and traveled the world many times through her work. This is a short version of a many-year story that Campbell doesn't tell, and I hope it makes sense. His authorized biography, A Fire in the Mind, published pages of delicate, detailed information about my great-grandmother. And all from Joseph Campbell's point of view, obviously, because he is the hero. Insert eye roll. But it was published during her lifetime without her consent again. Neither he nor the biographers had any regard for her as a human, really. She was just a symbolic level to attain on his journey. She's described as a thing to be considered on the path to his enlightenment. We called Rosalie Honey. Honey was a proud woman. She had style and education and was deeply political, the matriarch of a family of thinkers, teachers, and philanthropists. If she'd read what he wrote, it would have embarrassed her to an early grave. I believe more people should know about Honey and the women and be folk like her because she's one of the most interesting women I've known. She was a great mother to my grandfather, who was a phenomenal man in his own right, and a great dad to my mom, another phenomenon of humanity. I'm honored and grateful to have known my great-grandmother Honey. My mother once told me that Honey had said of Joe, while watching his famous PBS series with her, "It's a good thing we never married. We would have had such peculiar children." She also said a woman should have her own money so she can leave whenever she needs to, in an era when women couldn't have their own checking accounts and she had fled a bad husband. You can look her up in the index of Fire in the Mind. But she met Hemingway and Gertrude Stein. She marched for reproductive choice in the first ever marches. So much more. She was known to embellish, so take everything with a grain of salt, but she had the actual hero journey in my eyes, and it's sad because she's become a side note in Campbell's story.
Later in the film, Yoda, who has learned from his own failures, puts down the sacred Jedi texts.
The sacred Jedi texts? Ooh, read them, have you? Well, page turners, they were not. Yes. Wisdom they held, but that library contained nothing that the girl Rey does not already possess.
He pushes Luke to understand that to change the system, one must be willing to move forward, learn from the past, but create a space for something new, not recreate the same cycles.
We are what they grow beyond. That is the true burden of all masters.
Thus, Luke, within The Last Jedi, has a redemptive, positive character arc and ends his journey in a way truly befitting a communal focus.
The rebellion is reborn today.
There is certainly a danger in this. Rey, who represents the hope for the future in the film, could choose to follow the nihilistic and individualistic politics of grievance and anger that Kylo Ren represents.
Rey, I want you to join me. We can rule together and bring a new order to the galaxy.
Don't do this, Ben.
Or she could create something new, a new type of Jedi. A new generation shown in the child at the end of the film who pulls the broom towards him with the Force. A more democratized Force, not one that is just hereditary or hierarchical. Rey at the end of the film moves forward holding on to the sacred Jedi text, the information of the past, showing that she will not forget what came before, but also will not be trapped inside of that conceptualization. The end of The Last Jedi ends with the hope that there will be something new, not just the same Jedi again, but something different. That's why it's called The Last Jedi. Thus, The Last Jedi is a textual conversation with Star Wars as a franchise that is trying to say something, but it's constantly struggled and pulled down by the very systems that it's working within the Disney structure that it has to work around and in context of. And thus, it fails to have a lasting impact. Chris Weiss's tweets around Rogue One and The Last Jedi in and of itself provoked a massive backlash from certain segments of Star Wars fandom. Chris Weiss was bullied so much that he was forced to delete his tweets and apologize publicly. The Last Jedi prompted a tremendous amount of abuse in the online discourse towards many people. According to these certain segments, the Star Wars franchise was meant to just be escapist fantasy, ignoring the political intents behind the franchise, in fact, actively trying to ignore it, saying that Star Wars was never meant to be political.
Shove down their SJW feminazi agenda down our retinas and dilute and democratization of the Force, cheapening its exclusive mythical connotation by creating a Mary Sue character like Rey and claiming that the Force is female and basically making it to where any character can be really powerful Jedi and use a Force with mastery with no training or explanation whatsoever. All because Kathleen Kennedy, the president of Lucasfilm, has an agenda to promote real-world politics, feminazism, as I like to call it.
Don't say that he's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical.
The reason that some believe this is simple. When any franchise goes on this long and also becomes more and more about trying to make more and more money, the initial political intents of the original work tend to grow outdated and downplayed. The issues of the past become less directly prescient. The original trilogy's focus on things like the Vietnam War or Cold War American-era imperialist tensions is less directly relevant to our current discourse. It's not as immediately obvious what the films are talking about to people watching the movies in a present-day context. Not to mention that when we discuss the politics of Star Wars, Westerners don't like to implicate themselves, only talking about things like the Viet Cong as some vague other represented by people like the Ewoks, not issues related to American politics. So when Star Wars movies of today directly tackle today's problems in a way reflective of how Star Wars of old did, it seems targeted in a way that rewatching the old movies through a nostalgic lens doesn't anymore. These toxic spaces within Star Wars fandoms rarely reflect on such understandings that art, good art, is almost always about the politics of the day in which it was made, and that the themes that these works wrestled with were about that context. Also, if we're being honest, kids, which is the age that most people talking about Star Wars today were watching the original films, tend not to be the most politically literate, and these certain toxic fandom types don't want to think about what was there beyond their childhood nostalgia. This nostalgia, though, also denies our ability to critique past works of art and present ones as well. And as a result, new Star Wars, with its very visible imperfections, become trash, woke garbage with nothing redeeming. We have to see it in these binary antagonistic terms.
Star Wars died when he sold it to Disney. Disney Star Wars will live on in all its stupidity. Now, my mind hasn't changed from The Last Jedi. My emotional connection with this franchise is severed, and the events of the last couple of months have just made me feel better about that decision.
We have to see it as good versus bad, leaving no nuance to talk about the positives of works of art, like the more diverse cast of present-day Star Wars movies, or some of the ideas of Rogue One or Last Jedi, or hell, even other movies in the Disney Star Wars trilogy like Han Solo: A Star Wars Story, while leaving no space to talk about the negatives within those films with depth. We can't talk about the nuances of things like the male focus or white feminism that is very present within Rogue One. It places discussions around works of art into black and white. You're either with us or against us.
In closing, the more you come after us, the more you slander, the more you lie, the more you manipulate, the more you try to twist things, the more you're only exposing yourself and you are making our case for us. So if you want to continue down that road, I welcome it, and everybody else in the fandom is going to welcome it, because we know the truth. We have facts on our side, we have each other on our side, and we understand who we are, and we understand who you are. And I'll take the fandom menace all day, every day, and you can have your keyboard warriors, and we're gonna win every time.
And so the reactions to films must be binary. You must love Last Jedi or hate it, dealing in absolutes. All this results in toxic spaces that would dominate the discourse around these films' perceived new politics. These spaces, which some would later brand themselves nostalgically as the fandom menace, would then use pointing at perceived flaws in these movies to generate content and make more money on their channels. The perception of criticism was all they needed. It didn't matter what the actual criticism was. It would mix in what appeared to be earnest good faith critiques about things like the plotting and pacing issues of the movies to complaints about the political agenda of the film. Often they would argue that their childhood was being ruined by wokeism.
All they care about is social justice and man hate and white man hate. That's all they care about.
The substance of the criticism didn't matter either. It was all just performance to convey their own political standpoint. Which is to say they didn't think that they had one, but saying that you don't have a political viewpoint is itself a political viewpoint.
Say rather that he's apolitical.
They will argue things like, this movie isn't bad because of the wonky writing in the scene. The wonky writing is because of politics. And what they mean when they say politics ultimately comes down to, there was a black person in it, there was an LGBTQ person in it, or a woman in the lead.
They weren't specifically political. It's not being political when you're telling a moral tale of right and wrong. Yes, genocide, war, racism, white supremacy, or any kind of supremacy is bad. There's no political side on that, as much as the current crop of creatives in Hollywood and specifically at Lucasfilm would like you to believe. That's why they would like to erase our modern mythology and destroy our traditional heroes to make it look like nothing has changed.
This isn't to say there aren't genuine criticisms of the politics of these works of art, but these criticisms are used as an excuse in these spaces to justify more extremist ostracization. See Sarah Zed's video on this very concept. Marginalized identities within works of art have become political just by our inherent existence and being visual within a work of art. So politics in a film becomes equated with diversity in all media. You saw this in the Star Wars franchise with reactions against Kelly Marie Tran and Johnny Boyega getting harassed as actors while working on the franchise. Even recently, Moses Ingram, a star of the Star Wars Obi-Wan series on Disney+, received so much backlash that Ian McGregor himself had to call it out.
There's nothing anybody can do to stop this hate. And so I question what my purpose is, and even being here in front of you saying that this is happening.
I just want to say, as the leading actor in the series, as the executive producer on the series, that we stand with Moses. We love Moses. And if you're sending her bullying messages, you're no Star Wars fan in my mind. There's no place for racism in this world. And I totally stand with Moses.
You can also see this in other franchises, like the railing against LGBTQ people in Star Trek, or Christian groups railing against Ms. Marvel in the MCU, upset that a Muslim girl is being pushed into a franchise. Pushed in their words.
Really, Marvel? You have been going full woke with the MCU for quite some time now, and a lot of us saw this coming because we actually read the comic books and know that most of the characters that you're pulling from right now from your IP farm, that is Marvel Comics, which really doesn't exist to sell comics anymore, with sales so bad we can no longer accurately track them, only exist to push ideology and get a higher ranking on that ESG score.
And these arguments ultimately uphold and are reflective of larger fascistic rhetorics.
Geeks and Gamers in the Quartering, the YouTube vlogger moniker for Jeremy Hambley, style themselves as pop culture gatekeepers. Individuals associated with Geeks and Gamers include including its founder, Jeremy Griggs, and contributor, Ryan Cannell, also leveraged their brand as gateways to alt-right ideology via their personal YouTube channels. Griggs, for example, has more than 101,000 subscribers to his channel operating under the handle D-Day Cobra, where he posts videos with titles such as Freedom Truckers are making Canada great again, and in one video posted on January 6, 2021, explains the rioting mob as the result of, quote, "we the people being fed up while decrying the violence." The second video, posted the same day, floats the conspiracy theory, blaming the violence on Antifa boogeyman and Black Lives Matter activists. That video is titled, "The media is the enemy of the people," a favorite phrase of the 45th president that has a history of being invoked by Joseph Stalin and the Nazis in Germany after the First World War. And if you know how YouTube's algorithms work, you can guess which videos begin surfacing alongside these, griping about wokeness ruining Star Wars and the MCU is big business. And in case you haven't been paying attention to these folks, and for the most part the average viewer, moviegoing, and entertainment journalist hasn't, business is good, because these concepts have been mainstreamed. What are complaints about race-bending roles or casting for diversity, if not weaker versions of the so-called great replacement theory? You know, just asking questions.
Ironically, these people completely misunderstand the political intentions and history of Star Wars and get angry at films like Rogue One being explicitly about white supremacy, not just because it's making them uncomfortable by adding politics, but because they don't analyze where that discomfort that they're feeling is coming from. The fact that they are willing to uphold the system of white supremacy that Star Wars from its inception has attempted to denounce. We'll be discussing the social context around Star Wars and the issues with bigotry both in the works and in the fandom much more later on in videos in this series that I'm doing on Star Wars, but it's important to understand that this specific type of fans' response influenced Disney greatly and is relevant to our discussion here. You cannot separate politics from the personal. But as a result of this backlash, some of the best aspects of the Star Wars trilogy are lost and downplayed because Disney began playing to the lowest common denominator. They wanted to sell Star Wars to all fans, including the toxic ones, and thus tried to downplay some of the more meaningful aspects of the films. It's telling how many fans find more passion within the what could have been of Star Wars than what is actually on screen in these Star Wars films. The possibility of a Finn and Poe romance, for example, clearly is acknowledged by the actors, yet sadly denied as Poe gets to have a maybe girlfriend in the third film. Finn's arc of a stormtrooper de-radicalizing after trauma is left mostly off-screen. These characters and stories would have made for interesting art, but they're all sacrificed at the altar of nostalgia and keeping the story apolitical.
If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse, and you say that you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality.
Unfortunately, Disney was more than happy to work to appease the reactionary anger at the original intentional political elements of Star Wars. They weren't just being neutral, because being neutral is an active choice. Disney didn't want a political statement, but to sell a brand. And that in itself is a political statement. And the best way to downplay politics is to go to the past, nostalgia, play to that thing everyone likes, without saying anything about today. Somehow, J.J. Abrams returned, and much like his reincarnated Palpatine, the final film in the Disney Star Wars trilogy, The Rise of Skywalker, was a disheveled corpse of Star Wars greatest hits. A weekend at Burnings, bringing back all the old faves, giving superficial payoffs to those mystery boxes.
You are a Palpatine.
And ignoring more pertinent, politically charged storylines that they could have followed, like Finn's entire story arc, which is simply relegated to a single line of, "Hey, I'll tell you about it later, Ray, probably in ancillary media like novels and comics, which we'll sell to you later."
Ray, I never told you Ray!
What? The Rise of Skywalker came about mashing together action figures and creating new action figures to sell, like flying stormtroopers.
Oh, they fly now!
They fly now? They fly now!
That had defied all logic to do so, with a billion Star Destroyers facing a billion Rebel ships in a final battle that felt more like a child playing with action figures than something interested in telling a story with meaning.
JJ went about rewriting every interesting element of The Last Jedi out so that he could return to old narratives. Rey's a lineage character now. Kylo puts on the Vader mask and discards 2 entire films of character arc. And then he just does the Vader arc. He just does Vader's arc again. The film is the hero's journey again. The cycle is repeating again, and it ends saying, "Don't worry, we've returned to the status quo." nothing will ever really change.
You can never envision a world beyond the rules. The rules are ever present. You can bend, break, or react against them a specific, acceptable amount, but they are always there and you need to always be aware of them.
Must let the wheels of the Senate turn. Americans should not expect one battle, but a lengthy campaign.
When people say to me, do you have optimism about the world, how terrible it is? I said, yes, just say it's great. Just the way it is.
Well, it's the hero's myth, really. I mean, there's a whole political side to it. How does a democracy turn itself into a dictatorship? Which I was fascinated with. Happens in Rome, happens in France, happens in Germany. And what causes that to happen?
So it could go on forever. To be perfectly honest, it will go on forever.
We will do this over and over, over and over, over and over. It will never change.
And to defend the world from grave danger.
And it's all in the name of progress.
So I'm breaking character for a second. I'm tired also. How many times can he, somehow the Empire returned in one series? Like, there's 2 in that film alone, right? Because the New Order lost most of their fleet in The Last Jedi. That's like kind of a major plot point. Where'd they get the ships? How does Palpatine have a fleet? Where did he get all these people? The worst thing is there's like a slight explainer for Palpatine, but it was in fucking Fortnite. It was in a Fortnite event.
The day of victory is at hand. The day of revenge. The day of the Sith.
They didn't even include it in the film. Poe, the only Latina character, the only one, is a drug dealer?
We're a Spice Runner?
Is that what we're doing? Finn keeps repeatedly saying that he's going to tell Rey something, and then he just doesn't. Like, they spend time with that character, and then they just don't do anything with that?
When you were sinking in the sand, you said, I never told you.
I'll tell you later. You mean when Poe's not here?
Like, with the Finn character, you've got all this stuff that could be saying something about the ways in which fascism indoctrinates children and child soldiers. You put child soldiers in, you kind of have to confront that at some point. Why would you bury Luke and Leia's lightsabers on Tatooine? On Tatooine? Luke hated Tatooine. It's one of his defining character traits. It's like, if there's 3 things that I know about Luke Skywalker in A New Hope, it's that he hates Tatooine, he wants to be a pilot, and he's going to Tashi Station to get some power converter. Leia's been there one time where she was there to get her kidnapped boyfriend, was kidnapped herself, was put in a bikini and sexualized by a weird slug man, and then murdered that slug man. That is her only experience of Tatooine. That is Leia's conception of Tatooine. Okay? This seems like a small thing in a film with so many problems, but it outlines a complete lack of interest or understanding of anything deeper than a purely aesthetic engagement with the franchise. It's literally just, hey, look, it's Tatooine again. You like Tatooine. We know you like Tatooine. It doesn't matter that it makes no fucking sense. Mini rant over. This video is not a review. It's not a review. I'm not letting it become a review, but I just... As much as The Last Jedi tries to steer the ship towards saying something, the series can be wrestled back, kicking and screaming, to not saying anything, to just endlessly repeating the monomyth. At Star Wars Celebration this year, Shamin Obaid-Chinoy, director of an upcoming Star Wars film, said,
I've always been attracted to the hero's journey and the fact that the world needs many more heroes.
It was a reminder that no matter how much you tried to break the toys, the assembly line could always continually manufacture more.
Capitalism is what's left when beliefs have collapsed at the level of ritual or symbolic elaboration, and all that is left is a consumer spectator trudging through the ruins and the relics. This is a turn from belief to aesthetic, from engagement to spectatorship, and is held to be one of the virtues of capitalist realism.
This was the approach Disney continued to double down upon. Star Wars became an assembly line of content. You had movies like Solo, a Star Wars story, a film that was taken away from filmmakers who wanted to use that film to try to say something unique, and was given to Ron Howard, a decent director, but someone who knows how to deliver exactly what is asked of him. In fact, many reviews of the film at the time described Ron Howard as a workmanlike director, able to produce assembly line film content.
Solo never feels like it's winging it. There isn't a moment as throwaway great as the scene in The Empire Strikes Back where Han thumps the faltering circuits of the Falcon to bring them back to life. A moment like that film's famous "I love you / I know" exchange that was improvised on the day. It's also a testament to the skill of actors like Ford and Carrie Fisher, capable of transforming B-movie dialogue into pop quotables. Ironically, Lord and Miller were casted in large part for their tendency to improvise with the performers, and it's impossible not to wonder whether they might have conjured that freewheeling spark of energy that at best been approximated here. Howard, a reliable workman who seems to be forever directing as though he was hosting a masterclass, makes sure Solo is tonally coherent, but it needed to be more Bob Falfa and less Richie Cunningham. The film is a square behind the wheel of a hot rod.
As a result, Han Solo, a Star Wars story, became only interested in narrative plot hole filling for things that were not even plot holes. How did Solo get his blaster? What was the Kessel Run?
I don't have people. I'm alone.
Solo.
It was basically a checklist of Star Wars beats to hit rather than having anything to say with the story. It said nothing with any of these elements, merely regurgitating the things that you recognized. And the few things that it did end up saying were not that great. For example, earlier we discussed the issue with the treatment of droids being ignored, but the Disney era in Star Wars: A Star Wars Story made this far worse, where that film treats taking droids' rights seriously as a joke.
I'm gonna go check on the Danvers. You need anything?
Equal rights?
The Disney Plus Star Wars shows also became narrative plot hole filling. Nothing moving the stories forward or creating their own stories, but set in between films, filling in the gaps. The stories seem almost primarily interested in the aesthetic reminders of Star Wars past and cameos. Mandalorian has a Baby Yoda, and the main character looks like Boba Fett. And hey, look, it's that character from the Clone Wars, and that character from the Clone Wars, and that character from the Clone Wars, and that other character from Rebels, and that character from the Clone Wars, and oh my god, it's Boba Fett! And there's Luke Skywalker, complete with uncanny, horrifying AI recreation. Dear God, what the fuck? Look, everyone, he hasn't changed. He's just like your memories, but corrupted, and uncanny, and the worst. Truly, I'm blessed to be a fan. The same technology that Lucas pioneered to move filmmaking forward is just being used to necromantically recreate the past. We get the Boba Fett show, which felt like an action figure mashup, or the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, feeding off of millennia nostalgia for the prequel trilogy. Hey, we got our Ian and Hayden reunion, everyone, aren't you excited? He said hello there. You know, like he did in that meme.
Hello there.
God, I'm tired. These aren't to say that these films or Disney Plus TV shows are without their artistic intentions or things to say. The Book of Boba Fett, for example, has many, many problems as a show, but it also features minor storylines about representing the agency of indigenous people pushing back against the taking of their land with the Tusken Raider arc.
These lands are no longer free for you to pass. These people lay ancestral claim to the Dune Sea. And if you are to pass, a toll is to be paid to them.
We can also see in The Mandalorian the tale of personal bonding beyond political limits. Or we can also see Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's emotionally cathartic battle in Obi-Wan's series.
Anakin's gone. I am what remains.
Additionally, animated shows like Tales of the Jedi were created with political themes, but they were often the exception and less promoted series compared to their live-action counterparts, and thus faced less corporate scrutiny by Disney and were most likely allowed to say more things. But these moments were the exceptions. The real goal of Disney throughout this era was to sell you the aesthetic of Star Wars, selling you nostalgia, yet forgetting what Star Wars had to say. Yet, in its attempt to continue selling you the Star Wars aesthetic, the Disney Plus era of the franchise has worked to downplay the political themes of Star Wars by playing up the supposed centrist apolitical stance that itself reveals the franchises and Disney's upholding the status quo, as it continually refuses to implicate American politics, systems, and institutions in what Star Wars was inherently about. Not only that, Disney's Star Wars has worked to not just ignore but praise America's inclusion of fascism within its apparatuses and institutions. Mandalorian Season 3 features a storyline where former Empire workers are allowed to rejoin the New Republic in an amnesty program that forgives them for their actions under the Empire. Here we find a eugenics scientist from Season 1 of The Mandalorian who argues he was just trying to do science for the greater good, not the fascist empire.
But despite the shameful work of my past, I now hope to help the New Republic in whatever way I can. Though that work is now behind me and I regret what I did, I assure you that my original intentions were good.
You know, he was just doing his totally apolitical eugenics science where he tried to kidnap a child and experiment on him to give his fascistic boss the child's Force-like powers.
I was isolating the potential to wield the Force and incorporating it into an unstoppable army.
The scientist is fawned over by New Republic senators, and he is shown to be frustrated by the New Republic rules that prevent him from just doing his good work.
Have you experienced any feelings of anger or resentment towards the New Republic government or its representatives? Apologies if you didn't hear me. Have you experienced any feelings of anger or resentment?
No.
Thank you for continuing to be...
Our main objective is to help the Republic, right?
Correct.
And that supersedes everything else?
It does.
And the episode frames us as supposed to be sympathetic to his plight. He eventually has his mind wiped at the end of the episode by a fascist hiding within the amnesty program of the New Republic, but this is framed as a tragedy where we, the audience, are supposed to lament the loss of this scientist's abilities due to an external fascistic threat taking advantage of the weak-willed New Republic. All of this frames the amnesty program, allowing Nazis to work for a neoliberal government, as a good and kind thing that was only disrupted by external fascists, not the system itself. Thus pointing at American programs like Project Paperclip and war criminals like Wernher von Braun working for America after World War II as a good, kind thing. Later that very same season, we meet Jack Black playing another former Empire officer in the amnesty program, living as one of the aristocracy on a colony with Lizzo, and we as the audience are supposed to like him because it's Jack Black. How can we not like him?
I was once a facilities planning officer during the war. And thanks to the New Republic amnesty program, I was able to help rebuild Plaza 15.
Sadly, the Lizzo cameo did not age as well. The citizens of the colony that Jack Black rules over never actually have to work. It's a utopia built on the labor of a slave droid force that the episode takes pains to showcase as stating that they enjoy being an exploited working class.
They don't ask that much of us. Organics created us. It's the least we can do.
That is upset when they are disrupted by a separatist fascist attempting to destroy society by reprogramming them.
You're a separatist.
Separatist is a pejorative term. I support democracy.
This episode then presents an enlightened centrist sort of worldview that sees a neoliberalist state system built on the backs of an exploited working class that allows fascists to not only be uncritically forgiven, but allowed to become part of the upper class as an apolitical, desirable, and natural utopia only brought down by inept bureaucracy like the New Republic and extremists trying to keep bringing politics into our society.
He was cut short in his prime by the Jedi enforcers.
Politics.
Under Disney, Star Wars for the most part has worked to remove any implication of America in its critiques, in an attempt to be apolitical, while simultaneously reflecting an American-centric worldview that erases America's implication in these histories under the veneer of a now increasingly self-referential and meaningless Star Wars aesthetic.
Don't say that he's hypocritical. Say rather that he's apolitical.
The franchise became about an endless war between mythological good and evil, the Jedi and the Sith, space Nazis and spunky rebel, without it being aesthetically tied to anything meaningful in the everyday. And it's worth noting that a lot of these projects are often led by Dave Filoni, Lucas's supposed successor from even before the Disney era. Yet to a degree, he is stuck like Luke Skywalker, able to see what we could do to change, yet not fully able to get there by his adherence to what came before. Filoni's inability to think beyond the cycles is reflected in the mythology that Filoni adds to the Force in his animated series. In the Clone Wars, we meet the Ones, a family of celestial beings who represent the Force living on Mortis, believed to be the Force's origin place. The son is the dark side, the daughter the light, and the father the place between the Force. The father attempts to have Anakin take his place before he dies, while the son tempts Anakin to the dark side, leading to the death of the daughter. Eventually, all three are killed, sending Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan back to their universe with no memory of the events. This mythical reality becomes a representation of Jung's collective unconscious made manifest, the ancestral memory archetypes of the persona, the shadow, the anima, and the self that he discusses that represent the monomyth story, often in gendered dichotomies of women energy and male energy, is now put directly into the story of Star Wars as the endless cycle that constantly replays itself and the origins of the Force. Filoni recognizes this cycle and sees its decay into destruction and nothingness, as we see with the family ultimately constantly destroying itself, but Filoni also does not present a way to escape that story within Clone Wars, thus trapping Anakin to eventually play it out. Yet, in Star Wars Rebels, Filoni attempts to address this. The series centers themes of overcoming personal and generational trauma, what we pass on, positive and negative, to the next generation or cycle, and how allowing individuals to self-actualize in the face of fascism and the pain it causes is the way out, reflecting similar themes in The Last Jedi. It's a great series, and yet it can't fully escape the cycle story. This is illustrated by Rebels' mythological force creature Bendu, who describes itself as the one in the middle.
I am the one in the middle. I take no side.
Bendu guides our heroes to help them defeat the Empire to restore balance, but Bendu would be equally willing to help the dark side if he needed to restore balance. Thus, Filoni presents centrism, a middle line between light and dark, but in truth, it's just still bound by it. It's giving a false sense of control, keeping the cycle balanced, but allowing its decay by returning to a status quo that still falls downwards rather than a way out. All of this showcases how Filoni deftly understands the problems of the endlessly repeating myth of Star Wars and its roots in the hero's journey, and has set himself up to break it. But will he? Can he? Or will he take the way of Bendu, of centrism and balance? Does he see a way out, or is he doomed to stand frustrated? Can he genuinely tell a new story? This same lack of knowledge of how to break the cycle fuels frustration, and it leads to what comes next. And as a result, the franchise downplayed a lot of what was deemed to be political by the toxic fandom spaces, the mere presence of marginalized identities. Johnny Boyega, who played Finn, was explicit about how his character and Kelly Marie Tran's characters were sidelined in the latter Star Wars films in order to not focus on people of color.
It makes you angry with a process like that. It makes you much more militant. It changes you because you realize, I got given this opportunity, but I'm in an industry that wasn't even ready for me. Nobody else in this cast had people saying they were going to boycott the movie because they were in it. Nobody else had the uproar and the death threats sent to their Instagram DMs and social media saying, block this and block that, and you shouldn't be a stormtrooper. Nobody else had that experience. But yet people are surprised that I'm this way. That's my frustration. Like, you guys knew what to do with Daisy Ridley. You guys knew what to do with Adam Driver, he says. You knew what to do with these other people. But when it came to Kelly Marie Tran, when it came to John Boyega, you know fuck all. So what do you want me to say? What they want you to say is, I enjoyed being a part of it. It was a great experience. Nah. I'll take the deal when it's a great experience. They give all the nuance to Adam Driver, all the nuance to Daisy Ridley. Let's be honest. Daisy knows this. Adam knows this. Everybody knows. I'm not exposing anything.
and queer folks are relegated to a simple background shot in The Rise of Skywalker for 1 or 2 seconds, which even that small amount upset the reactionaries.
We all know you did this woke kiss scene to virtue signal here, and to advertise and hope you could get more radical leftists and SJWs to come out to your movie and promote it. And this is all about to become hella mega hypocritical here too, when this whole alphabet people bit starts to backfire on Disney. We already know they're going to remove that kiss from the film's release in some regions, but also, even the kiss we did see here in American theaters, it was a big letdown too. Disney probably shouldn't have over-advertised their woke LGBTQ representation here, only for it to turn out to be a few seconds of background characters with no names at the end of the film that literally meant nothing.
Further and further, the Star Wars film downplayed the diversity of its cast as best it could, further lending credence to the inherent political nature of marginalized identities and a white supremacist outlook.
Fascism grows up and seeks for consensus by exploiting and exacerbating the natural fear of difference. The first appeal of a fascist or permanently fascist movement is an appeal against the intruders. Thus, fascism is racist by definition.
It's important to note, just like Anakin Skywalker, the fandom menace that we were discussing earlier was reacting to something that Disney was intentionally doing. Many of them were pointing out that the politics or the representation within the Disney-era Star Wars films was shallow at best.
We have said many times, it's not about the fact that they have women and minorities in it. Because if that was the problem, none of us would like Star Wars in the first place. Moron. The problem is they're using women and minorities to sacrifice the story so they can virtue signal. They don't care about women and minorities. They don't. They only care about using their race and their gender to make themselves look better, all while sacrificing story.
And they are absolutely correct in this. Disney was working to try to downplay any politics in its media. However, the fandom menace would take out its anger on those like Moses Ingram or other actors like Kelly Marie Tran, rather than at the system itself, because they don't recognize that the system is something that they could even take down. It's become so ubiquitous and become just a part of the way they think about the world.
Fascist propaganda typically features aching hymns to the sense of anguish that accompanies loss of dominant status. This sense of loss, which is genuine, is manipulated in fascist politics into aggrieved victimhood and exploited to justify past, continuing, or new forms of oppression.
They just see things in binaries and us versus them, which is something that should sound very familiar. Star Wars Episodes 2 and 3 start directly referencing President George Bush with their lines, "If you're not with me, you're against me."
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Your new empire?
Don't make me kill you.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Which is also how Bush II framed people critiquing the Iraqi war effort that he started within America.
Either you are with us, or you are with the terrorists.
George Bush made the rhetoric about how anyone who wasn't immediately a patriot within the United States was an enemy of the United States. This was an idea that Bush had to generate, and it led to seeing people within the United States who weren't patriotic enough as potential enemies. And this sort of binary view is not new. We can see it throughout American history, from McCarthyism vilifying communists to loyalists versus patriots back during the American War for Independence.
I think we should keep in mind when we refer to Democrats, we refer to the administration, that there are definitely two groups of Democrats as of today. Number one, there are the millions of loyal Americans who have voted the Democrat ticket. Individuals who are just as loyal, who hate communism just as much, and love America just as much as the average Republican. That's one group. On the other hand, there is that small, closely knit group of administration Democrats who are now the complete prisoners and under the complete domination of the bureaucratic, communistic Frankenstein which they themselves have created. Ladies and gentlemen, they shouldn't be called that administration Democrat Party. To call them Democrats is an insult to the millions of loyal American Democrats. They shouldn't be called Democrats. They should be referred to properly as the Commie-crat Party.
Yet, if we wish to draw further parallels to how this rhetoric decays, we can talk about how President Trump took this idea of people not being patriotic enough as enemies of the United States as implicit. He also took this rhetoric to frame minorities as the enemies. It's Jewish people, the transes, the black people, the Chinese that are ruining America's values, ruining what America used to be.
He's an enemy of the state. You want to know the truth? The enemy of the state is him and the group that control him, which is circling around him. Do this, do that, Joe. You're going to do this, Joe, right?
We can make America great again by maybe pushing out some of these people. President Bush had to generate this idea, but further conservatives take it as a given, like Trump. America ultimately begins to stand for nothing in and of itself, but only for what the biggest man with the biggest platform has to say, and anyone critiquing that man becomes the enemy. And we see the same thing within Star Wars and its fandom. By not being political, Disney ultimately upholds the fascist rhetoric that Star Wars itself was always against. Star Wars becomes something to sell, something that said nothing but simply solely an aesthetic. And fascists love empty aesthetics. And this is all upheld by nostalgia, those who work on Star Wars and other franchises who are more interested in their action figures than story's politics, more focused on the aesthetic of Star Wars than the actual meaning of Star Wars. A repeating storyline of endless war with no real progress, just the same story over and over again, decaying upon itself, becoming less and less meaningful.
In Fascism, Umberto Eco argues that fascism requires the idea of permanent warfare.
For fascism, there is no struggle for life, but rather life is lived for struggle. Thus, fascism is trafficking with the enemy. It is bad because life is permanent warfare. This, however, brings about an Armageddon complex. Since enemies have to be defeated, there must be a final battle, after which the movement will have control of the world. But such a final solution implies a further era of peace, a golden age, which contradicts the principle of permanent war. No fascist leader has ever succeeded in solving this predicament.
And it shares this sign of endless war with American neoliberalism. Canada, the country where Aranock, the meat sack I'm currently puppeting, comes from, has been involved in at least one war since 1 year after she was born. The United States, where Jesse, my other writer, comes from, has been at war for 222 out of 239 years of its existence. Many of these wars are in part waged on behalf of the myths of neoliberalism. Their goal to quell any leftist organizing or political development. Because the only options they will accept are neoliberalism or fascism. It is as much an act of control and power over land and people as it is about imaginations and the ability to believe there is something better. It's the story neoliberalism itself makes. The endless self-fulfilling prophecy of neoliberalism's decay and the need to defend it.
There are two ways in which any government can proceed. One is a way based on what you and I would call a free society, which is enshrined right at the heart of the American Constitution. The other one is a way which allows only one view, both of economics and politics, in which almost everything is either owned or controlled by the state, including the media, including the ideas, including freedom of discussion and everything. There is no freedom of discussion.
Neoliberalism's existence is predicated on the continued existence of fascists. It is in their best interests to keep them around. They serve a purpose for them. Until they eat them.
Her last words to me were, "Tell the right story." I hope I did.
Wow. Well, come on, H. We better get out of...
Well. I would say thank you for doing my job for me, but really, you've made my day rather dull. I had hoped finding you would prove more stimulating. Where's the real data? This just contains a story. One which is clearly falsified. Nothing less than I would expect from a traitorous Jedi, especially one who lies about not wanting glory. They were purged for their greed and lust for power. The Empire didn't contain squalor and poverty. Every piece had a place, and every piece knew its place. A perfect machine, a thing to behold. The past, a legacy your rebellion stole from us. Did the Republic not teach you basic history? Have they already decayed so quickly?
The only person here who seems to know nothing of history isn't strapped to a table, I can tell you that.
Ooh, someone's eager. I'm sure your precious democracy has filled your head full of fantasies and myths.
You say that as if I support the failing system currently in place.
Ah, yes. Your persistent resistance. Like some sort of pirate. And here I was, thinking I was dealing with someone worthy of my attention. Don't tell me I've wasted all this time chasing someone so dull.
Resisting tyranny doesn't mean I fight for the status quo. I fight for what could be, what will be. In a galaxy this vast, can you not imagine something more?
Then should we not be on the same side? Or are you so deluded that you do not even know our purpose? We are here to create a new order.
The new order's only purpose is death and control. It is nothing new. Just a repeat of the same song the galaxy has already heard before.
I think you're confusing the plot. Who is the hero and who is the villain in our little dance?
Neither of us has to be the hero or the villain. That doesn't have to be our story.
I know my story. The new order is here to return peace and freedom to the galaxy, freeing it from the New Republic's shackles. That is my purpose. And it could be yours too.
You're going to bring freedom? By what means? Killing citizens? Destroying cultures? Burning ecosystems? The only freedom you bring is the freedom to burn with everyone else. You want to bring peace? Your only peace will be found in graves. Go look up the Imperial records stored on my ship to see what you want to return to.
Perhaps I will. Then I can prove to you that your learning is wrong. It would be a shame to squander our moment. I would hate to waste such a skilled individual when you so clearly should be agreeing with me.
Implicit in Star Wars canon, both Disney and pre-Disney expanded universe, is the idea that the universe of Star Wars is in constant decay. Each era is a faded echo, an etching of an image of the past. We can see it clearly within the films themselves of the faded Empire compared to the Republic. But look at Knights of the Old Republic in the video games, or the High Republic of Disney's canon. The Old and High Republics are still caught in these same wars of today, and yet are much brighter, fondly remembered, a time when the Jedi were really heroes. If this is true, then the Republic of the prequels is but a faded echo of that time. The original trilogy's Empire is just a ghost trying to recapture that glory of the Republic, and the First Order is explicitly about trying to finish the unfinished work of the Empire against a new Republic that doesn't even exist in any actual meaningful way. It's decaying civilization, each thing that comes after just trying to recreate the thing that came before it, and just being a lesser version as a result. And the rebellion is no different. For example, Mon Mothma's declaration of rebellion from Rebels Season 3, Episode 18 is,
"I have no fear as I take new action. For I am not alone. Beginning today, we stand together as allies. I hereby resign from the Senate to fight for you, not from the distant halls of politics, but from the front lines. We will not rest until we bring an end to the Empire, until we restore our Republic."
Take new action to restore the Republic, is her argument. Her new action is to just recreate something old. It's not to actually create something new. That's what Mon Mothma is arguing for. Everyone is reaching back to the past, rebels and Empire, neoliberals and fascists alike. Even the very first image of Star Wars presages this entire idea. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. As if our present day here on Earth is but a faded echo of the hyperspace jumping, galaxy spanning civilization that existed before us.
And this is how fascist empires are built in real life. Make America great again. Look at the past. Venerate it. Ignoring that the past was pretty terrible for most people. Of course, for a lot of them, that's the appeal. Just as the prequel era was not great for a lot of people either. And yet the rebels skull to go back to that.
These invented histories also diminish or entirely extinguish the nation's past sins. It is typical for fascist politics to represent a country's actual history in conspiratorial terms, as a narrative concocted by liberal elites and cosmopolitans to victimize the people of the true nation.
The Western culture and values that brought forth Christianity in the founding documents are being called evil and racist.
I am not co-parenting with the government. It is not your job to force these ideas onto my child.
The narrative in this country is that we're all inherently racist, and I'm about sick of it.
It's a Marxist ideology, and we all know it.
All of these lessons have the intent to make our children feel disgust towards our nation.
This country isn't even a racist country. We elected Obama for 2 terms.
Never give up. I didn't give up to the corrupt republic. I didn't give up to the empire, and I won't give up to you. Count Dooku was a visionary. He was cut short in his prime by the Jedi and forces.
White supremacists will obsessively talk about these ancient pasts where the white race was strong, or make up conspiracy theories about a white nation that was erased from history. All complete nonsense. You can even see a longing for a mythological past outside of these authoritarian spaces, like the conspiracy theory of Tartaria, which Mia Mulder recently discussed. But it all comes down to this anxiety that the present is horrible, and one of these so totally real pasts are the solution, the answers. But doing so just venerates the history that has been told, the myths of Western society, and upholds the white supremacist thinking implicit in those systems.
Protagonists are also fighting to return to one of these past status quos. There is the seed for fascism to reform found in each of these returns to the failed past. The New Order is, after all, led by the child of the embodiment of the New Republic, the nephew of the previous hero. And Rian Johnson was clever enough to directly show that this is a result of the hero trying to return to the past without making changes.
In every mythology, the hero is an exceptional being, but in Ur-fascist ideology, heroism is the norm. The cult of heroism is strictly linked with the cult of death. It is not by chance that the motto of the Phalangists was Viva la Muerte. In English, it should be translated as Long Live Death. In non-fascist societies, the lay public is told that death is unpleasant but must be faced with dignity. Believers are told that it is the painful way to reach a supernatural happiness. By contrast, the Ur-fascist hero craves heroic death, advertised as the best reward for heroic life. The Ur-fascist hero is impatient to die. In his impatience, he more frequently sends other people to death.
The culture of fascistic heroism matches up with the culture of the Monomyth, but in an intriguing way. We spoke earlier about the idea of the collective unconscious, that there is a shared unconscious energy amongst humanity, and that the archetypes of our myths are the heroes we as a society unconsciously choose to stand up for us. But it's not only that, because through this consciousness it is justified that we have power and voice over Earth, over nature itself. It becomes natural then that we are in charge of the world. This is just the way that nature is, and we shouldn't question it. This is the status quo that must be protected.
We are the earth. We are the consciousness of the earth. These are the eyes of the earth. And this is the voice of the earth. What else?
This idea then inherently justifies that heroes are needed to save the system and that power must be consolidated. In fact, it is justified within a human society inherently, naturally. Even further, given this logic in the myth, individual people stop representing humanity, stop being seen as full people. Instead, they become cogs for that society's machine. It is only the heroes, the archetypes, who are truly people, as Campbell himself argues.
In his life form, the individual is necessarily only a fraction and distortion of the total image of man. He is limited either as male or as female. At any given period of his life, he is again limited as a child, youth, mature adult, or ancient. Furthermore, in his life role, he is necessarily specialized as a craftsman, tradesman, servant or thief, priest, leader, wife, nun, or harlot. He cannot be all. Hence the totality, the fullness of man, is not in the separate member, but in the body of the society as a whole. The individual can only be an organ.
But as a result of this idea of archetypes and collective unconscious, it creates the idea that a hero must arise, is desired to be arisen from within this collective in order to be an arbiter for all of mankind's needs. We need and want this hero because they are coming from our collective desire to have a hero act for all of us, to act for all people. And Campbell argues that we especially want this today in our modern society because our modern society today is but a faded echo of the past. He, Campbell, yearns for a hero to save us and bring us back to the days of yore. We have forgotten our past, our grand mythology, our collective unconscious. It's behind us because of individualistic pursuits today.
The problem of mankind today, therefore, is precisely the opposite to that of men in the comparatively stable periods of those great coordinating mythologies, which are now known as lies. Then all meaning was in the group, in the great anonymous forms, none in the self-expressive individual. Today, no meaning is in the group, none in the world, all in the individual. But there is meaning in the absolutely unconscious. One does not know by what one moves, one does not know by what one is propelled. The lines of communication between the conscious and unconscious zones of the human psyche have all been cut, and we have been split in two.
This brings us back to Rey and her role as a woman in the hero's journey, a place that women until now were typically not permitted. But it is a story accommodating her, not enabling her to thrive as herself. Instead, she is just taking the place of a man who told the story before her. Her addition is just there to create a sense that the story is changing when it actually hasn't. She is fitted into a mold, not able to self-actualize. This is what often happens to women who find themselves within the hero's journey. The recent Barbie movie is also a hero's journey, with Barbie leaving her world, entering a new one, and returning home to her Barbie world with new knowledge, changing it. Yet what's interesting about Barbie's world is that because she is a woman, the unknown world she enters is ours. Her original status quo is just a binary reflection of our own, but when she steps into our world, she learns that she as a woman is a product. She is still dehumanized as a woman. But Barbie's story isn't realizing that the system needs to break to stop viewing herself and, by extension, the Kens of her world as products. No, her elixir to her Barbie world is just allowing men to be treated slightly better.
But maybe a lower circuit court judgeship.
We accept, as long as we can wear robes.
Well, the Kens have to start somewhere, and one day the Kens will have as much power and influence in Barbie Land as women have in the real world.
Accommodating them in her world, her story, just like men accommodate women in the hero's journey in our world. A story that still fuels women's subjugations. Thus, Barbie, the movie, accommodates women as the heroine, but does not tell a new story nor allow the cycle of power hierarchies to break. It just places a new person on top. It still creates a world of light and dark, binaries that cycle around each other. Barbie herself can turn from an idea to a human being, becoming a person in the man's world, but she cannot break the story process around her. She just becomes a human woman living in a patriarchal world at the end of the story. It is also essential that this is done with a white woman, not a black woman, for example, as white women are often utilized to uphold the idea that the world is only a binary dichotomy of man and woman, of light and darkness, as Campbell himself described. This goes back to Carl Jung's concept of the collective unconscious and archetypes, where he framed femininity as the animus archetype, the culture that men enter into, versus the shadow archetype, the dark masculine subconscious that is men's desire. Yet these binary ideas of masculine and feminine desire would be confused by marginalized identities, which problematizes the idea that human beings are more than just one or the other, but can be a mix of many complicated things. Hence why marginalized identities are dehumanized, maligned, and vilified, as we've been discussing. I say this as someone who likes Barbie to a degree, but Barbie is just white feminism Star Wars, willing to have the aesthetic of diversity, willing to try to react and push back and recognize the patriarchy, seeing race, sexuality, and gender as separate forces that need to have their own individual fights instead of intersecting battles, thus eroding solidarity. So while Rey, like Barbie, initially seems able to escape the confines of the hero's journey to tell a new story as a woman as she almost does in The Last Jedi, she can still be pulled back to reassert the system as she does in The Rise of Skywalker. The hero's journey accommodates women but does not allow them or anyone to break it. To Campbell, people expressing themselves outside of these archetypes, these collective functions that we're supposed to all want within our society, are the people that ignore the collective, ignore the function that they're supposed to serve for the greater group, the state, the status quo.
Some socialists seem to believe that people should be numbers in a state computer. We believe they should be individuals. We're all unequal. No one, thank heavens, is quite like anyone else, however much the socialists may pretend otherwise. And we believe that everyone has the right to be unequal. But to us, every human being is equally important. A man's right to work as he will, to spend what he earns, to own property, to have the state as servant and not as master, they are the essence of a free economy.
That was a famous speech by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who, along with Ronald Reagan in the United States, pushed for the neoliberalist expansion of free market capitalism. But notice how she's saying, we believe that everyone is unequal, which is a weird way to phrase that, but her only way to showcase that people are able to live full and free lives for themselves are working for the state, owning property, buying things, working for a company. That's not freedom. That's just literally becoming a cog in the machine, and yet she sells it as such.
Fascist politics lures its audiences with the temptation of freedom from democratic norms while masking the fact that the alternative proposed is not a form of freedom that can sustain a stable nation-state and can scarcely guarantee liberty. A state-based ethnic, religious, racial, or national conflict between us and them can hardly remain stable for long.
But Margaret Thatcher's neoliberalist ideas are based on the foundational idea that competition is a defining characteristic of human relations. It's what they built the whole idea of capitalism upon, and it's an idea that dovetails very nicely with fascism. In fact, it requires it to constantly decay into it in order to justify its own existence. Thatcher, who I've quoted many times throughout this video, constantly pushed us versus them narrative, socialism versus capitalism. She also argued that there was no alternative to capitalism. It was literally her slogan. She believed that once capitalism beat communism, symbolized by the fall of the USSR, that it meant that this was the end of history.
In particular, the virtues and ambitions called forth by war are unlikely to find expression in liberal democracies. There will be plenty of metaphorical wars, corporate lawyers specializing in hostile takeovers who think of themselves as sharks or gunslingers, and bond traders who imagine, as in Tom Wolfe's novel The Bonfire of the Vanities, that they are the masters of the universe. They will believe this, however, only in bull markets. But as they sink into the soft leather of their BMWs, they will know somewhere in the back of their minds that there have been real gunslingers and masters of the world who would feel contempt for the petty virtues required to become rich and famous in modern America. How long megalomania will be satisfied with metaphorical wars and symbolic victories is an open question. One suspects that some people will not be satisfied until they prove themselves by that very act that constituted their humanness at the beginning of history. They will want to risk their lives in violent battle, and thereby prove beyond any shadow of a doubt to themselves and their fellows that they are free. They will deliberately seek discomfort and sacrifice because the pain will be the only way they have of proving definitively that they can think well of themselves, that they remain human beings.
Just like the hero's journey is a force in storytelling that erases the history of the past and argues that there is no alternative, just us versus them, just ability to react for or against the story, so too does neoliberalism justify its own decay into fascism by creating its own endless loop into inaction and frustration. Everyone must work for the collective good by fitting into the molds that they are told to play. All of this should sound familiar because it matches rhetoric we hear today in the real world around how people like the blue-haired rainbow queers are narcissistic individuals who are ruining society or decaying society, and how we need a strong man to force all these people to fit into the mold. You need to conform, you need to be straight, none of this queer stuff, none of this trans stuff, just be a good, straight, cis, hetero person.
The movement toward androgyny occurs in late phases of culture, okay, as a civilization is starting to unravel, okay, and that you can find it again and again and again through history in the Greek art, okay, you can see it happening. All of a sudden, okay, there's a kind of there's the sculptures of handsome nude young men athletes that used to be very robust, okay, in the archaic period suddenly began to seem like wet noodles, okay, toward the end, okay, and that the people who live in such periods, a late phase of culture, whether it's the Hellenistic era, whether it's the Roman Empire, whether it's the mauve decade of Oscar Wilde in the 1890s, whether it's Weimar Germany. People who live at such times, feel that they're very sophisticated, they're very cosmopolitan, and homosexuality, heterosexuality, so what? Anything goes, and so on. All right, but from the perspective of historical distance, you can see that it's a culture that no longer believes in itself, and then what you invariably get are people who are convinced of the power of heroic masculinity, on the edges, whether they're the Vandals and the Huns, or whether they're the barbarians of ISIS, you see them, starting to mass on the outsides of the culture, and that's what we have right now. That there is a tremendous and rather terrifying disconnect between the infatuation with the transgender movement in our own culture and what's going on out there, and so I mean, that's why I'm concerned. I feel it's ominous. I question whether the transgender choice is indeed genuine in every single case.
We all must perform our functions for the state. I mean, the collective unconscious. But notice how the only examples they often cite of decaying civilization due to the fall of masculinity and men getting radicalized on the side are all from Western civilizations, ones that Joseph Campbell himself selected as examples of his monomythical structure. The Greeks, the Romans, the Europeans, the Weimar Germans. The same ones that George Lucas himself drew upon to tell his story of Star Wars and the constant decay into fascism.
Fascist politics invokes a pure mythic past tragically destroyed. There is a common structure to all fascist mythologizing. In all fascist mythic pasts, an extreme version of the patriarchal, heterosexual, cisgender family reigns supreme, even just a few generations ago. Further back in time, the mythic past was a time of glory for the nation, with wars of conquest led by patriotic generals. In the present, these myths become the basis for the nation's identity under fascist politics.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. These aren't the myths of all of humankind, but just the myths that Joseph Campbell and many Western Europeans chose to select to tell their myth of the masculine hero who comes to save us all. That we require a strong, manly, authoritative person to come and save us from the decaying civilization falling into the erosion of gender norms.
In fascist ideology, in times of crisis and need, the state reserves support for members of the chosen nation, for us, and not them. The justification is invariable because they are lazy, lack work ethic, and cannot be trusted, because they are criminals and seek to live off state largesse. In fascist politics, they can be cured of laziness and thievery by hard labor. This is why the gates of Auschwitz had emblazoned on them the slogan, Arbeit macht frei, work shall make you free.
And Campbell argues that in order to save us from these unconformist, individualist narcissists, that we will have a hero come, a typical male hero who will function in service of the collective, the state good. They aren't in it for themselves, they are in it for the collective, that a single hero will arise because we need the individual hero to save us all from ourselves, from our failures to enact the system as it should be.
The modern hero, the modern individual who dares to heed the call and seek the mansion of that presence with whom it is our whole destiny to be atoned, cannot, indeed must not, wait for his community to cast off its slough of pride, fear, rationalized violence, and sanctified misunderstanding. It is not society that is to guide and save the creative hero, but precisely the reverse. And so every one of us shares the supreme ordeal, carries the cross of the Redeemer, not in the bright moments of his tribe's great victories, but in the silences of his personal despair.
The hero stands for all of us, and it matches with this authoritarian idea of fascism, that we are all heroes for the state, working for the state. But perversely, the state is synonymous with an authoritarian figure, a single dictator who in fascism eyes stands for all of us. He suffers for us. The emperor is the empire, and the empire is us. He deserves his power because he's doing what's right, and we are all just cogs in his function. We all need to serve him because really, he's what we want. Under Campbell, the stories of marginalized people, the stories of our existences and our own myths are erased. Take, for example, the lens of gender. Non-binary people that existed in numerous cultures in the past are erased, for example, in Joseph Campbell. Women are pressed into just the idea of being the mother, the nurturer, the baby maker. Thus, when trans, non-binary people and women begin to tell our own stories within our society, it is seen as a decay of Western civilization because we tell stories that break the endless cycle of self-perpetualization that neoliberalism has told itself. We tell different stories that don't fall into the hero's myth. The reason, for example, that there is a vilification of, say, trans or non-binary people is that we tell stories that are about destroying systems that don't work for us, of creating something new outside of the cycle.
They brainwashed you good. You think this stops with the director? You should be questioning everything right now. The will of Glorit, the Institute, the wall. What's it all really for?
As the amazing Zoe B pointed out in her video on apocalypses, until very recently, stories and myths of older civilizations were not about constant renewal of the same systems, but of endings and complete changings. Apocalypse stories didn't represent the end of time, but the end of the way things are now, and something new would come along. It was only recently, with Western civilization, that the idea of self as a central idea came into being. Thus, stories in this civilization, epitomized by Joseph Campbell, aggrandize the individual over the community, and the need to keep the same system in place for the individual to be a hero for it, rather than a community focus that is in constant change and rebirth into something new, a breaking of a circle.
And what it will have to deal with will be exactly what all myths have dealt with. The maturation of the individual, the gradual, the pedagogical way to follow from dependency through adulthood to maturity and then to the exit, and how to do it. And then how to relate to this society and how to relate this society to the world of nature and the cosmos. That's what the myths have all talked about. That's what this one's got to talk about.
Even further, Joseph Campbell's Monomyth dovetails neatly with narratives of white nationalism. Maggie Mae Fish already did a fantastic video on Campbell's Nazi sympathies, which is a great follow-up to this video.
In the defining conflict of the 20th century, the conflict that rewrote American mythology, Campbell was completely blindsided. He told his own students to reject the call to action as the war broke out. Then he rejects advice from one of his heroes, his Obi-Wan Kenobi. According to Campbell's own ideas, these events should have spurred deep introspection and spiritual growth, but it didn't.
Yet, another element of Campbell's work is his direct anti-Semitism. His Monomyth erases cultural traumas and horrors like the Holocaust, instead claiming them as part of his larger narrative and removing specific cultural context.
Campbell, in other words, argues that the power of myth comes from its grounding in the psyche of the individual rather than in the reality of communal life. Myth, for Campbell, is universal rather than particular. The differences between the myths of various cultures matter less than the similarities that he can find in, or project onto, them. The implications of this idea are very serious. Campbell's tendency to universalize human experience and erase differences prevent him from engaging seriously with historical tragedies such as the Holocaust as touchstones of reality. That is, Campbell's theories led him to psychologize historical tragedies, lumping them all together essentially as identical beats in the endlessly recurring, never fundamentally changing monomyth.
Even further, Campbell would claim that Jewish people did not understand their own myths, and that it was his job to be a hero who saved and contextualized their stories, when in actuality he was stealing them for himself and pressing them into his narrative mold that fit neoliberalist centerings. Jewish people attempting to tell their own stories, dealing with their own genocides and traumas, get pulled into a larger narrative that erases them, making Campbell himself the hero of Judaism, their savior, supplanting their culture and history.
Joseph Campbell's private expressions of anti-Semitism have been documented by his acquaintances, his students, and even his friends, but Campbell's own writings attest to his prejudice. Nearly all of his references to Jews and Judaism are disdainful and hostile. As relentlessly dismissive of Judaism as Campbell ordinarily is, he dismisses it in the name of Judaism itself. Judaism has misunderstood itself, indeed has perverted itself. Judaism can, however, be saved once Judaism, the religion, is replaced by Judaism, the mythology. Since Jews themselves have perennially been inculcated in Judaism as a religion, they can hardly save Judaism. Only Campbell can. He alone grasped the true mythic nature of Judaism. He, thus, becomes the savior of Judaism. He saves it from itself. He saves Judaism not by forging myths for it, but by revealing the myths it harbors.
This erasure of Jewish culture is built on the back of stoked anti-Semitic fears of Jewish people changing and replacing American culture that came from the 1880s, as Jewish immigrants fled Europe and other places and came to America. Anti-Semitic cartoons by the likes of James Albert Walls depicted Jewish people as elites destroying and replacing Christian Americans, a fear that the Nazis themselves would adopt from America. And this fear of Jewish replacement leads all the way to today's great white replacement conspiracy theories. The story of Jewish people continually remains a threat to fascistic ideals, as it undermines the idea of a heroic Western culture that constantly reasserts itself throughout history, one that Campbell's Monomyth seeks to reinforce as the only story of human history. This is how monomyths not only erase but create a mythical past in order to generate a current future. The monomyth selects only those who fit these hero molds in society, typically men, to say, see, these leaders, these kings among men, were inspired by us. They have a divine right to sit in that power.
The modern hero, the modern individual who dares to heed the call and seek the mansion of that presence with whom it is our whole destiny to be atoned, cannot, indeed must not, wait for his community to cast off its slough of pride, fear, rationalized violence, and sanctified misunderstanding. It is not society that is to guide and save the creative hero, but precisely the reverse. And so every one of us shares the supreme ordeal, carries the cross of the Redeemer, not in the bright moments of his tribe's great victories, but in the silences of his personal despair.
It's what we actually wanted. And anyone who is outside of these normal functions are viewed as freaks abnormal, not really focused on the collective good, but narcissistic out for themselves, because they don't fit their functions in the state's best interest. Or, even worse, they're people manipulating things behind the scenes, trying to do things for their own good, their own systems, without actually trying to do what's good for the collective good. The monomyth sells itself as creating heroes, not only in its stories, but in those who tell the stories themselves. Those who create stories are the ones that are helping to articulate this collective unconscious myth within Joseph Campbell's arguments. And when we add that to a capitalist society, it then becomes how we sell. We try to make money off of selling these myths into our world. Christopher Vogler, who sold the Monomyth for Dummies to Hollywood screenwriters, as I said before, said this about storytellers.
And I think that is your job description. Healer of the planet. You are in line to be a special kind of hero, a culture hero. There are military heroes, scientist heroes, builder and nurturer heroes, but you will be the culture heroes. You are part of something, an ancient cult, a cult of culture, a heritage of people united in intention and belief that stretches back to the Greeks and beyond. Way, way beyond. You are walking the road of the artist that winds back to the first shamans who danced to make peace with the spirits of nature and painted the great beasts of their world on the walls of their caves, who wore masks and made shadow plays about their gods and heroes by firelight. You are at one with those shamans, carrying on their work of healing their people with music, dance, and stories brought at great cost from the worlds of the gods. Shamans are selected, as you have been, by unusual sensitivity or unusual hardship that shatters them and transforms them into unique transmitters and interpreters of messages from the other world. In those times, and right up to the ancient Greeks, all performances were religious, spiritual events. The actors, musicians, and dancers gave themselves over to the spirits, gods, and elemental forces they were trying to represent and connect with. The theater was a sacred space of transformation, attached to the temple that honored the mysterious god Dionysus, the wild, creative, inspiring god of actors and artists. As part of the great community of artists and visionaries who have been entertaining and enlightening their people for thousands of years, you have an almost sacred duty. And that mission, I have come to believe, is nothing less than to heal the planet. Heaven knows it needs healing. The world is sick, obviously. But it has always been sick, and it has always needed the healing that only the arts can bring.
And for many reactionaries, they remember the past as better, and they demand heroes to heal a world that they see as sick and needing to be saved by a singular hero.
But I think an important thing to understand with what we're discussing in this video is that it's not really about Star Wars, and it's not really about George Lucas. It's not really about the Monomyth, except it kind of is. It's about the way that these great men stories built on the structure of the Monomyth are repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated, and how they've become the dominant narrative of our society. One that is seen in how people talk about Henry Ford to Elon Musk now.
Yeah, we have this veneration of these individuals that say, like, they deserve their success. They must have done it on their own bootstraps, ignoring all the numerous people that they worked with and more often exploited in order to get to those positions. And we just erase all of that. And while it has been very clear in very obvious ways in the past year with Elon Musk and his takeover of Twitter, this is the story that we've been telling about so many CEOs and great men leaders throughout history, and especially in American history and Western, post-colonialist histories. And all of that is why I think the layer that we're on right now, where it's Aranock and I talking to each other about like our creative process for this video, is incredibly important for what we're trying to say, because I did not do this video all on my own. Aranock did not do this video all on her own. We both worked together on this. We also had an editor, Needless, who helped on this. We had a bunch of like actors who contributed to this. Like, this whole project of saying this message about the problems of the great man myth is the work of many people, many queer people specifically, for the most part. And it's important to acknowledge and have this layer, because it shouldn't stop at the editor character, who is freaking amazing. But the editor is a character that we created, and Aranock like very specifically performed in a wonderful way to point out how all of this is just re-editings and retellings to try to venerate individuals.
And the important thing there too was how the editor character is in and of themselves an embodiment of the narrative. To invent a great man, you have to create a character with absolute power over the narrative. And we wanted to do a sort of double rug pull, where we do the rug pull of like, this person's orchestrating the narrative, then we do the rug pull again, and it's like, that's a fucking character. There's no one that can ever actually really orchestrate the entire thing by themselves.
The Elon Musk and the Henry Fords and the George Lucases that we venerate are themselves characters. They are not the actual Elon Musk, George Lucases, Henry Fords, whoever, that actually exist in real life.
They're a media creation, a propagandist tool. And unlike them, I'm an honest propagandist. Because propaganda is just media that is designed to impart a perspective and persuade you towards it. What I want to get across to the audience, I think what's important to get across to the audience, is that you need to start questioning the narratives that you encounter. And I think this sort of double rug pull of, those are narratives being invented by someone. No, seriously, this is a narrative being invented by someone. Should hopefully get that across, because one of the worst elements of neoliberal propaganda is the way that it tries to convince everyone that it's just the state of the world, that it's not actually propaganda. It's not trying to persuade you of something. And as an honest propagandist, I don't find that very, very acceptable.
No.
I am trying to convince you of something, absolutely.
This layer right here, where we're playing our real selves, is also a performance. Look, we put on costumes. This isn't actually us. This is a choice that we made to record on this day to make this layer for you.
It's all narratives all the way down. And that doesn't mean that those narratives don't contain honesty and truth, but you need to understand that they don't just tumble into place naturally.
As Ursula K. Le Guin said, distrust everything I say. I'm telling the truth. George Lucas, once vilified for his work on the special editions and the failures of the prequels, has now become upheld as a visionary figure once again, a leader of the past worth venerating.
And I think officially we can say George Lucas is now a member of the fandom menace. How about that? How about that? George Lucas, member of the fandom menace. All of the struggles you went through to make this happen, and you changed the world with your creation. and they have simply taken it and turned it into a platform to push their own real-world politics, and it is disgusting.
For all their faults, the prequels are now today often viewed through rose-tinted glasses of nostalgia. Yet this nostalgia again only feeds the endless Ouroboros of the decaying monomythic figure. Yet even if some of them can see that it is a system that is the problem, they may still be bound to it, as we can see with Dave Filoni's storytelling. Filoni's tie to the constant cycle hinders Star Wars, yet both are unsure how to escape. We see this most clearly in the recent series Ahsoka, a show spearheaded by Filoni that featured his live-action directorial debut and is a direct continuation of the characters Filoni created in Clone Wars and Rebels. Throughout Ahsoka, we see Filoni's characters attempt to break the monomythical cycle. At the start of the show, Ahsoka struggles to find her place after the fall of the Empire without the institution and the history of the Jedi to guide her. Now that the rebellion against the Empire is over, she is struggling to find a sense of self without that institution or the wars it endlessly involved itself in to give her a sense of culture, history, and identity. She isolates herself, mainly only working with Huyang, a droid who taught Jedi for centuries, representing her still using the Jedi institution as a form of stability.
I am just following standard Jedi mission protocol.
Huyang, the Order doesn't exist anymore.
Nonetheless, I have my programming.
We also learned that she had taken Sabine, a character from Rebels, as an apprentice, but eventually stopped teaching Sabine because Ahsoka feared that Sabine would turn to the dark side because Sabine was too different from what the Jedi were.
At the time, Ahsoka felt that if Sabine unlocked her potential, she would become dangerous.
But what Ahsoka truly is worried about is not Sabine's dark side nature, but Ahsoka's tie to the Jedi, causing her to fear Sabine's ability to express identity outside the confines of its binary dictates, and thus not being able to reconcile Sabine's free will, seeing it as dark side.
She was fated to make that choice. There wasn't enough time to prepare her to make the right one.
The Force provides you with insight, but it does not give one all the answers.
Meaning?
Perhaps, for Sabine, it was the only choice.
Sabine's free will is symbolized in the show by a MacGuffin ball that quite literally looks like the apple from the Tree of Knowledge in the Garden of Eden. The apple that was eaten that gives free will. The idea of women being the original sin of giving free will, something that Joseph Campbell often places into his monomyth as well. Though this is something that Sabine rejects, placing herself as protagonist, not as a side character in the monomyth. Ahsoka eventually meets a Force ghost version of her master, Anakin, post-Return of the Jedi, who confronts her with a binary choice of live or die, kill or be killed, light or dark.
What's the lesson, Master?
Live. Or die.
Anakin presents Ahsoka with the same choice that he faced as the protagonist of the hero's journey. He then forces Ahsoka to look at the trauma that this caused him through his slow detachment from seeing life around him as equally valuable as his own, as he became the hero, the archetype, seeing that he had to make choices for the clones around him because they weren't real people.
As Jedi, it's our job to lead. That doesn't mean we don't make mistakes.
But our mistakes cost lives. That doesn't bother you?
Of course it does.
This sense of responsibility of being better than led him to choose death, the dark side, brilliantly visually and auditorially displayed in the show.
You lack conviction.
But Anakin also worries about his legacy, that he will not be more than just a traumatized soldier stuck in a repeating cycle.
Ahsoka, within you will be everything I am. All the knowledge I possess. Just as I inherited knowledge from my master, and he from his.
Thus, he violently expresses his anxiety that Ahsoka must be like him, must conform to the Jedi legacy to prove that he could be more, by molding her to be like him.
But my part of that legacy is one of death and war.
But you're more than that. Because I'm more than that.
Thus, Anakin tries to mold her into a monomythical hero like himself, passing it through generations, just like the Jedi have always done.
Seeds of the dark side planted by your master. Do you feel it?
No. He is like no other Jedi. Passionate, impulsive, but I trust him with my life.
This is the same fear and anxiety that Ahsoka puts upon Sabine.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day? How to fight?
Ahsoka is traumatized by the same legacy as a child soldier indoctrinated in the Jedi myth, yet, having seen this story laid bare, Ahsoka refuses to make the binary life or death decision and chooses a new path, something Anakin compliments her for, recognizing that she has moved beyond his binary dichotomies.
There's hope for you yet.
Anakin and the Jedi are what Ahsoka has moved beyond. Thus, Ahsoka can further enable Sabine, her apprentice, to self-actualize beyond her own and the Jedi's traumas and rules beyond that system.
Anakin. He always stood by me. That's why, no matter what happens next, I'm going to be there for you.
Thus, Ahsoka the series is showing that connection and cultivating someone's self-identity, not pressing them into a mold, is a way out of the story. And it's important to recognize that this story is being told with a black woman, my complicated feelings about Rosario Dawson aside, as well as an Australian actor of Chinese and Italian descent. Even the fights we see in the Ahsoka series evoke a more Eastern cultural perspective and style, finally turning Star Wars to external, not internal, reference points that touch upon Taoist doctrines of not having to choose between light or dark, but creating something new through connection. All of this showcases how looking at external reference points outside of Western culture, which often centralizes the monomyth, can present us with new perspectives and stories. Though to a degree it is homogenizing a lot of Eastern Asian cultures. We also meet Baylan, another traumatized former Jedi who came to recognize the repeating pattern of history, the cycle story.
As you get older, look at history, you realize it's all inevitable. Fall of the Jedi, rise of the Empire. It repeats again and again and again.
Recognizing it as a system that sells high-minded ideals, but ultimately serves endless decay.
I miss the idea of it, but not the truth.
He seeks the beginning of the monomyth, where the story came from.
What I seek is the beginning, so I may finally bring this cycle to an end.
This story he seeks is explicitly parallel to the story of Star Wars itself, as at one point, Ahsoka asks Huyang to tell the story of where the dark and light come from, and he begins by saying,
"A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away."
The Jedi myths of where the story began is also the beginning of every Star Wars story. They're telling the hero's journey that Baylan explicitly wishes to break. Eventually, in a new galaxy far, far away, we meet the Dathomir witches, who are named after the Fates, the Morari, who appear in Greek and Roman myth that Campbell often pulled from, one role he often relegated women to within the monomyth. The Fates can seemingly predict the future, but in truth, they are just so versed in the repeating story that they can thus predict what will happen next, as it's just a cycle. This depiction of the Fates is shared with God of War Ragnarok.
Protagonists are speechless. They do not understand.
There is no grand design, no script. Only the choices you make. That your choices are so predictable merely make us seem prescient.
A game itself based on Norse mythology, which itself was about creating new cycles, but was co-opted by Catholics who pressed it into their story, saying that Ragnarok was just the beginning of the Garden of Eden story. However, these Dathomiri fates cannot predict Sabine's choices because she is not a monomythical hero like Rey, Luke, or Anakin.
They have brought a prisoner.
You never spoke of this.
We did not see it. It is a loose thread.
Season 1 of Ahsoka ends with Baylan finding the statues of the One, the mythological force beings from the Clone Wars, hinting that they are the start of the story being told endlessly, the Jungian archetypes and collective unconsciousness. Welcome back to Layer 5. So, literally, we wrote this script a year ago as of the time of this release, and in this script, we wrote about Project Paperclip and the history of Nazis coming to America, and so that America could use fascists in order to get ahead in their war against the damn commies. And then, since that time, Mandalorian Season 3 came out. And it literally was like, what if Project Paperclip was good, actually?
They unironically said Project Paperclip was good. I mean,
even Ahsoka was also wrestling with this monomythical questions. Like, you literally have characters in Ahsoka going, I am tired of these endless cycles repeating themselves over and over and over again. And it is so clearly Dave Filoni trying to struggle with the fact that Star Wars has been shoved into this Disney mold that has to tell the same story in order to sell it again and again and again, because we can't come up with new tales, but him being confined by it. It's just so wild that we wrote the script and then Star Wars just proved what we were saying.
It has been such a weird experience working on this project over this year, because it has felt like aggressively prescient for major narratives that are occurring in politics right now, and for the art that Disney is producing in this era. They understand that the monomyth is a trap, and Star Wars being essentially the monomyth is a narrative trap. But they can't imagine a world beyond the circle.
Yeah, because they can articulate there's a problem. These cis people can understand there's an issue, but they can't actually articulate something beyond that and think beyond these endless cycles of repeating themselves. So they vent this frustration, but it goes nowhere because they give themselves no vision beyond what we could create in this capitalist hellscape.
It's a snake infinitely eating its own tail. And look, Ouroboros, you either need to bite down or let go.
Yet all this is Filoni reacting to the monomyth. He is still trying to deconstruct his tie to this history, but has yet to fully escape it. The rules to Filoni are still ever present. They are still constantly on his mind. He is not free yet. Ultimately, Ahsoka, and wherever Dave Filoni is going with Star Wars, could just end up like The Last Jedi, an attempt to escape but pull back to the monomyth because Disney needs to keep telling the story to sell more products. The story accommodating, bending the myth, moving it an acceptable amount, but never breaking it. Thus, Filoni still tells a story that the toxic spaces cannot hear. And while he venerates George Lucas's storytelling while trying to react against it, these toxic spaces have now labeled Filoni as their hated figure alongside Kathleen Kennedy while upholding George Lucas through rose-tinted glasses.
No, this is Dave Filoni's wet dream. He loves this shit.
Obviously, I liked Rebel. I didn't hate Rebels. It's nothing like the Clone Wars, but it was fine.
It was enjoyable.
I enjoyed it, and I definitely enjoyed the end. I like the ending, but I'm not interested. I'm not going to watch Ahsoka. I don't care about anything they're doing because they've ruined everything, and all they're going to do is ruin all of this too. I'm just so checked out, man. Like,
the toxic spaces that venerate George Lucas, by calling for the removal of politics from Star Wars, uphold a fascist narrative. A hero who destroys the system, and yet the system survives endlessly.
America's the great experiment, which it is, where we have multiple people living together who believe in different gods and different things, but he states you need to have a basic structure. We have to believe in a lot of the same things, the same heroes, generally. That's why you have people like yours truly and many others fighting for our modern mythology. George Lucas doesn't like The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi undid the hero of millions, Luke Skywalker, your basic hero archetype. And they did it because they find the past problematic. Another thing I have stated multiple times on this channel is our beloved franchises are being used as political platforms.
These toxic spaces defend these narratives because they too wish to become the hero. They wish to be the next George Lucas. And as such, it requires that they don't ever self-reflect, to implicate themselves, to see their own dark side. And as such, they fall to it.
The more he identifies with the dominant images of need, the less he understands his own life and desires. The spectacle's estrangement from the acting subject is expressed by the fact that the individual's gestures are no longer his own. They are the gestures of someone else who represents them to him.
This itself mirrors the storytelling of Joseph Campbell. Campbell's stories are supposedly built on the heroes and structures of the past. He tells us that the monomyth is aggregated from all the centuries of different stories. Yet these were just the stories that he tried to recognize himself into. He cherry-picked what to include in his myth. He edited the past to create a myth, a story that stories are only about men, usually white, probably able-bodied, pretty sure they'd be cishet. He excludes, for example, women from the category of hero. To him, we're just goddesses, mothers, and seductresses, which, look, I might be the mom friend, and I am definitely a goddess, but in spite of the outfit I'm wearing, I am very ace. Point being, we're not the heroes he chooses. He excludes, for example, women from the category of hero. We are just mothers, goddesses, and seductresses. Campbell himself was a Nazi sympathizer, arguing for ignoring the ideology of the Nazis in favor of celebrating their aesthetic greatness. He ignores other cultures' styles of storytelling and stories, all to uphold the monomyth, the infinite loop. The story where he gets to be the hero of every story. The Nazis themselves did much the same. Look at the Nazi propaganda film Olympia, which chronicled the 1936 Berlin Games which the Nazis hosted. The film starts with Greek statues and the lighting of the flame, tying ancient Greece to the contemporary Germany. In some ways, it's what Star Wars does. It's semiotics. It's pointing at these historical elements. But unlike Star Wars, which is doing so in an attempt to critique through this similarity, the Nazis aggrandize this as the height of human achievement, believing all other cultures lesser and subservient to these ancient paths the Nazis are just a faded echo of. In Olympia, they compare the supposedly perfect German bodies to the supposedly perfect Greek statues. The bodies of the perfect Aryan ideal. It's meant to highlight the aesthetic of human strength and achievement by removing any deeper meaning or original meaning that the Greek art had. It's solely there to celebrate empty aesthetics. Hitler himself was obsessed with trying to connect ancient Rome and Greece to modern Germany, no matter how ludicrous his logic for doing so was. Hitler and the Nazis worked endlessly to try and recapture this invented past that never really existed, and they tarred and feathered anyone who dared to oppose that as enemies trying to stop the rightful hero from bringing his fascist elixir. They actively worked to destroy the stories and storytelling of cultures they deemed degenerate, all to uphold the monomyth, a recursive loop that allowed them to infinitely place themselves as the heroes of the story.
These records cannot be correct. Run the analysis for tampering again.
Computing. There is zero evidence of any form of tampering, especially on the level required to change the majority of this information.
All officers report to the bridge. Starkiller Base is now online. You will want to witness the New Order's victory over the New Republic.
But, Captain Skorganoff, what about the citizens on those worlds? Are we not here to liberate them?
That's what we have done.
Find any records related to the events described in this hololog.
Computing. There are several records corroborating the events of the recording, as well as a recording of Lord Vader and the rogue Jedi.
Play it.
You killed my Inquisitor. They will weakly deserve their fate. That is all you have proved. Did you think you would be a hero of old? You're nothing but a relic past its time.
No, I'm just a woman making her way in the galaxy who can see what it can be. Doing my best to ensure things will be better someday. You fear death so much that you failed to live, Anakin. At least my loved ones are still alive. Call me a relic, the only relic I see.
We can see this so clearly in one of the final moments of Revenge of the Sith. Obi-Wan stands behind Anakin and says his allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire? Don't make me kill you. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
And Anakin repeats a line from George Bush.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Anakin Overcome with anger and feeling isolated from his friend and wife, which has been warped into a feeling of needing power in order to save others by Palpatine, naively believes he can beat his friend and his friend's values. But Obi-Wan replies to this,
"Only a Sith deals in absolutes."
To Obi-Wan's mind, only a fascist, only a Sith can see in binary absolutes, as us versus them. But the irony is, and something that Obi-Wan doesn't seem to realize, is that his statement is itself an absolute. Obi-Wan is unable to see, in his hypocrisy, that it is not only Sith who deal in absolutes, but Jedis too, neoliberalists. This is because Obi-Wan himself doesn't realize that he too is thinking in binaries: Jedi and Sith, Republic, Separatists, neoliberalism, fascism. Two sides of the same coin, the same system looping in on itself. He is unable to see his hypocrisy due to his own self-righteousness that is instilled in him by the Jedi. He sees that he's at least better than a child-murdering fascist, but that's where his line of thought stops. He doesn't implicate himself in anything else. Never mind that he helped train that fascist, nor does he realize that saying you are better than a child murderer isn't really saying all that much. His moral high ground is not really all that high. And Anakin, to a degree, realizes this.
People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
you're
by
the
way,
worst
you were
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on. The answer is not defund the police. It's fund the police.
What are the chances of a Gaza ceasefire? None. No possibility.
The bill I'm about to sign ends a difficult rail dispute and helps our nation avoid what, without a doubt, would have been an economic catastrophe at a very bad time in the calendar. And look, I know this bill doesn't have paid sick leave that these rail workers and frankly every worker in America deserves.
It is an endless self-fulfilling prophecy of democracy failing and thus needing strong men to maintain it and defend it against attack. As a result, neoliberalism and capitalism, the pursuit of money and the endless stripping away of meaning in the pursuit of individualism, justifies its own fall into fascism. While Star Wars is explicitly about neoliberal decay, the story of the films behind the scenes represents this accidentally. The three trilogies themselves and how they have been handled by Lucas and onto into Disney showcase this exact story. We have the original trilogy with its anti-establishment roots, but it was sold for money in the same establishment that it tried to critique, and venerated the man who made them and who gave democracy away. And we have the prequels, which still have deeper meaning, but begin to strip away its depth through its veneration of a singular voice behind the scenes. And it all leads to the complete stripping away of meaning from these stories at all, simply for pure aesthetics. The sequel trilogy may look the prettiest, yet it means the least. And it mirrors how fascism is the illusion, the image of power, the projection of power, but without actual power. Toxic fans of Star Wars want to be the next George Lucas, but they can only tell the same story Lucas has already told, and thus can never become a hero of their own story because they have nothing new to say. They don't even know how to say something new. Fascists want to be the hero, to tell themselves that they can create something new, yet because they have been fed only the one story, cannot inherently create, but only destroy themselves by telling that same story again and again. Fascists think that they can change the system. They hope to be Luke Skywalker, but they see him disillusioned in the present day, and they can't understand that they're actually Anakin, because it would break their myth. They feel the disillusionment of characters like Kylo Ren, and yet yearn for the redemption that he and Anakin got at the end of their story arcs, not understanding that that redemption relied on the lie and the idea of a worthy death redeeming all harm. They refuse to see themselves in any other stories, and so reject the stories of Rey and Finn and Poe as worthy mantle holders of that story that they wish to tell themselves. They strive to end wars, yet constantly tell themselves that war is the only story worth telling, saying it over and over and over again, and thus repeat it. This is the contradiction at the heart of neoliberalism and the heart of telling stories within a capitalist system. Yet, it is a contradiction that is required not to be resolved because it is inherent in the ideology. We must struggle for a greater future that will only come by trying to create a past that never existed, and thus we can never actually reach it. Endless war. Star Wars looping back upon itself. Never moving forward because we're constantly looking backwards. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
The fascist is always inherently at war with meaning. To create their myths requires constant effort and pressure. One must actively produce the myth, because the great man conceptualization falls apart upon any real scrutiny. One must constantly invent, rewrite, and alter the past in order to create their lie. And so the myths used to manufacture and produce it. The monomyth is just one such socially constructed concept which perpetuates these structures. If all stories must return to the status quo, then one can never truly imagine anything beyond the status quo. It also means all attempts at damaging or altering the current system is inherently creating yourself as the villain of the myth. We see it all over with Disney's work. The villain will have a point about the problems of the system, but because they do anything violent to achieve that, they become the problem to be solved. Never mind that the main characters are off committing a slew of war crimes, because war crimes are cool as long as America's heroes are doing them. Isn't that right? And I think a large aspect of what they want us to forget is the myths and stories we need to structure a new world better than the one we are currently trapped within. Which is why a few years ago, when I originally wrote a series of paragraphs that would end up in this final script, I had the thesis statement that Star Wars and our society at large needed to move beyond the false binary, the false dichotomy between neoliberalism and fascism as the only real options. That Star Wars and the real world needed to really engage with the revolutionary politics needed to cause change. That to break these cycles would require engaging with truly anti-fascist thought. And then Andor released, which I've just quoted twice for very good reason. But that's a story for another time. For now, I'll just leave you with a question. What are the stories you're holding close? And why? Probably worth a thought, at least.
You were right.
About what?
It's all a lie. The stories, everything I was taught.
So, what are you gonna do about it? Oh, hello there. I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for sitting through what is probably gonna end up being a over 5-hour long video on Star Wars. You ridiculous nerd, I love you, thank you. And you stuck after the credits like the good weirdo you are. You are my kind of people. I adore you. Okay, but seriously, thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this video that was a labor of love from me and Aranock and so many others who worked on it. It really means a lot, and I just have a few quick things that I want to say before I let you all go, including one final really big important assignment that I have for you when you finish this video. The first thing that I want to say is just a really big thank you to everyone who worked on this video. It was such a big project, and everyone's name who you saw in the credits just a moment ago really worked hard on this and really contributed a lot, even more so than even like normal contributions to videos that I have people do, like read a quote or something like that. And everyone that's in this video just really means a lot to me, and I put all of their links in the description, so please go check out their work because they're all amazing. The second thing that I want to say is just an extra special thank you to the Seattle Museum of Pop Culture. I used to work there, as many of you know, and I was very lucky to have some connections there that were very kind enough to let me use some of the museum's amazing sets that you saw in this video to film some of the stuff. They were super kind to let me do that, and it really means a lot. And an extra special thank you to my friend and former boss over there, Jonathan Pulley. He was the one that really got that ball moving for me, so just thank you. I was actually going to film this end credits bit in the Museum of Pop Culture, but this video has taken so long that I actually filmed that segment like a year ago, so here's some footage from it of the cool Star Wars stuff that they had in their exhibit at that time, but that version of the outro no longer makes sense considering it's been so long since I filmed it, so you're getting me in front of this little blue light here. This video was a big co-production with my co-writer, Aranock. She did so much amazing work in helping me write and research this piece, as well as performing it in herself, and most importantly, she did all of the animation in this video by herself. Like, legitimately by herself. That is part of the reason this video took a year, because she was doing so much to make that amazing animation for all of you, and I think she absolutely killed it, especially considering she had no one else helping her on that. And she just did such a really good job. And on top of that, she's just so amazingly skilled in so many ways, and she honestly supports myself in so many ways, just personally and professionally, as well as so many other creators in the YouTube space. So I just want to, number one, give a call out to her and just say thank you and tell her, because she doesn't know I'm filming this, how much I appreciate her and adore her and how much she means to me and how proud I am of her in so many ways. And the second thing is to say to all of you is that you really should go and subscribe to her channel. Hopefully, if you watched a 5.5-hour video from me, you've already been subscribed to my channel, but subscribe if you haven't. But seriously, go and subscribe to her channel. It would mean the world to me because of how much she means to me. So I'll put her link in the description. Please support her, because none of this video and many of my others would have been possible in the way that they are made without her, in the truly just excellence and quality that they are. And beyond that, by the way, if you want to go the extra mile, support her on her Patreon. She has her full animation in movie form over on her Patreon page, so if you want to watch that without all of this, video essay stuff going on, you can go check out there, and I highly recommend it because it is fantastic to watch just as a film. So yeah, please go support her on her own channel, potentially on her Patreon, and beyond that, if you want to support me. Speaking on that though, as I come to my end here, this is going to be my last big video of 2023. I may have like a small end of the year wrap out video coming in the next few weeks. We'll see if I have the energy for that, but this is going to be the last big one you're going to get from me. And I'm going to forewarn, I do have another really big video that's going to come hopefully in January, maybe in February, about the detransitioner narrative and transgender anti-trans issues going on right now. It'll be a big research project that I'm really looking forward to getting out to all of you. But then after that, as many of you know, I have been working on my film Identities, which is a really big science fiction, and now that I'm kind of seeing the edits, because we're in the editing VFX phase, it's got a little bit of a horror tinge to it, more than I actually intended, and it's kind of very cool. I'm really kind of pumped about that. I knew it was going to be scary, but not as scary as it is. We'll talk about it when you see it. So just know that, probably as we go into the beginning of 2024, as I start to get really much deeper into post-production, because we're starting to get into VFX soon, I'm going to have less and less time attempt to make a few video essays at the first half of the year, but it is all going to be for something truly, truly amazing as Identities is coming closer and closer to releasing. So please be on the lookout for that. It's a big science fiction film that stars John Delancey from Star Trek, Abigail Thorne from, YouTube, she's amazing, and many, many others like Maggie Mae Fish, who I quoted many times in this video and who also appeared in this video as well. And with that said, I will say if you do want to support me making that film to be able to pay my bills, you can subscribe to Nebula, which is the wonderful streaming service that I and many of my fellow creators made to be able to do projects like Identities and also share our videos outside the algorithm. There's many amazing projects on there like Maggie Mae Fish's Unrated or the Taboo series or Abigail Thorne's The Prince play, all amazing originals that are on there for you, as well as beyond my just film, you have Abigail Thorne's Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend movie that she is currently working on that I am very pumped myself to see.
Not only all of that, but if you're watching this video when it goes up in the month of December, Nebula is currently, for the rest of December, offering lifetime memberships to Nebula for only $300. So you get everything I've been talking about and all of Nebula's upcoming original content, including Identities, for the rest of your life, and even better, it supports creators like myself to make things like this. But even if you can't sign up for a lifetime membership, consider signing up at Nebula for a lower tier and get access to so many cool things. I cannot tell you how many cool things I know Nebula is working on at the moment that haven't even been announced yet, and you should be pumped.
So please sign up for Nebula to support my film, get all of those originals for yourself, get your own access to some of your favorite creators' videos that are on there, and help support us more directly in a way that we couldn't be able to do if we were just here on YouTube. Nebula is an amazing place, especially for queer creators. Nebula has been constantly uplifting queer creators like myself and many others to tell our stories. So I am very, very pumped and excited to bring Identities to you, and I really hope if you can support me over on Nebula. So that is everything. I adore you all. And as always, this feels a bit hypocritical to do in this video, but live long and prosper.
Thank you so much, patrons. I could not do this without you. You literally make my entire life possible, so thank you so much for that. And I want to give an extra special thank you to Carrie Ellen Foss, Joel Herman Holt, Nils Osborne Oldensholm, Arcton Arkleser, Lily Gray, Heather Long, Barbie Ann Rounds, Eltan Tivy, Sarah Montgomery, Jack McAllen, Stephen Kleinard, Hannah Friedrich, Courtney Ray Kelly, Jem Shin, Michael Wolnitz, Christian Hertz, Yearn, Dark Archon, Alex Miller, Randy Thompson, Matt Chung, Chloe Dollar, Chris Showers, Baba Ruski, Super Desi, Samuel Howard, Brits Krieg, Smokey Heather Sylvia, Nissan Mayer, Christine S., Tara Rose, Angela Hendricks, Vincent Ellington, Todd Verling, Lily Blanley, Joseph Dewey, Meadow Whisper, Alicia Stice, Joelle Gilly, Felicia Tost, Marshall Nye, Sammy Joe Retro, James Krivda, Rose Connolly, Zane Schuchler, Dominic Noble, Onwe Eos, Jennifer Fuss, Weirdy Beardy, Ruth, Kaylee Lang, Sunk Corgi, Sean McKenzie, Nathan Fraughton, Jolene Cassidy, Sonia Nero-Perdo, Farangato, Quattro, Shield Maiden, 4444, Sasha M., Melody Ann, Winters Good, Teresa, Rain Concorgan, Ryan Hunter, Lev Goodwin, Scott Russell, John Weatherby, Craig and David, Kayla Arula, Leah Boyd, Damian Rice, The Mighty Jinjojo, W. Randy Edie, Teague Wilson, Melinda Walters, Jane Persuades, LK, Stephen Richardson, Kevin Frotag, Sean Piper, Gold Stefansson, Sean Sullivan, Flyan Katie, Beatrix Puvers, Matthew Craiglow, Epsilon is greater than, David Dema Flynn, Mark H. Williams, author, William Stewart, Patricia Cromston, Sarah Leslie Hutchkins, Adam Smasher, Grumpy Dragon 75, Kay Liss, Sarah Boston, Blueberry Hill, Casual Observer, Laura Demereau, Emma Ramirez, Jeffrey Day Thompson, Sky Skinner, Roy Negby, Sarah Lamoureux, Katie K, Jason Knott, Jess Johnson, Rosalind Bennett, Burdix High, Kurt Mullen, Jordan Lesserow, Blue, Bob's Saget, The Tipsy Changelings, Valerie Blackbird, Luna, Troy Stull, Joanne the Wretched Witch, Zophel, Celestial Dawn, Hope Jace Tuliana, Tori Pertz, Carolyn Clark, Nikki Gordon Bloomfield, Crit Fax, Devin Camerlocker, Carrie On, Lou Toston, Michael Weber, Callum McLeod of Clan McLeod, It's a Bug, Not a Feature, and Abigail Marie. Thank you to all of you. I send you all the love. Mwah, and live long and prosper, you beautiful people.